Hachette Audio presents The List, written by Steve Barry, read by Scott Brick. For Richard L. Daly, thank you. What good is it for a man to gain the whole world, yet forfeit his soul? Mark 8:36. 2 years ago. Prologue. Killing old people was like shooting bottles off a log. So little to hold one's attention. Even worse, the priority was late. Like clockwork, the old man arrived every Friday between 6 and 6:30 a.m., as the file expressly noted. Predictable as the squadron of yellow flies that had swarmed in half an hour ago and had been aggravating him ever since. But not today. Of all Fridays, the old coot decided to be late today. Of course, if there had been any real anticipation, that thrill of the hunt, ecstasy of success bullshit, the hour just spent in sweltering August heat wouldn't have been so bad. He lowered the binoculars and focused on a quiet pastoral scene. The woodbine bushes, palmettos, and sand pines of the lake's northeast shore provided thick cover for him, his camouflage fatigues blending perfectly. Brooks Creek meandered ahead, Eagle Lake beyond. Hopefully, just a few more minutes, and this would be over. The old man gripped the throttle and powered the skiff across Eagle Lake. His wife called the 1,400-acre basin his meandering mistress. Apt. It had been nearly 30 years since he watched bulldozers and front-end loaders carve its banks, soil that once supported pine trees and soybeans carted all over Georgia for fill dirt. The remaining massive borrow pit eventually filled with water, becoming a readily identifiable blue splotch on the state map. He'd been one of the first to test its virgin expanse, hooked from the start, and he hoped one day the last sight for his tired hazel eyes would be the comforting taupe of Eagle Lake's tranquil water. He inspected the early morning sky. It would be at least another hour before the sun crested the tallest pines rising from the eastern shore. No clouds lingered in sight. A tight, clammy blanket of humidity, the only reminder of the nasty thunderstorms from the past couple of days. But the birds and tree frogs didn't seem to mind, nor the insects. Nor did he. Ahead, he spotted the familiar break in the shore. He released the throttle. The outboard wound down, slowing the skiff to a crawl. He knew most Woods County fishermen avoided Brooks Creek for 4 practical reasons. Limited space, only 15 feet from bank to bank, full of mosquitoes and yellow flies, unbearably hot and sticky most of the year. And the gate of limbs. Thick water oak branches corkscrewed a barricade over the entire expanse. The space between the bark and water was limited, about 4 feet, yielding only to a certain size and shape of boat, like his flat-bottomed skiff, bought 3 years ago specifically for Brooks Creek. He allowed the outboard to die, then inched ahead using a half-horsepower trolling motor mounted to the bow. The limbs approached. 30 years of visits had taught him precisely when and for how long to duck. Beyond the barrier, the creek snaked inland another 20 yards until bulging into a secluded pool, where he knew the best fishing in central Georgia waited. He spotted the old man. About damn time. Miserable heat. Bugs. Poison ivy. At least yesterday there'd been air conditioning, though that 70-year-old pain in the ass squirmed the whole time. He liked it, though, when they resisted a little. It added to the sport, made for a challenge, but not too much. Bruises, cuts, blood, DNA, fingerprints. All were evidence that could definitely ruin a good thing. He shook his head. People were so damn predictable. Living their whole life by precise agendas, never realizing the risks associated with regularity. Take this priority. Every Friday, no matter what, he plopped his boat into the water at the county ramp and powered straight for Brooks Creek. Even his path across Eagle Lake was never in doubt. Like an invisible highway to the northeast, always right after dawn, staying till lunchtime. Usually, he'd take back 4 or 5 bass, sometimes a catfish. It looked like he'd vary the routine once in a while. Maybe try the southwest shore or the east bank. No, if it's Friday, then this must be Brooks Creek. Damn how he loved creatures of habit. The old man cut another glance at the early morning sky. Orange and yellow hues were being rapidly replaced by azure. What a great-looking summer day. Nothing beat morning fishing. Weekdays, just after dawn, all alone. He reached over and gripped his favorite jigger pole. Years ago, he'd taken a month to whittle one from cane. Now they could be bought anywhere, professionally manufactured out of lightweight, flexible nylon. Slowly, he tied the special double-reverse spinner knot learned from his father, assuring that the sinking rapala at the tip was tightly secured. It was shaped and colored like a small bream, the perfect temptation for a near-blind, greedy-gut bass. He tested the treble hooks fore, aft, and beam. Sharp, ready to snag. He extended the black pole from the boat and ever so gently lowered the plug beneath the quelled surface. Brooks Creek was best fished early. By midday, after the sun steamed the tepid water, warmth drove the fish into the cool lake bottom. Right now, just after dawn, the environment was perfect, and he stared hard at the black crevices in the creek's east bank. Twice, when he'd won the Golden Angler Award from the Woods County Bass Association, the snagged bigmouth bass came from those crevices. The plug submerged. Ever so gently he added to the allure by jiggering the pole up and down, the splashing piece of plastic now appearing like a fingerling bream casually investigating the surface. It wouldn't take long. Never did. The trick was knowing how to splash. Too hard would scare the bass off. Too soft would never get any attention. The line knocked hard. He tightened his grip and hung on, allowing the hooks to tangle deep. Jerked too soon and all he'd have left was an empty lure. When he sensed the hooks were set, he swung the frantic fish up and into the boat. Hell's bells, he loved jigger fishing. He pinched his boot down on the thrashing bass and thrust a finger into the gills. Carefully, he removed the hooks and admired the catch. 4 pounds, maybe 5. It would make excellent fillets. He was ready. Occasionally he wished he could simply snap their necks. It'd be so much simpler and 1,000 times less trouble. Unnoticed deaths took imagination, thought, and creativity. A flair for the expected mixed with the unexpected. Like an art form. The scene needed to be set perfectly in the priorities mind. The old man dropped the bass into the catch cooler, then leaned over the side and rinsed the fish coat off his hands. He then reached into another igloo for an apple. He'd overslept and left home in a hurry, not taking time to have his usual bowl of shredded wheat and coffee. Overhead, Swallows and mockingbirds twittered from tree to tree in search of their own breakfast. A welcome waft of honeysuckle accompanied bees filching nectar. He should have bought a lot here years ago, back before the price of lakefront property skyrocketed. But even now, the lack of adequate water and sewer lines and paved roads kept the number of dwellings to a minimum. Especially here on the northeast shore, nothing but loblolly pine all around for miles. He gnawed on the apple and, as always, tossed the spent core into the pool, where he was about to replace the lure. It never failed to draw a fish. Pole in hand, he extended the lure back over the water. He searched his jumpsuit pocket and found a pack of doublemint. He folded a stick into his mouth and rejuvenated his palate. It was almost a conditioned response. Death and dry mouth. A habit? He grinned at the irony. Then he relocked his eyes on the old man sitting in the boat 50 yards away. A minute went by. He flicked his wrist, and the associate standing beside him understood what to do. Timing was so important. Nothing unusual, except... The old man heard thrashing ahead in the dense scrub on the far bank, beyond the point where the creek left the pool snaking inland. People rarely frequented those woods, so he wondered if the visitor might be a deer, hog, or brown bear. 50 feet past the pool, the foliage thinned to a tiny beach. He gazed into the woods beyond and saw the orange of a hunter's vest. "Hey," a male voice said. "You there? I need some help." He whirled the jigger pole back into the boat. "Please don't go," the voice said. A man emerged from the thickets, cursing after becoming entangled on a thorny dewberry vine at the water's edge. "What's the problem?" he asked. "It's my friend. We were hunting hogs and he tripped. Damn palmetto root. I think his foot's broken. I can't carry him all the way back to the truck. I was thinking maybe you could take him in the boat and I could meet you wherever you put in." He studied the hunter. Mid-30s, square jaw, clean-shaven. A stranger. But a lot of people traveled from all around South and Middle Georgia to hunt Woods County. He was certainly dressed appropriately. Crew-neck shirt beneath a fluorescent orange vest, camouflage pants covering stumpy legs, mud-encrusted boots, black gloves. "Can he walk?" he asked. "Barely," the hunter said, panting, trying to catch a breath. "But I think I can get him here if you'll help me get him into the boat." "Go ahead. I'll come over." The hunter retreated into the woods. He shifted the 2 coolers, tackle box, and spare gas tank toward the stern, then reached for the paddle and inched the boat toward the clearing where the hunter had just stood. He beached the bow and climbed out to wait on shore. A couple of minutes later, the hunter he'd just talked with approached, supporting another man dressed almost identically. The other man appeared older, larger, and even with the first man's help, he had a tough time walking, crying out several times as they plowed through the underbrush. He waited by the boat until they emerged from the thickets, then moved forward to help. The hunter with the bad foot seized him by the hair. His neck arched back. Pain seared down his spine. Another hand came across his face. He felt cold cloth and smelled something sickening, like fish guts dried in the sun. His eyes locked onto the hunter's, steel gray with a swirl of indigo, casting a gaze of pleasure that terrified. The grip tightened. The smell turned dizzying. His knees softened, then buckled. He crumpled to the soft soil and stole a final glance upward. Then the light faded. He fished the walkie-talkie from his back pocket and reported, "Got him. Move in." Though it wasn't visible, at the mouth of Brooks Creek he knew another boat was drifting into position, its occupant there to keep watch with an unbaited line cast into the brown water, walkie-talkie ready in case a warning was needed. He yanked off his black leather gloves, exposing latex ones. His associate did the same. Together they lifted the old man and placed him in the skiff. Then they splashed water on the bank, the sodden soil smoothed with dead palmetto fronds erasing any trace of their presence. He climbed over the old man's body into the skiff and sat astern. His associate followed, but stayed near the bow. He paddled the skiff into the pool and, using the landing net, scooped the apple core from the water. He looked fleetingly to see if a good bite might be left, but the old fool had devoured the pulp down to the seeds. He stuffed the core into the old man's mouth, then maneuvered the skiff into the creek toward the lake. He negotiated the protruding limbs and drifted toward the creek mouth. His other associate was now in sight, and he stared toward the boat. A discreet signal confirmed that everything was fine. He tossed the paddle aside and cranked the skiff's 50-horsepower outboard. The engine shot to life. RPMs increased. Oil billowed out in a noxious cloud. Another hand signal ordered his associate toward the bow to prop the old man upright on the center seat. To keep the limp body high, his associate supported the old man's head from under the chin, crouching down in front. He looked behind once more, again assured by his other associate that no eyes or ears were nearby. Seeing all at the ready, he twisted the outboard into gear. The boat shot forward toward the pool. His associate supported the old man, keeping him steady. The outboard hummed at full throttle. The limbs rapidly approached, the old man's head directly in their path. In the instant before the two met, he popped the throttle to neutral and rolled out of the stern. The tepid water felt good. A welcome rinse for the sweat and grime that had cooked his camouflage fatigues since dawn. He surfaced shoulder deep and swept back his gray-streaked hair. His eyes dried and focused just as his associate released the old man's skull, which slammed into the overhanging branches, the body pounding into the transom, reverse momentum sending what was a few seconds before somebody's husband, father, and grandfather tumbling into the creek, which was exactly where he wanted it. If the blow to the head didn't kill, the water certainly would. Drowning, boating accident, or any combination would each be an acceptable cause of death. It really was like shooting bottles off a log. His associate rolled out of the boat into the pool. The skiff settled into a slow cruise, finally lodging in thick brush farther down Brooks Creek, motor humming in neutral. He surveyed the scene. Everything was according to the processing criteria. He signaled his associate, who treaded water until finding the shallows of the creek beyond the limbs. The old man's body floated face down in the murky water, apple core nearby. He waded over and laid his fingertips on the carotid artery. No pulse. Confirmation. He and his associate pushed through the creek toward the lake. Approaching the mouth, an increasing depth forced them to swim the remaining distance to the other boat. Their clothes quickly turned to anchors, but the distance was only a few yards. Once there, they climbed in, jerked off their gloves, and then sped away as the old man's body floated farther down Brooks Creek. The present. Day 1, Tuesday, June 6th, 5:50 p.m. Brent Walker hated rednecks. Not all, of course, but most, though by the most commonly accepted definition he probably was one too. They were a peculiar breed, locally born and bred, with their own language, moral code, and pecking order. To understand them took time and patience, two commodities he'd found himself in short supply of recently. Making matters worse, the scrawny little pissant standing behind him was particularly annoying, complete with the trademark sunburned neck. "Thought you were gone, lawyer," Clarence Silva said. "I'm back. Lucky us." He quit sliding the plastic tray across the stainless steel grid and stopped before the desserts spread out behind a glass partition. He faced Silva, one of the last divorces he'd finalized 10 years ago before leaving Concord for Atlanta. Silva had been an electrician's helper at the mill, who then had a wife and 3 kids. Brent had represented the wife. He reached for a slice of cherry pie and continued down the serving line. The restaurant was rapidly filling with a dinner crowd. Day shift at the paper mill had ended 2 hours ago, allowing for enough time to drive home, shower, and hustle the wife and kids into the car. 6 to 7 had always been rush hour at most of Concord's dinner establishments. And there weren't many. The 2 motels had restaurants. In addition, there was a cafe downtown, a country buffet on the Savannah Highway, Andy's Barbecue near the mill, Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's, and his choice for the night, Aunt Bee's Country Kitchen. Being the first Tuesday of the month didn't help with the crowd. The Woods County Rotary Club was holding its monthly gathering just off the main dining room. He once was a member. One of 3 lawyers. "Pansy," Silva said. The idiot had crept close into Brent's personal space, the aroma from Silva's dingy clothes, like spilled milk, strong. A familiar waft. It came from 8 hours at the paper mill. A mix of heavy bleaching chemicals and copious amounts of sulfuric gases. The smell of money, everyone called it. He knew part of the unofficial redneck code was never to walk away from trouble. Not now, not ever. So he turned and faced his past. "You got a problem, Clarence?" His voice rose, the tone intense enough that it caught the attention of the people behind Silva. Good. He wasn't the same man who'd left this town a decade ago, and everybody might as well learn that on his first day back. "Thanks to you, lawyer, I lost everything." He surveyed the fool. Not much had changed. Black oily hair down to the ears, still thin as a sapling. Same long neck, like one of the pileated woodpeckers that built nests among the pines around Eagle Lake. In contrast, Brent was 6'1", a fit 190 pounds, every muscle toned from a steady regimen at the gym. He liked working out. Sweating seemed to take the edge off, much like alcohol, tobacco, or drugs did for others. Thankfully, those 3 vices had never really interested him. "As I recall," Brent said, "you didn't have much to lose." "You almost cost me my job." "Bullshit." And he pointed a finger. "You almost cost you your job." 10 years in Atlanta prosecuting criminals for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and he'd thought the Middle Georgia in him gone. Nope, not a bit. Still there, ready for a fight. And though he hadn't had a fisticuffs in years, he didn't necessarily want to brawl right in the middle of Aunt Bee's. Bad for his new image as an assistant general corporate counsel, a fancy title he was still trying to digest. So, he tried a diversion. "What happened to the wife?" Silva smiled. Both front teeth were gone, and what remained looked like rotten corn kernels. "Married her again, 6 months after the divorce." Why wasn't he surprised? The redneck code allowed a wide latitude for forgiveness, no matter the offense, provided a man's pride had not been too soiled. Which seemed the case here. "Got another young'un, too, after." How you must be proud." His sarcasm was clear, so he turned back and started down the serving line. "Guess she just couldn't go without it," Silva said to him. Another mantra of the code provided that no matter what the problem, sex was always the answer. Whether good or bad, real or not, didn't matter. He knew he shouldn't, but he couldn't resist. "Killed any rabbits lately?" He recalled during the divorce the wife's testimony of how Silva liked to buy the children cute little Easter bunnies for them to play with. Then he'd fatten them up, twist their necks, and cook them for Memorial Day. "Grillin' thumper," he called it. Needless to say, the whole experience was traumatic on the kids and highly effective on the judge. Silva's visitation rights had been severely restricted. "How about you and me going outside?" Silva said. "I always wanted to twist your neck." He stopped, turned, and considered the challenge. Why not? He wouldn't mind beating the crap out of this idiot. Might be a good way to finish turning that page on his new life. Unfortunately, common sense cautioned otherwise. "Since you got the wife and the kids back," he said, "go get a life, Silva." "Got one. I'd just like to screw your face up. How about it, lawyer? You up to it?" "I don't think so," a voice said from behind him. Brent turned. Hank Reed stood planted, all 5'9" of him, head jutted forward, projecting that famous look of stern determination, like a face from Mount Rushmore glaring at Clarence Silva. "This ain't got nothing to do with you, Hank," Silva said. "Never liked this lawyer, and you know that." "I'm not here to argue. Get your food and move on," Hank said. He knew Silva wasn't about to mount a challenge. Silva surely remained only an electrician's helper at the mill, while Hank was the most senior of the senior day electricians and president of Silva's trade union. Messing with that would bring nothing but a mountain of trouble. So Silva moved on, shuffling past, angling for a table. Good thing, because Brent was just about to head for the parking lot and crush the little bastard. But he didn't really want a bruised face tomorrow. His first day on a new job, new life, no matter how much pleasure he would have derived. 6:05 p.m. The associate entered the Woods County Convalescent Center. The single-story building sat just outside Concord, near the regional hospital. It had been built 5 years ago, replacing a facility that had far outlived its usefulness. Its stats were impressive. 78 beds, a staff of 51, its equipment state-of-the-art. The average age of a resident was 79. The current population divided 60-40 women to men. Everything was geared toward comfort. There were morning coffee socials, craft classes, movies, video games, even candlelight dinners and birthday celebrations. As the center's promotional brochure noted, "We work together with the family to provide ongoing therapeutic programs that meet every resident's needs." Sounded great. But he was a long way from retiring, and when he did, it would be to a beach somewhere warm where he could enjoy the fruits of his many labors. After all, he was a pro. He'd timed his visit to coincide with the evening shuffle. The file had indicated that 5 to 7 p.m. each day was not only a shift change, but a time when family members came and went, many dropping by either on their way home from work or after supper. Nearly all the elderly residents were locals, most born and raised in Woods County, men and women who'd worked their whole lives either at the paper mill, or for the county, or in the school system. Those were the top 3 local employers. The first convalescent center had been built in the 1960s, fully funded by Southern Republic Pulp and Paper, which owned the local paper mill. It was eventually remodeled twice. The company's way to give back was how it had been billed both times in the press. The file he'd studied on the priority had contained photographs, license plates, and physical descriptions of the nearest relatives, but none of those faces had arrived during the past 3 hours of his surveillance, and none of their cars were parked in the nearly empty lot. He knew the building stretched a little over 20,000 square feet under roof, spread across 2 acres of flat wooded land that had also been donated by Southern Republic. The priority resided inside room 46 in the building's east wing. His name was J.J. Jordan, 74 years old, suffering from severe blood clots in his legs, aggravated by gout and kidney failure. He should have died 3 weeks ago when another associate had paid a visit to Jordan's home and switched out medications. That was a common method for processing, since the only question it raised was the liability of the pharmacy that had filled the prescription, which wasn't his problem. In fact, the whole idea of the priority program was to make a death somebody else's problem. He'd studied Jordan's medical records, to which he had easy access, and noted that the old man's condition had stabilized. His family had chosen to admit him to the local convalescent center since they were no longer able to care for him on a 24-hour basis. The incident with the bad pills had taken a toll, aggravating things, but not to the point of being fatal. So far, 19 days of constant care had racked up quite a bill, the amount growing every day with no end in sight. This was not his first visit to the convalescent center, so he knew its layout. Thankfully, they'd caught a break with the family choosing here as the place to admit him. An outside facility would have only complicated matters. Medical records indicated that Jordan was being fed a constant supply of nasal oxygen. He was also heavily sedated, sleep being deemed the best medicine. That might explain why there were no visitors this evening to room 46. Information was so important. It could be your best ally, which was why the files were prepared with such detail. He walked down the carpeted corridor and bypassed the residence rooms, heading instead for a closed door at the end of the hall. He was dressed in a suit and tie, one of the facility's security badges draped around his neck, which identified him as a physician from Savannah. He carried a small black bag. Medical professionals with regular business at the center were issued the badges, which allowed them to come and go as they pleased. Those from Savannah or Augusta were commonplace. He stopped at the door and glanced around. No one was in sight. Security cameras had intentionally not been installed. The governing board that ran the facility, comprising 7 Woods County residents, had thought the measure unnecessary. This was a place where people came to live their final years in peace. Nothing nefarious about that. So, why spend the money? He inserted the key that he'd brought and freed the lock. Inside was a mechanical room. He flicked on the light switch, then relocked the door. His internal clock began ticking. He could not stay here long. Every second increased the risk of exposure. Processing this priority in this manner was not standard operating procedure. But correcting the mistake of 3 weeks ago had demanded that more risk than usual be taken. He opened the black leather bag and removed a small cylinder. He then approached a bank of tubes and valves, all leading to the center's respiratory generator. From there, pure oxygen was sent through the walls to each of the rooms, available if needed. And currently, Room 46 was in need. Actual processing decisions were always left to the associate's discretion, though the final choice had to be approved before implementation. Once he'd learned that J.J. Jordan was here, the choice had been a no-brainer. Years ago, in central Alabama, an 80-year-old woman had died in the bathroom at a nearby McDonald's. Police ultimately determined that a bleed line used to carbonate the drink dispenser had disconnected and flooded the bathroom with carbon dioxide. Levels built to a lethal dose, killing the elderly woman when she entered. Talk about a freak occurrence. How many people died going to the bathroom? When the convalescent center was remodeled, this particular oxygen feed system had been purchased because of its quick-release valves. Normally there for purging, they also made for an excellent entry point. It had been 3 years since they'd last been utilized. By him then, too. That priority had been easily eliminated, and this one, tonight, should be the same. The cylinder he'd brought already had a short span of flex tubing leading from its valve, the male counterpart to that female attachment on the oxygen line leading to room 46. The cylinder contained dioxygen, colorless, but with a slight odor that resembled cut hay or grass. It, along with phosgene, was used as a chemical weapon in World War I, but had fallen out of favor in the time since. The great thing about it was that it didn't take much to kill, and it left no residual traces, dissipating quickly. He snapped on latex gloves, then disconnected the oxygen line for room 46, connecting the cylinder and opening the valve, flooding the line. But instead of life-giving oxygen, J.J. Jordan was now breathing poison. Being heavily sedated helped, as there should be no convulsions. Unconsciousness would be nearly immediate. No heart or breath monitors were attached to Jordan. Instead, the file stated that he was checked several times an hour by the on-duty staff. He kept the gas flowing. 2 minutes. 3. 5. That should do it. He disconnected and reattached the oxygen, which would quickly flush the line clean. He then deposited the cylinder and the gloves into his bag and prepared to leave. Back in the hall, he worked his way toward the main entrance, blending in with people coming and going from the rooms. No one paid him any attention. Normally, he was required to confirm physically with the priority that the processing had been successful. But that mandate had been waived for tonight because of the prior mistake. In the morning, he'd check and be sure. Right now, he had other appointments. 6:20 p.m. Hank Reed was glad to have Brent back. He'd missed his buddy more than he would ever openly admit. Almost 25 years of age separated them. Brent was a college graduate and a lawyer, white-collar. Hank barely made it out of high school, trained as an electrician, blue-collar all his life. But in many ways, Brent was the son Hank never had. They understood each other, always got along. No pretending existed between them. He liked that. Nobody else had ever been that close to him. 10 years ago, when Brent left town. It had hurt. But that was something he kept to himself. Thankfully, his son had returned. He watched as Brent dissected a medium-rare T-bone, the table's location right smack in the middle of Aunt Bee's main dining room. Exactly where he wanted it to be. "Back one day and already in trouble," he said to Brent. "I didn't realize Clarence still carried a chip for you." People get real emotional about lawyers, especially one who takes your kids away. I'm used to it. Brent pointed. "What happened to your hair?" His trademark mane had always been coal black, razor-cut, layered to perfection. A bit unusual for a blue-collar guy, but he liked to look good. It was no real secret that dye accounted for much of the tint, but a few years ago, he'd finally allowed silver to invade. I got tired of fooling with it. Besides, it's time I start looking my age. He was 64, but prided himself on looking and acting like a man much younger. Damn, Hank. You growing up on me? And it's good to see you too, fella. Brent smiled. He had always called him fella, buddy, or counselor. Only when it was something serious had he ever used his first name. You get in today okay? He asked. Left Atlanta this morning and drove in right after lunch. The district attorney's sad to see you go. I actually think he was. Doesn't feel like 10 years have passed since I left here. You ready to become a company man? Brent shrugged. I never thought I'd be one. Me either. But I think Southern Republic's glad to have you on the payroll. I'm surprised, considering what we used to do to them. I think that's what did it. They were afraid we'd re-team. They'd made quite a pair. He, the union head, Brent, the hotshot local lawyer who knew no fear. Together they'd wreaked havoc with Southern Republic and, along the way, forged a reputation for them both. You got here just in time, he said. Contract negotiations are right around the corner. It's going to be tough. More than usual? The paper industry is in the toilet. People are using less and less of this stuff. Everything is going paperless. China is killing us with exports and lower prices. Health care and retirement costs are through the roof. It's a struggle. And life's a bitch. Over Brent's shoulder, past the dinner crowd, he noticed a van wheel into the parking lot. Channel 8 Action News, Savannah, stenciled to the side beside a colorful NBC logo. Two men emerged and pushed through the restaurant's front door. One shouldered a small video camera, the other carried a spiral notebook. They looked around, and Hank motioned for them. They headed straight toward the table. Brent noticed his interest and turned. I should have known when you picked here to eat supper. These guys friends of yours? He smiled. Not yet, but they're going to be. 7:20 p.m. Brent stood in the back of the Union Hall and watched Hank take to the raised platform at the far end, like an actor entering a stage, perfectly at home in front of a crowd. On the way over from the restaurant, Hank had complained bitterly about the imbecile reporter from the Savannah television station. When he'd arranged for the news story last week, Hank assumed the same woman who'd come last time would be dispatched. Older and aggressive, she knew what it took to get her name noticed. But apparently she'd left the station, moving on to bigger markets. Consequently, instead of Lois Lane, the station sent Jimmy Olsen. Brent knew the game. Hank was softening the company's underbelly, feeding stories to the press, starting a PR battle to place them on the defensive before the real war over a new collective bargaining agreement began. For a guy who barely made it out of high school, Hank had a talent with the press, knowing exactly how to deliver the perfect 10-second soundbite. Make it short, sweet, and backbreaking. Tonight's story, gathered from listening to the interview, which happened right in the middle of the restaurant, dealt with the upcoming contract negotiations and the continuing downward plight of the blue-collar worker. "How about everyone take a seat?" someone called out. Hank was dressed in a short-sleeved checkerboard shirt, starched khaki pants, cordovan leather belt, and penny loafers shined to perfection. The usual garb he'd seen his old friend wear a million times. He was impressed, though, with the Union Hall. a handsome masonry building that reflected the 1920s-style architecture of Concord's downtown. Years ago, monthly business meetings had been held in the aged community center. But he knew that a few years back, during the last collective bargaining negotiations with Southern Republic, Hank had negotiated for half an acre of company property and enough financial assistance to erect the building. 3 unions dominated Southern Republic Pulp and Paper's workforce. United Paper Workers International, UPIU Local 567, was the largest. The International Association of Machinists, IAM Local 893, stood next. Hank's International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers had always been the smallest. But by any measure that mattered, IBEW was the most influential of the 3. "I call the June 6 meeting of Local 1341 to order," Hank said. The room quieted down. Attendance wasn't mandatory, but at least 50 men were there, including Clarence Silva, who threw him an icy stare that seemed to renew the earlier offer of a rumble. How surreal it was to be back. When he'd closed his law office, packed his clothes, and driven north to Atlanta, he doubted he'd ever return to Concord, Georgia. That was the whole idea about running away. You never went back. But a lot had happened during the past decade. His father died. His mother had grown lonely, her health deteriorating. And he missed home. Concord was where he'd been born and raised. He knew every nook and cranny. He'd practiced law there for 5 exciting years. People knew him, and he knew them. Only 13,000 populated the county, many living there all their lives. A quiet spot in rural middle Georgia. Its sole claims to fame were Eagle Lake and a prosperous paper mill. "As you're all aware," Hank said, "on July 1, this local's collective bargaining agreement with Southern Republic Pulp and Paper will expire. Its 5 years are up." "Remember that," came a shout from the rear of the hall. "No 5 years this time." "He's right. That was bullshit," another voice said. 5 years is too damn long to restrict things." Thankfully, during his exile, Brent had never allowed his subscription to the Concord Record to expire, so he knew what had happened. 3 years was the usual length of union agreements. But last time Southern Republic had lobbied hard for 5, and, to get it, conceded to Hank's demands for an extra percentage increase on wages and financial help with the union hall. But that move turned out to be unpopular, a rare miscalculation of union sentiment on his old friend's part. "I get it," Hank said. "No 5 years. But if the company knows we're not, under any circumstances, going to approve another 5-year deal, what concessions do you think I'll be able to get? How will I bargain if they know up front our no-deal points?" Brent noticed it was never we, or us, or the local, always I. This was Hank's union, plain and simple. Some shook their heads in opposition, but others nodded in agreement. Something Hank taught him long ago came to mind. Logic is your friend. Use it. "Look," Hank said, "I'm a few days away from entering contract negotiations. I agree. 5 years in duration is long, but I have to have some bargaining room to make things happen. Cut me some slack here and have a little trust. Have I ever let you down?" Hank was perhaps the most interesting person Brent had ever known. He'd seen him be absolutely ruthless, showing no compassion at all to a perceived enemy. Yet he taught a Sunday school class at the First Baptist Church that was so popular, a waiting list had always existed to get into it. Hank had worked at the mill since he was 19. For the past 25 years, he'd headed Local 1341, and for 16 of those years, he served as mayor of Concord. But when voters decided they'd rather have a full-time city manager than a part-time mayor, he obliged them by not seeking a fifth term. Inside the mill, he carried the designation of Senior Day Electrician. As best as Brent could recall, only 5 people had ever accumulated the requisite 30 years necessary to reach that level. Hank currently at the top of the seniority. Company management respected Hank. He had a talent for stirring up trouble when things didn't go his way. Some might call that terrorism. Hank liked to think of it as active persuasion. He was quick to file a grievance, and even faster at supporting what he filed with indisputable evidence. Where the other 2 union presidents could be bullied or charmed, Hank was susceptible to neither. He was a dealer, pure and simple. "You going to look out for us this time?" one of the men asked. He stared across the hall at Hank, who smiled back like a father would to a wayward child. The usual response would be some feel-good platitude said for the benefit of a friendly crowd, a shallow reassurance of the obvious. But Hank knew his audience. Do fat babies fart? 9:25 p.m. The associate now wore jeans and a pullover shirt. He'd left the convalescent center around 7, stopping only long enough on the side of the road to change clothes. Light traffic on Highway 56 north from Woods County allowed for a leisurely pace. Darkness had enveloped only 30 minutes ago, daylight lengthening as the first day of summer approached in 2 weeks. He slowed the Ford Explorer and crept into Dixie Pond, Georgia, a tiny unincorporated community 90 miles north of Concord. It wasn't really a town, more a convenience store, gas station, and post office, a smudge in the trees between Savannah and Augusta. He'd come in search of what the locals called Barlow's Trailer Park, named after the elderly woman who owned and operated it. It sat on a wooded site a couple of miles off Highway 56, part of a 10-acre tract, 43 lots rented by the month, well and septic tank hookups included. The park's one claim to fame came 2 years before, when a tornado uprooted 3 trailers. Miraculously, no one was hurt, but the mangled metal and snapped trees made for great video on all the Augusta newscasts. That event, along with all the other relevant information, filled the file lying on the passenger seat. He veered off the asphalt, the utility vehicle's shocks working hard from powdery lime rock, the consistency of a washboard. He threaded down the winding path between 2 walls of shadowy trees. Occasionally a house or trailer was betrayed by window lights. Deeper, he passed a set of nasty dumpsters, headlights exposing dogs roaming the warm night in search of food and companionship. The approaching row of 43 mailboxes signaled the entrance to the park. But he didn't turn in. Instead, he drove on and stopped in the first pocket off into the woods. No interior cabin light betrayed his exit. He'd switched off the bulbs earlier before leaving the hospital. He stood next to the open driver's side door and calmly slipped on a black denim vest, the same one he always wore, zippered pockets full of the special items he'd need. He rolled his right wrist and checked the time, then sauntered back toward the trailer park's entrance, confining his steps to the grassy shoulder. His eyes oscillated like a cat on the scent of nocturnal prey as he mentally began to supplement what the file contained. Just a few window lights glowed. Only one trailer burned an outside light. Spidery antennas and satellite dishes jutted skyward. Obviously, no cable television lines had made it this far out. No natural gas lines either. LP tanks squatted beside most. Few external adornments like porches or skirts signaled not much in the way of money or permanency. According to the file, many of the park's residents were blue-collar manufacturing workers employed throughout nearby Augusta. Most needed to be at work by 7 the next morning. None were noted as night owls. His destination was Lot 23. There, except for an occasional one-night stand, Brandon Pabon lived alone. 28 years old, Pabon supported himself solely from the weekly workers' compensation benefits paid by Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company. This was the third claim Pabon had pressed against 3 separate employers over the last 10 years. On the first, he received a mere $18,000. The second brought him $85,000. Now the latest was being milked for a solid 6 or a possible 7-figure settlement. Already, almost $167,000 in medical bills had accumulated from chiropractors, neurologists, physical therapists, and vocational rehabilitative specialists, all from a supposedly devastating injury received when Pabon lifted a bag of cement from a wheelbarrow. The latest escalation, the one that generated tonight's visit, concerned the severe depression Pabon now allegedly experienced. In pleadings filed with the State Board of Workers' Compensation, excerpts of which he'd read in the file, Pabon's lawyer had passionately argued that the depression proximately resulted from his client's forced unemployment. Psychiatrists and psychologists supported that assertion, their prognosis calling for prolonged hospitalization, which meant more skyrocketing of the already astronomical medical expenditures. All total bullshit, for sure, designed by a clever workers' comp lawyer to milk the company for a massive settlement. Thankfully, the file also reported reality. Surveillance reports documented Pabon's regular barroom dancing, the manual labor he performed every weekend lifting things far heavier than a bag of cement, and the fistfights he seemed to love, mostly over women. The reports also described Pabon's hopeless addiction to heroin. Not so amazingly, none of his doctors had made any mention of the dependency. Certainly Pabon, an experienced injured worker who'd filed workers' compensation claims before, knew enough not to volunteer it. And since the doctors he'd been sent to apparently knew drug abuse was not a compensable injury under Georgia's workers' compensation law, which meant no insurance company would automatically pay their bill for services, no danger existed of them ever asking. As far as the doctors were concerned, Pabon had a back problem caused by a compensable on-the-job injury, one fully covered by the employer's workers' compensation insurance. Unfortunately for Brandon Pabon, he was another creature of habit. By 9 o'clock nearly every night, especially on days after receiving a benefit check, he would be totally high. Like tonight. The associate marched into the trailer park, turned left, and headed toward the rear of the wooded lots. Pabon's single-wide waited dark and quiet. Never losing a step in his determined stride, he found the gloves in a vest pocket. Not the same pair used earlier at the hospital. Those were in the car, along with the suit he'd worn, ready for incineration when he returned to Atlanta. These were new. He stretched the squeaky latex tight, then slipped a lockpick from another pocket. The file noted that Pabon's trailer door came equipped with only a flimsy cylinder lock and no deadbolt. He stepped up 3 concrete blocks, doubling as stairs. He liked to time himself on how long it took to trip a lock. His personal best, 12 seconds. 21 were needed to open Pabon's front door. A little slow tonight. He slipped inside. A miasma of coffee, alcohol, nicotine, urine, and sour clothes greeted him. Stuff lay scattered, including opened cans of pears, chili, and soup. Lots of fast food containers, trash, newspapers, even greasy auto parts. So much that he found his penlight and used the beam to thread a path back toward the bedroom. Pabon lay sprawled on the bed, mouth open, breathing heavy. No shirt, socks, or shoes. Only a ragged pair of blue jeans, unbuttoned and unzipped, crotch soaked. He surveyed the cramped cubicle. On the formica table beside the bed lay the remnants of the night's drug trip. None of the heroin remained, only an empty syringe. Where were the medicine bottles? He slid open the pocket door to the bathroom. The tiny sink was a collage of grease, hair, dried toothpaste, and caked soap. The toilet lid stood up, its bowl muddy from a recent use without being flushed. A row of prescription medicine bottles lined the porcelain tank top. He held his breath, approached close, and studied each until finding the partially filled bottle of Valium that Pabon's medical record said he possessed a prescription for. It had been ordered for muscle spasms, but all it really provided was a legal supply of the barbiturates that, along with heroin, Pabon's body desperately craved. Plastic bottle in hand, he returned to the bedroom. He tossed the pills on the sheets and from another vest pocket found the hypodermic. It had been gathered a few days ago from a trash can in Atlanta by another associate. What it previously contained was anybody's guess. What it now held was enough heroin to kill. And to ensure Pabon didn't wake before the drugs took effect, he'd thoughtfully laced the depressant with Valium. A couple of squirts, air gone, ready. He set both the penlight and syringe aside, then gently grasped Pabon's arm, prepared to react if the young man suddenly woke. He didn't want to snap the neck. The processing criterion called for a non-violent death, but if necessary, he would. Luckily, Pabon stayed deep into his heroin-induced sleep, apparently enjoying the ride. He clamped the penlight between his teeth, found a vein, then inserted the needle. Pabon flinched, but the heroin already streaming through him kept his brain subdued. He emptied the barrel, then stuffed the spent syringe into the hand, pressing the appropriate fingers hard to leave sufficient residual fingerprints where they would be expected. Next, he laid the syringe on the night table, dropping the one already there into a plastic bag for later disposal. Even with all the talk about the dangers from needle sharing, junkies routinely used one another's syringes. Any subsequent autopsy would find Pabon's blood full of heroin. The addition of the Valium would be chalked up to pure stupidity. No one would think twice about the overdose, nothing to pique any investigator's curiosity. He stood at the foot of the bed and surveyed Brandon Pabon. Long-haired, scruffy beard, acne-worn face. A residual scar, most likely from a knife wound, decorated a scrawny chest. His initial estimate hadn't changed. A worthless piece of crap good for only one thing. Playing along with some clever workers' compensation lawyer who knew exactly how to manipulate the system. But others understood the system, too, and knew exactly what needed to be done to eliminate a claim. Pabon's demise would come from a totally non-compensable, non-work-related injury. At death, the disability checks would stop, including every fourth that by law went to his lawyer. Pabon's breathing became sporadic. The chest heaved. He checked for a pulse. Faint and waning. Just a few more minutes, and one less claimant would be around to milk the system. 9:30 p.m. Brent parked at the cemetery. St. Mark's Lutheran Church loomed dark beyond a curtain of oaks, the swan atop the whitewashed wood building barely visible in the glint from a half-sickle moon. After the union meeting, he'd taken Hank back to the restaurant to get his truck, and they'd said their goodbyes. It had been years since he'd last attended one of Hank's monthly union revivals, and it had been nice to see things hadn't changed. He climbed out of the Jeep and noticed the sky, flashing with distant lightning, rumbles of thunder in the distance. A storm was coming. Fitting. He wandered through the graves, the tombstones providing a vivid testimony to the area's rich history, markers dating back to colonial times. Hard to believe it had been 11 years since Paula drove away. An hour later, his wife was dead. A one-car accident on the Augusta highway. Her vehicle had slammed into a steel electrical pole, ramming the engine through the passenger compartment, killing her instantly. He'd known the sheriff's deputies and the highway patrolmen who'd worked the scene, and appreciated what they did afterward. In the box marked cause, they checked accident. But nothing was further from the truth. That highway was lined for miles with towering steel electrical poles, spaced 150 feet apart, 20 yards off the shoulder. The tire tracks from Paula's car bore into the turf in a straight line from the pavement to one of the poles. If she'd fallen asleep, or become distracted, or passed out, the tracks would have been erratic. Instead, their intent was not in doubt. She killed herself, in a horrible, violent way. No note, no warning, no explanation. Just dead. If he could relive that last day with her, would he have done anything different? That question had tormented him for a decade. They'd been married for 2 years and thought they were in love. But he'd been wrong. He'd tried to make things work and had remained faithful. Finally, he decided to take the advice of every relationship counselor on the planet and be honest, telling her it was over. No more. They were through. "You love her, don't you?" Paula asked. It had been the question he most dreaded, but he decided to be honest there, too. "I think I do. You sorry bastard." Those were the last words she ever said to him. God, how he wished he'd lied. He found her grave. A few chickweeds had sprouted near the white granite headstone. He stared down at the darkened grass and studied the lettering that summed up her life. Daughter, sister, wife. A part of him died that day, too. No question. His life changed after the funeral. He'd lingered for a while in a daze, then closed his practice in Concord and found a new job 300 miles away in Atlanta. He went from being a small-town street lawyer to a metropolitan prosecutor. He'd been good at his new job, made a name for himself, tried to forget his mistakes and do his best. More thunder rolled through the air. Now, he was back home to finally face his demons. 9:50 p.m. Brent left the cemetery and cruised through downtown. Concord had been designed by practical men 200 years ago with little imagination, its streets laid out in parallel grids that once served as an orderly transition from thick forest to town proper. A blue water tower remained the tallest structure. Brick row buildings with turn-of-the-century facades dominated, most the result of an extensive remodeling that occurred during Hank's tenure at City Hall. Persecuted Lutherans, who fled Germany for Georgia in 1734, first settled the area. His father's family, the Walkers, were direct descendants of those Salzburgers. Every kid at Concord Elementary was taught about the two Revolutionary War battles that had raged nearby. The county named for General Robert Woods, who led the local militia against the British. During the Civil War, Sherman miraculously spared most of it from burning on his way to Savannah, its tranquil laziness offering his soldiers a rest before their final assault to the sea. First Street was part of the old Quaker road James Oglethorpe himself used to connect his colonial towns. It was once home to a cotton gin and grist mill, and a railroad depot eventually came. Now all three were local museums. The depot's centerpiece, a historical marker commemorating George Washington's visit in 1791. He turned off First Street onto Live Oak Lane. Another right, and 2 blocks later he was home. His parents bought the 2-story Victorian home 30 years ago, its front facade dominated by a generous covered porch, its side by a detached 2-story garage. The neighborhood had been part of Concord for decades, the homes first constructed when the old Republic Board moved people into the area 60 years back. Once a haven for managers and superintendents, the solitude now provided comfort to retirees, or families just starting out with the time and energy to tend to a demanding old house. He turned in at the brick mailbox marked 328. His hybrid Lincoln was parked in the drive, his mother's Prius nestled behind. He wheeled around both vehicles and deposited the Jeep in the garage. Then he walked back toward the front porch and noticed someone standing in the driveway. A woman, dressed casually, her empty hands at her side. In the penumbra of light from the street, he saw she was about his age, short-haired, her face a mask of no emotion, like a ghost. If he was still in Atlanta, he would be much more cautious. But this was Concord, home. So he approached her. "Can I help you?" "Are you Brent Walker?" The voice was low, nearly a whisper, as if someone might be listening. He considered lying, but decided not to. "I am." "We don't know each other, nor is it important that we do. But I came to tell you to watch yourself." He was surprised. "From what?" "Your job. Be careful. It's not what you think it is." Now he had questions, lots of them. But without another word, she turned and walked toward a Tahoe parked across the street at the curb, beneath one of the streetlights. He hustled after her and reached for her arm, which he gently grabbed. "Excuse me?" She did not resist or cry out as he turned her around. Instead, her eyes bore into him. "Heed Proverbs 22:3, and may God have mercy on you." He was stunned. She wrestled her arm free, climbed into the vehicle, and drove off. He watched the Tahoe turn the corner down the street and vanish. What in the world? He stood there a moment and gathered himself, then walked back to the house, the sweet aroma of the nearby white magnolias nearly overpowering. Inside, he found his mother in the kitchen cleaning up. Hard to believe she would be 66 on her next birthday. Her silver hair was close-cropped, her eyes a sparkling sapphire, beanpole thin and perpetually happy. She would always be, in his mind, a woman who could never sit still. He decided to keep what just happened to himself, as he really did not know what to make of it. Instead, he told her about dinner and the union meeting, finishing with, "It's good to see some things never change. Hank is still the same. Most people around here fish or hunt as a hobby. Hank plays politics. And he's good at it." He sat at the bar. Rain's coming. Moths teased the light outside the window over the sink. "Are you going to miss Atlanta?" his mother asked. Not really. The Fulton County District Attorney's Office had been an adventure, for sure. Lots of 12-hour workdays and 80-hour work weeks, prosecuting every kind of crime known to man. He'd started out handling burglaries, but graduated to violent crime and then spent the last few years trying nothing but murders. He hoped he never saw another bloody corpse again. "I never thought I'd work at the paper mill." Neither did your father. He could still hear the lecture, delivered at least once every few months. His father had been a self-taught machinist who worked all his life for somebody else, punching a time card and collecting a paycheck every other Thursday. 3 weeks of vacation a year, sick days accrued, health benefits guaranteed, and a retirement check waiting when he finished. A good, decent living. Just one thing, though. He didn't want his only child following in his footsteps. Under the circumstances, his mother said, "I'm sure he'd approve." But neither of them voiced what they both knew. His mother was sick. She'd noticed it coming on for a while, but had said nothing to him until 3 months ago. Her mind was slipping. Enough that she'd seen a doctor who confirmed the early onset of Alzheimer's. Medication had been prescribed, which could only delay the inevitable. So his place was back here with her. His demons be damned. "I shouldn't complain," he said. "I've got a decent salary, medical insurance, retirement plan, and a title. Assistant Corporate Counsel to a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Who knows? Maybe even corporate counsel one day." "What about Hank? He okay with that?" "I was waiting for him to mention something at dinner, but nothing. I know he's going to expect things, though. Inside information. A heads up for trouble. In the old days, I'd spend an hour or two every day tied down with him plotting and planning something against the company. Contract negotiations are just around the corner, so I'd say he's going to become a problem. You don't forget who you work for now." "I know. I only hope Hank won't either." Strange, really. 10 years ago, he was a young lawyer in a small town hustling a living from courthouse to courthouse. Then he became a criminal prosecutor in a big city. Now he was an assistant general counsel for a paper company. 40 years old, and already with 3 different careers. Who would have thought? "Are you going to be okay?" he asked his mother. "I don't know, son. I truly don't." "You scared?" "I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't. I'll be here. All the way." He caught the loving look on her face that expressed her thanks better than words. "Southern Republic's a good company," she said. "They're lucky to have you." He stared out the window. Rain started to fall. He hoped she was right. Brent readied himself for bed, still troubled by the visit to the cemetery and the stranger who'd clearly sought him out. The sad, forlorn look in her eyes had jarred him. And what she said. Proverbs 22:3. He was no scripture scholar, though he'd once been a regular and dedicated church member. Not so much since Paula died. He wondered if his childhood Bible was still there, so he opened the drawer of the nightstand. There it sat, a gift from his father long ago. He lifted the book out and opened to the page where his father had written, "I pray this Bible will be a blessing and comfort to you, Dad." He gently caressed the page above the ink, as if somehow that would connect him to his father. Hard to believe he was gone. He then leafed through the thin pages and found the cited passage. "A prudent man sees danger and takes refuge, but the simple keep going and suffer for it." He'd been around 10 when his father had given him the Bible. It was an annotated study edition that contained a multitude of footnotes explaining the various passages. The notes on Proverbs 22:3 pointed out that God in his mercy has denied man the knowledge of the future. In its place, he has given man hope and prudence. By hope, man is continually expecting and anticipating good. By prudence, we derive and employ the means to secure it. There are many evils, the course of which we can neither stem nor divert. Prudence shows beforehand the means to be used to step out of their way and hide oneself. The simple, the inexperienced, the headstrong, giddy and foolish, they rush in without prudence to regulate, chastise, and guide them. Thus they commit many faults, make many miscarriages, and suffer often in consequence. He considered the words and warnings. What was the woman trying to say? And why direct the message at him? Both were good questions. 10:35 p.m. Hank navigated the darkened streets of Concord and headed for the paper mill. He had one more errand to run before the night was done, one he preferred to keep private. Marlene Roden made no secret of her affections for him. She was a year older, a robust woman with curly crimson hair, ample breasts, and an unabashed personality to match them both. She was company management, in charge of Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company's 32 data entry clerks, which gave her extraordinary access to an enormous amount of information. They'd quietly dated off and on for the past few years. She'd hinted often of her desire to formalize the relationship with a ring and a wedding. He preferred the current arrangement, since his one and only experience with marriage had not ended well. No more wives for him. He parked in the paved lot behind one of the administrative buildings. She'd left the rear door wedged open with a folded magazine. He found Marlene in her office. No one else was around. She routinely worked late and alone. What was unusual was his presence. She released her hold on the keyboard and stretched her long fingers, wiggling out the stiffness. "No kiss for me?" she asked. He knew the drill and stepped around the desk, pecking her on the lips. "That it?" she asked. "I'm tired, Marlene. Just had a long meeting. I want to go to bed." "Great idea. Let me finish up here and I'll join you." "Alone." She smiled. Can't blame a girl for trying. No, he couldn't. And try she did, every chance she got, which, if the truth be known, he liked. Who didn't want to be wanted? "My right leg from knee to ass is dead asleep," she said. "Ergonomic chair, angled keyboard." Right, none of it's worth a damn. One thing loomed in her fault column. She was a bit of a hypochondriac. What had he read about carpal tunnel syndrome? Supposedly, data entry clerks were in the high-risk category. But what the hell? Every job had its problems. He routinely dealt with enough voltage and amps to fry the body to a crisp. She stood and gathered up a stack of files. A drawer across the room hung open, and she squeezed the manila folders back inside. He knew company policy. Hard copies were retained for 6 months, then discarded to make room for new paper, all of which would eventually have to be entered into the computers, too. Southern Republic was not the most modernized when it came to record retention. Old school still prevailed. She popped the joints in her back and worked her legs. Beyond the lime-encrusted windows, the night sky loomed dark and threatening. Storms had been creeping in for the past hour. Now the worst had arrived. Rain began to smear the panes. Lightning crisscrossed the sky. The building vibrated from a roll of distant thunder. It had been a dry spring, the usual late-afternoon thunderstorms few and far between. A thorough soaking wouldn't hurt a thing, and his tomatoes could use a good watering. They engaged in this ritual from time to time. He would come to her house and she would provide a tour through the company files, which she could remotely access. She'd come to learn what interested him most. Sales reports, workers' comp claims, litigation, and anything and everything that had to do with the owners. Was it corporate espionage? Probably. But he didn't see it that way. More a familiarization with the enemy, a gathering of intel. Nations did it every day. You could learn a lot if you knew where to look, and together they did. His 36 and her 21 years at the mill, more than enough of an education. She came close and wanted another kiss. "Can we do that after?" he asked. "Nope. You owe me a big one." He was curious about that debt, but he paid it anyway. They were both divorced, with grown children and grandchildren. Never had she stayed over at his house, but he had been known to spend a few nights at hers. She could be a pain in the ass. Pushy women came with that liability, but most times she was a jewel. Even more important, she knew the company's computer network like the grocery shelves at the Piggly Wiggly. And there was nothing better, sex included, than good information. The kiss ended, and she handed him a flash drive. All there. Lots of facts and figures. Some interesting emails. And a memo I think you're going to love. Tonight's bounty. He smiled. "Everything you might need to prepare for the upcoming contract negotiations," she said. "So what is the debt I owe you?" "I made some progress on that other matter." He caught the conspiratorial look in her eye. For the past few months, ever since she'd first noticed the anomaly, they'd tried to gain access to a particular section of the company records. But a thick firewall had been intentionally erected, one that could not be breached by her finely honed computer skills. Not knowing something always irked him, particularly when it was being deliberately hidden, so it had become a challenge for them. Now he realized why she'd wanted to meet here tonight. "I've piddled with it some off and on," she said, "and I made it past the first security level. You want to see?" He motioned to the computer. "Give it a whirl, baby." She grinned at his term of affection as she sat at the terminal. A few keystrokes gained her access into Southern Republic's central banks. A few more, and she found the main directory. More lightning flashed outside. The building's power momentarily flickered. "You better hurry up," he said, "before the whole thing goes to backup generators. There are surge protectors that will shut things down." which his electricians had installed. The company's main servers sat just down the hall in a room kept at a perpetual 55 degrees. She scrolled through a long list of folders and positioned the cursor over one nondescript entry titled Priority. She pressed the View key and requested an index be displayed. The cursor blinked 1 moment, please, then announced in flashing letters, Password required. "We've never gotten that far before," he said. "I know. Any ideas what the password could be?" "I assume you tried all the obvious ones." She nodded. "Names, dates, places, anything I could think of. But that would be too simple. It's surely a long, complicated mix of letters and numbers, totally unique." He agreed. More thunder and lightning came from outside. It sounded like the center of the storm was directly overhead. She leaned back. "That's a bugbear. Nothing else in the system has that kind of heavy restriction, especially from me. I know every password into the central files." She pointed at the screen. "Except that one. Maybe they don't trust you." She chuckled. "Look at us, Hank. Are we trustworthy?" He grinned. "Absolutely." He'd suggested a few months back that she ask the main office for more information, but she was told to leave it be. For owners only had been the explanation, which made him want into it even more. "Somebody has to input data into that folder," she said. "God knows the owners aren't doing it themselves, but no one in my department or anyone at the main office has ever been inside there." He glanced at the wall clock. 10:44 p.m. He should leave before plant security made their rounds at the top of the hour. Last thing he needed was to be seen here, with her, at this hour. More lightning strobed the room, which caused a momentary break in the power. The overhead fluorescence flickered and the computer screen faded in and out, just as he predicted. Marlene reached to shut off the terminal. "You're right. We need..." Suddenly, the screen changed. The password request page had been replaced with a menu labeled Priority. "We're in," she said, astonishment in her voice. Forgetting about the storm, they both scanned the index. Not much there, which made its security even more puzzling. She opened the first file, scrolled through its contents, and printed a copy, then did the same for the other 3. None were long. He retrieved the hard copies from the printer. "Get out of that file," he said. "Now." She exited the central banks and switched off her terminal. "Does that get me another kiss?" she asked. "Honey, that gets you whatever you want." 11:54 p.m. The associate made sure Brandon Pabon died, then left Dixie Pond and drove north until finding Interstate 20. There he started back the 130 miles west toward Atlanta. Halfway he exited, turned south, and entered Reeling, another tiny middle Georgia town. One last appointment before the night ended. The Priority, Tim Featherston, took an early retirement from Southern Republic at 62 and spent the last 6 years doing nothing but visiting doctors. 5 years ago it was his pancreas, a year after that his heart. Then Featherston became convinced he'd contracted lung cancer, the end result of being a pack-a-day smoker. But test after test revealed nothing. Just recently, stomach cancer had become his latest obsession, and Featherston spent days trying to convince various specialists he needed an operation. Those doctors, though, were not privy to the fact that Tim Featherston learned an awful lot from the latest edition of the Concise Encyclopedia of Modern Disease. So when he showed up at their offices and vividly described symptom after symptom, all consistent with known and identifiable afflictions, it was perfectly understandable why they covered themselves on a possible malpractice claim by performing test after test. To a medical insurer, Featherston was an expensive nightmare. To a medical provider, he was a godsend, and no legal way existed to stop his extravagance. In fact, with all the changes in healthcare laws over the past few years, it had become even easier for Featherston to abuse the system. Even worse, vested retirement benefits and guaranteed health coverage assured Featherston of full coverage, and myriad federal laws protected him from cancellation. A seemingly never-ending cycle of Featherston satisfying his psychosis and the medical providers their greed. But all that ended tonight. Unlike the files on J.J. Jordan and Brandon Pabone, the one on Tim Featherston bulged with extracts from an extensive medical history. So deciding how best to accomplish the appointed task had been difficult. Virtually every part of Featherston's body had been repeatedly examined and thoroughly tested, so a medical death would require imagination. Violence was out of the question. That always attracted attention. But one little tidbit buried deep in the background report had provided enough to spark his imagination. Thankfully, Featherston lived alone. His wife left him years ago, and his children never visited. No girlfriends or female companionship were noted, all of which greatly aided in the decision-making process. He followed the directions in the file and parked on a dirt road about a quarter-mile beyond Featherston's home. Before climbing out, he changed shoes, replacing his boots with tennis shoes so that he left no tracks that could be linked back to Barlow's trailer park. He then slipped on the vest, grabbed a canvas bag from the back seat, and slowly backtracked up the dirt road. Featherston did possess one legitimate medical concern. He was highly allergic to bee stings. The records noted that he'd had 2 prior incidents of anaphylactic shock, both dealt with immediately with minimal issues. Worldwide, only a tiny portion of people ever experienced full anaphylaxis. Of that, less than 0.3% died from it. Epinephrine was the recommended treatment, and Featherston possessed a prescription for a pen, which he refilled each year. He approached the darkened house and quickly tripped the 2 locks that secured the back door. The file had indicated that Featherston had no alarm system, too expensive, and no animals, too much trouble. He stepped inside and carefully eased the door shut. The air was cooler and carried the waft of cooked food. He eased toward Featherston's bedroom, the roar of a window air conditioner masking his approach. The man slept hard, the snoring competing with the window AC. He stepped over, set down the canvas bag he toted, and found the syringe in his pocket. Preloaded, ready. Featherston lay on his back, mouth half open. Carefully, he peeled back the comforter and exposed the right leg, sheathed in thin pajamas. He positioned the needle above Featherston's thigh. The injection point could be anywhere since, as noted in the medical files, over the past 2 days Featherston had been subjected to several injections. One more would not matter. He plunged the needle into the skin and injected the concentrated dose of bee venom. Featherston roused from his sleep, eyes wide, but the venom worked its magic in an instant, and the body went limp. The symptoms should be immediate: throat swelling, shortness of breath, low blood pressure. Featherston's chest heaved as his breathing went shallow. The injection was meant to speed the allergic process along and leave the right residuals for any competent medical examiner. The venom itself, while reacting with Featherston's cells, was rapidly metabolizing and being absorbed into the tissue, working its fatal effects, then dissolving away. A bit more theater was needed, though, for this scenario to become sufficiently innocuous. He lifted the canvas bag up to the bed. Inside was a clear plastic container. It held 4 wasps that he'd managed to catch yesterday in preparation for tonight's visit. He unscrewed the lid and held it in place with one hand, while the other righted the container. He brought it down close to Featherston's fleshy bare chest and slipped the lid away, hovering the open top above Featherston's stomach, applying no pressure to leave an outline mark. The wasps became agitated. Surely for a variety of reasons, the most important of which was the fact they were contained within a small space and desperately wanted out. Everything around them was a barrier and non-resilient, except the soft flesh, which they attacked with vigor, stinging Featherston repeatedly. He egged them on by tapping the sides of the container. When they seemed finished stinging, he removed the vial and they fluttered away. The scenario seemed perfect. A few wasps had made it inside and stung Tim Featherston, who hadn't been able to defend himself. No time had existed to find his EpiPen. The wasps should still be flying around the trailer by the time the authorities arrived. He sat on the edge of the bed and waited for verification. And it came 10 minutes later, when the man died. He turned to leave. It had been a productive trip. An aggravating mistake corrected. An expensive workers' compensation claim eliminated, and a costly medical abuser stopped. He'd certainly earned his pay for the night. Day 2, Wednesday, June 7th, 7:25 a.m. Brent was in shirt sleeves, his suit jacket strewn across the Jeep's passenger seat. The lack of air conditioning under the ragtop made the drive steamy, so he'd slipped the coat off at the first stop sign. The Jeep had been his father's mill car. Everybody owned one, since the daily dose of caustic precipitants from the smokestacks destroyed a paint finish. To save the trouble of having to wash something of value every day, people either carpooled, walked, rode a bicycle, or bought an old clunker that a few blemishes wouldn't hurt. The Jeep's corroded maroon paint and faded roof still bore the scars from years of daily exposure. It was strange even driving it. But his mother had insisted, saying it was doing nobody any good rusting away in the garage. Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company's only mill occupied a picturesque bend on the Savannah River 3 miles east of Concord, with South Carolina in view on the opposite bank. The tract once supported nothing but stubborn palmetto bushes and crabby sand pines, a haven for deer flies and gnats. Now only helter-skeltered patches of that remained, the rest a sea of concrete and asphalt. His father used to say paper mills needed 4 things to survive: tons of pulpwood, lots of energy, around-the-clock manpower, and clean-flowing water. Brent's teenage indoctrination had included several tours of the hot, filthy, calamitous place. He'd always thought it akin to a living entity, one that produced paper by the hour and paychecks once every 2 weeks. 3 brick buildings the size of football fields stood 10 stories tall, one for each paper-making machine. Steel and masonry tanks of varied shapes and sizes dotted the spaces in between. Highways of pipe, wire, and tubing connected it all, everything iced with a coat of white lime, the thickness depending on height and location. Smokestacks spewed a scalding combination of steam and precipitant. A steady procession of trucks trekked in and out throughout the day, hauling tons of cut pine, all methodically sorted and stacked in towering mounds. Off to one side rose a mountain of chipped bark. Farther on sprawled acres of black ponds, places where water borrowed from the savannah rested until, according to EPA standards, it rid itself of enough impurities that had invaded during the process of converting pulp into paper. Another legion of trucks moved 18 hours a day to and from the ponds, carting the viscous sludge away for disposal so more water could drain, yielding more sludge. The company's administrative buildings rose inside the plant gates, but outside the heavy production areas. They comprised 4 shoeboxes, 3 stories each, built at varying times. The only noticeable difference was that the air conditioning compressors for the 2 built in the 1960s were bolted to flat roofs, while the 2 from the 1980s were cooled by compressors on the ground. Each rectangle was a tasteful combination of brick, stone, and glass, white lime coating the exposed surfaces. Brent had learned that, thanks to a corporate restructuring 4 years ago, the buildings now housed not only the mills, but Southern Republic's entire accounting, payroll, industrial relations, computer control, human resources, land management, forestry, building products, and engineering departments, along with the chief executive officer, 2 vice presidents, the comptroller, and the office of general counsel. He followed the morning procession of cars off the parkway and down the tree-lined main entrance. Ahead, white smoke fumed into the sunny morning, the roar of machinery clear more than half a mile away. He passed the same sign that had been there for years. Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company, building Concord's future. 6,345 man-hours so far this year without an accident. He shook his head. Brent Walker, company man. What had he gotten himself into? 7:45 a.m. Hank heard the front door open. He sat at the kitchen table finishing off one of his monstrous bowls of cereal. Heap in half a box of cornflakes, nuts, raisins, sliced bananas, whatever berry was in season, and 2% milk, and the result was a meal easy to fix, eat, and clean up. Ashley paraded into the kitchen. His daughter was a carbon copy of her mother and equally impetuous, with an alley-cat nerve and quick mind. It was the only thing about her he wished were different, as he did not like reminders of Loretta. 8 years ago she'd left him for another man, leaving only a note lying on the same table he sat at now. I found someone else, so I'm leaving. Divorce me and be done with it. I want nothing but my clothes, which I've taken. I don't want us to fight, and I don't want us to be angry, though I suspect you will hate me. Good luck with your life, and be happy. If it matters at all, I will be. Finally. It took a long time for him to deal with that rejection, and for the most part he had. But reminders of it were not appreciated. Marlene had taken him back to her place last night so he could bestow upon her a proper reward, and he'd done good. He'd stayed out a little too late, though. He wasn't 25 anymore. He actually needed sleep. But he was in a good mood, thanks to Marlene on all counts. His daughter looked upbeat, too. She used her size, not much over 100 pounds, to disarm people unaccustomed to her brashness. But growing up in Concord as the mayor's daughter had come with advantages that she'd learned to maximize. From the refrigerator, she found orange juice and poured herself a glass. Every morning, after dropping Lorianne at school, she stopped by on the way to work at the post office. He knew, though, today's visit was going to be different. She sat at the table. Okay. How is Brent? Other than wanting to whip Clarence Silva's butt, he seemed fine. Silva needs his butt whipped. But that's it? Fine? You know I hate that word. You were in politics 20 years. I heard you give a zillion speeches, and all you can muster for me is fine? What do you want me to say? Brent is ready to get married, and you two ought to be picking out the China pattern? You know what I mean. He's only been back one day. Give it time, honey. This is not going to be easy. There are a lot of things to consider. You don't think I know? Paula has been dead and buried a long time. Yet she's still in the way. I hope to hell you don't talk like that around other people. One thing he'd learned from politics was that sugar always worked better than salt, unless salt was all you had to work with, which usually wasn't the case. Ashley seemed oblivious to the difference. Who am I going to talk to about this? She asked. You're the only one who knows anything. He looked at her. You both made a lot of mistakes. They're not going to get fixed in a day. You know, I could talk with Catherine. No, absolutely not. He never wanted his mother involved then, and I'm sure not now either. Leave her out of this. He sighed. You two are some piece of work. Do either of you have any idea what you're doing? She finished her juice. Not really, or I wouldn't have screwed things up to start with. And that she had. Big time. He knew about Brent's breakup with Paula, and he was one of the few to know it had been suicide. No one blamed anybody. Sure, there'd been talk of something between Brent and Ashley, but when Brent left for Atlanta alone, the talk left with him. People moved on to other gossip. Now, he was back. He said, Little one, you have to give this time. Her eyes were watery. He could tell this was hard. I'm trying, Daddy. I really am. But I love him. 8:02 a.m. Christopher Boson gazed up in amazement at 30 stories compared with the monstrosities surrounding it. The Southern Republic Tower rose puny into the Atlanta skyline. But what the structure lacked in stature was more than made up for in elegance. The building was a relative newcomer, there less than a dozen years. An unusual hexagon shape, its architecture gradually smoothed until culminating in a point, appearing from the ground like a gigantic sharpened pencil resting on its eraser. The exterior was all glass, tinted in a classy dark blue hue, and provided both solar insulation from the constant Georgia heat and the building's more common and simple name, the Blue Tower. Southern Republic occupied only the 29th and 30th floors. The remainder was leased commercially. In years past, the company dominated more of the tower, but that changed 4 years ago, when most of the corporate departments were moved 300 miles south to Concord, only the sales force and owners themselves remaining in Atlanta. The salespeople were kept because, along with satellite offices in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, Atlanta proved a more convenient access point for the worldwide purchasers of the company's main products: paper, lumber, bags, and building supplies. The owners stayed because none of them wanted to live full-time in the heat and humidity of Middle Georgia. He entered the busy mezzanine and rode the elevator to the 29th floor. His two-room suite of offices faced northeast and befit his status as a co-founder and one-third owner of Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company. "Good morning," he said to his admin assistant. "Beautiful out there today." He kept walking into his private office, and Nancy followed. "What do we have on tap this morning?" "It's not going to be that easy," she said. "How are you feeling?" He stood at his desk. "You know I don't like you mothering me." "Any pain?" "Not yet," he said, before adding, "but thanks for asking." He knew she cared far more than either of them would ever admit. He'd never married, and she was divorced. He'd often thought himself the cause of her marriage ending, though neither one of them ever discussed it. His own bachelorhood at nearly 70 years old was perhaps the only overtly odd thing about him, a fact that repeatedly sparked gossip, some even suggesting he was gay. But Nancy knew better. "Could you try and not let Mr. Lee get you worked up?" she asked. "That's much easier said than done." "You want me to make a doctor's appointment?" He smiled. "Determined, aren't you?" "Just concerned, Chris." She was much more informal when other people were not around. "I appreciate it. But no, I don't need a doctor. I'm truly fine." "You don't look fine." He'd hoped she wouldn't notice what he had an hour ago while dressing. A gaunt look had invaded his face, noticeable from the tired eyes and sallow skin. Something more than just old age or stress was happening. Something bad. "I'll let you know when I have a problem." She shook her head. "Like hell you will. So I'll keep asking." 8:40 a.m. Chris followed Nancy off the elevator. Her low heels pounded the carpet as she headed toward a locked mahogany door. The 30th floor accommodated only the company boardroom and conference center, used for large gatherings and occasionally leased out to third parties. The view from its glass walls and observation deck worth the high rent charged. He watched as Nancy unlocked the boardroom door. The three executive secretaries alternated, preparing for the monthly board gathering. Hamilton Lees handled January, April, July, October. Larry Hughes, February, May, August, and November. Nancy was responsible for March, June, September, and December. Company rules required that one of the owners always witness the preparations. 5 other rules also governed. First, switch on the overhead fluorescence. Though the space was less than 300 square feet and a morning sun enveloped, the ceiling lights were always lit. A bohemian crystal chandelier, imported from the Czech Republic, dangling from the center, was more for decoration and remained unlit. Second, prepare the windows. A wall switch mechanically retracted a set of ivory shears across the tinted glass. Their opaqueness still allowed the bright morning to filter through, but shielded the interior from any curious viewers. For night meetings, another row of retractable lined curtains was available that allowed no light in or out. Both the walls and the glass were soundproof. Third, activate the signal jammer that prevented any cell phone reception or remote eavesdropping from outside the room. Fourth, prepare the stations. The conference table had been crafted by a North Georgia cabinet shop, carved from Honduran mahogany, its unique shape, like a cog from some intricate machine, both circular and individual, with no added prominence given to any one side. The fusion of the boomerangs formed 3 individual workstations, each equipped with a leather blotter, 4 drawers, a computer, and a high-backed chair. Nothing identified who used which side. Only within the drawers, which stayed locked, did the personalization of each station become apparent. Nancy withdrew a chamois from a drawer and swiped the table clean of dust. The shiny surface matched the mahogany facade of the room's polished walls. The floor was covered in a royal blue carpet the consistency of a Turkish rug, which likewise helped contain sound. She straightened each chair and blotter, then switched on the 3 computers. Chris glanced at his watch. 8:59 a.m. 5th. At no time, once prepared, was the boardroom left unattended. So he stepped to the door and waited. 9:01 a.m. Chris watched as the brass elevator doors parted and the remaining 2/3 of the corporation stepped onto the 30th floor. Larry Hughes and Hamilton Lee each wore a tailored business suit. The only variations in their dark conservative theme were their individual choices of tie, cufflinks, and jewelry. Together, the 3 men owned the entire company and had since the beginning. For organizational purposes, the everyday responsibilities had been subdivided years ago. Chris was the money man and oversaw accounting, payroll, purchasing, billing, and accounts receivable. Lee's realm was production, managing the paper mill, the sawmills, the bag plant, and the building products and forestry divisions. Hughes got all the rest: sales, land acquisitions, land management, human resources, and industrial relations. Within their individual areas, each ruled supreme. Only together, as the board of directors, could they establish company-wide policy. Lee smelled of his usual cologne. Hughes of cloves from the gum he habitually chewed. Chris offered only the expected pleasantries with minimal civility. He despised being confined in a room with them, and knew the feeling was mutual. Nancy left. He watched her stroll away. She would return to her office, locking access to the 30th floor. The elevator only moved between the 2 floors, installed solely for company use, and the building's main elevator array had already been barred from access. The 30th floor was now secured. He closed and locked the boardroom door. Lee and Hughes headed for their respective side of the conference table. No one spoke. He watched while Lee unlocked the drawers at his workstation and removed a spectrum analyzer. A brief sweep of the room confirmed no electronic listening devices. A check was required by the board itself, both prior to and after any meeting. No cell phones were ever allowed. Lee replaced the monitor in the drawer. The room's clean. Chris wedged himself into the high-backed chair and rolled close to the table. The other 2 men did the same. For this calendar year, Lee served as designated chairman. The job rotated annually in a set order and carried no additional aura or duties except to chair the meetings. This June meeting of the Board of Directors is called to order. Chris slipped a gold watch from his vest pocket and noted the start time on a pad: 9:06 a.m. The task of serving as secretary likewise annually rotated. He would make notes in his own form of shorthand. Later, Nancy would generate a polished version of minutes to be approved at the next meeting for the official record. Lee glanced at Hughes. Item 1. Projected third-quarter production figures. Update us, Larry. Hughes tapped the keyboard in front of him. Chris watched in silence, remembering last month's meeting where escalating raw material costs at the paper mill had become a major concern. The price of chlorine and natural gas continues to rise. At present, we're looking at over $2 million for the quarter in new costs that we can expect to be permanent, though the wholesalers swear chlorine should come back down by December. Lee shook his head. I'm negotiating with the natural gas people, Hughes said. We're their #1 customer in Woods County. I've told them biomass as a fuel is looking better for the long haul. It took an enormous amount of electricity, oil, coal, and natural gas to keep the Concord mill operating, a constant battle to stock an available and affordable supply of each. Coal had long been their #1 energy source, cheaper by far. 6 years ago, at Chris's urging, they'd spent $35 million to add a coal fire boiler to help reduce costs. But coal prices had steadily been increasing, and that boiler was looking more and more like a bad investment. Lee turned toward him. Chris, are revenues still holding? He stopped note-taking and tabled his gold pen, a gift from Nancy last Christmas. He turned to his monitor and found the relevant information. A push of a button, and he transferred the data to the other 2 terminals. On your screen is the projected flow sheet for the next quarter. What concerns me are timber prices. They're fluctuating wildly and will definitely affect the bottom line. He'd made no secret of his dissatisfaction with Hamilton Lee's handling of the forestry division. Timber was the main staple in the mill's daily diet. Nearly 2,000 cords of wood were laboriously cooked into pulp every 24 hours. The equation was simple. No wood, no paper. So a steady, affordable supply of trees had to be assured. Company timber from company land helped, but outside trees were the bulk of it. The open market price changing by the hour, which meant it needed constant attention. Something Hamilton Lee rarely provided. The damn timber owners seem intent on milking every dime they can, Lee said. And the bioenergy people are buying up trees as fast as they mature, driving the prices up for manufacturers. How about our reserves? Hughes asked. He winced at the question. Hughes's answer to everything was to dip deeper into the company cookie jar. Southern Republic owned or controlled, through long-term leases, thousands of acres of pine trees. But that wood was designated reserve for a reason, to be used only in emergencies to keep the mill running. The idea being to negotiate and buy other people's trees as cheaply as possible, not indiscriminately harvest timber that cost money to grow. For now, I'd rather just pay the open market price, Lee said. It's cheaper than cutting and replanting our own trees. Chris smirked. This was the same point that had sparked last month's heated argument. He wondered again how Lee would even know the costs, as most of the memos circulated on that point came back uninitialed. None of that sounds good, Hughes said. Chris, what's the bottom line? 9:20 a.m. Brent tapped the nails into the sheetrock and reformed his ego wall. He'd removed all the frames a few days ago from his downtown Atlanta office. The Bachelor of Arts diploma from nearby Georgia Southern University. Law degree from the University of Georgia, his Georgia State Bar admission, certificates of acceptance before the Supreme Court of Georgia, Georgia Court of Appeals, and United States District Courts. All had made the journey from Concord to Atlanta and back. Building B was one of the older of the mill's admin buildings. Its walls were papered with a fading mauve vinyl. The nicotine-stained acoustical ceiling tiles a reminder from the days when smoking had been allowed. The stairs were Georgia granite, the handrails slick brass from all the friction, the hallways sheathed in thin tile glued to hard concrete. His office was lined with a row of dingy aluminum windows, a set of dusty Venetian blinds bisecting the morning sun across the newly hung diplomas in alternating rows of light and dark. The overhead fluorescence hummed enough to be annoying. His steel desk was a gunmetal gray with a laminated formica top, the chair upholstered in a cracked dark green vinyl. A plain black metal table supported a computer terminal. The floor, like the rest of the general counsel's space, was carpeted with a tight-woven pile in a dirty shade of gray. His new boss, Southern Republic's longtime general counsel, told him earlier that first and foremost, this was a manufacturing plant. Luxury didn't last long around there. And the man was right. "You going to miss prosecuting all those criminals?" He turned. Hank stood in the doorway dressed in his standard mill uniform, short-sleeved shirt, stained khaki pants, lime-bleached work boots. Old clothes for sure, but degrees better than the tattered overalls and blue jeans most of the other workers sported. His old friend wore the same hard hat he had for years, Boar Hogger written in black marker above the company logo. It was a label IBEW members had bestowed on him years ago, referring to his unwavering attitude toward management. "What brings you by?" Brent asked. Hank shrugged. "The company expects me to appear sooner or later, so, for their benefit, I thought I'd make it sooner." "I'll never understand how you work all day and never lose the crease in those pants." "Lots of practice. Now answer my question. You're going to miss it, aren't you?" "Who wouldn't? It was a great place to work. Lucky for me, the Fulton County District Attorney wanted to break with the norm and hire someone with no prosecutorial experience. I remember the 2 days I went for the interview, going from office to office, meeting the other prosecutors, trying to small-talk my way in." He shook his head. "So unfamiliar, surreal. Quite a change from my usual daily life as a solo practitioner. You must have made a good impression." I was so naive. It's another world up there, totally different from anything around here. But he'd succeeded, rising to a supervisory position and overseeing other prosecutors. The DA had been sorry to see him leave. "You going to be okay?" Hank asked, concern in his voice. He looked at his old friend. "I think I am. Ashley is anxious to talk to you." He hesitated, then said, "I'll probably wait until tomorrow. I can only handle so much excitement in one day. The question is, will she wait? How about some unsolicited advice from a battle-scarred old friend? Go easy. Be sure." "Seems that was the mistake I made once upon a time ago." "Probably so. But you actually have the luxury of time here. Use it wisely." It was good advice. "I've missed you telling me what to do all the time. As if you ever listened." "You were right about Paula," he said. "That's one I wish I'd been wrong about." Hank had told him early on that she seemed unstable. Her grandmother had committed suicide, and her father tried once when she was a little girl. He hadn't listened, thinking she was different. He'd been so wrong. But he knew why Hank had really come, so he got to the point. "You going to cut me some slack here?" "What do you mean?" "You know. Southern Republic signs my paycheck now. I want to do a good job for them. And I want you to do a good job. But what's wrong with helping an old friend out a little? Don't you think it'd be kind of dumb for me to funnel you information? The company's not stupid. They know we were once a team. Hell, it's probably the reason they hired me, to stop us from re-teaming. Besides, I won't have anything to do with contract negotiations. They'll have me buried up to my ears in workers' comp cases, which had been made clear at his interview for the job. Hank shook his head. I thought I taught you how to hedge a hell of a lot better than that. Maybe he had. Hank taught him a lot through the years, especially about loyalty and friendship. To him, the man was a brother, father, and friend, all combined into a vociferous personality that many found offensive. But not him. He learned that there was a surprising degree of empathy and affection hidden deep inside that gruff exterior. Nothing overt ever, just a look, a gesture, unspoken but understood, one that said, I'm there if you need me. You didn't answer my question, Brent said. Are you going to give me a break? Hank turned to leave. We'll talk again, soon. But he did want to know, how is Ashley? Screwed up, Hank said, as he walked away. 9:40 a.m. Chris stared across the table and answered Hughes's question. Our financial situation is okay, but not good. He stared hard at Hamilton Lee. It could be better. Meaning what? Lee asked, taking the bait. Meaning if you spent as much time in the office as you do on the golf course, we'd all be a lot better off. I resent that. I don't give a damn what you resent. This is a business, Hamilton, not a hobby. This industry is contracting inward by the day. Everybody is going paperless. Tariff barriers and protectionist subsidies offered to our foreign competitors have made for a totally uneven playing field. Export duties and taxes on wood exports are increasing annually. None of this is good. Aren't we compensating with making packaging and sanitary materials? Hughes asked. To a point, he said. People ship everything today, and that cardboard we make helps. Paper towels and cleaning supplies are solid too, but they are not enough. We are definitely feeling the pinch. I do my job, Lee declared, but unlike you, I have a life outside this tower. Lucky for this company I don't have a life, or we'd already be in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Why don't we turn our attention to the union negotiations? Hughes said, clearly trying to diffuse the tension. Are we ready? He resented the interruption. But it was typical of Hughes, who had no guts for a fight. He was a follower, and of late, Hughes had hitched his horse to Lee's wagon more often than not, resulting in lots of 2-to-1 votes. We're ready, Lee said. Our new assistant general counsel is on the job. Brent Walker started this morning. Has Hank Reed been by to see him yet? Hughes asked. He will, before the day's out. Industrial relations assures me we have enough leverage with the paper workers and the machinists to get 5-year deals, Hughes said. Of course, getting the electricians to agree with that will depend on Reed and how agreeable he wants to be. Hank will work with us, Chris said. He always has. It could be different this time. 5 years was tough to get last go-round. We had to give an extra % on wages and even help build that union hall. This time Reed will probably want a swimming pool. Hamilton, these guys are just trying to scratch out a living. We pay them good for the area, but 5 years of locked-in wages is a lot to ask. Hank knows how to play the game. We should not underestimate him. But that's why Brent Walker is there, Lee said, his tone mocking. Your idea too, wasn't it? Thank God one of us was thinking. Hiring Walker was good business, Hughes said, breaking the moment again. We all agreed on that. He'll be a valuable asset, but this negotiation is going to be tough. I think we should be prepared to make some concessions, Chris said. Lee bristled. Like what? An adjustment in the medical deductible. Maybe assurances on guaranteed overtime. Perhaps some additional vacation or sick time. Small, relatively inexpensive things to us, but big to them. Lee shook his head. Reed will throw those bones right back in our face. Damn right, Hughes said. He'll want solid wage increases and twist our arms hard to get 'em. I hear he's already talking with the machinists and paper workers, getting ready for us. I've heard that too, Lee said, but I don't think those discussions will be a problem. Why is that? Hughes asked. I tell you what, Lee said. Why don't we address the collective bargaining negotiations at a special board meeting next week? I'll send a memo on the date and time. Right now, we have to talk about the priority situation. Chris laid down his pen. No minutes were kept on this topic. No votes recorded. Did we not authorize 5 priorities out of the 8 candidates at the last meeting? We did, and they've all been processed. But a problem developed. One of the 5 survived the first encounter and had to be reprocessed. He was surprised to hear that. Thankfully, the priority ended up in the Woods County nursing home and was easily handled, Lee said. What of the error? Hughes said. I have a meeting on that subject after we adjourn. The issue for us is the other 3 from the list. Why is it necessary to authorize more? Chris asked. Lee stared across the conference table. You just told us times were tough. Every dollar counts. The tone mocked him, but he knew how Lee liked to jerk his string. Lately, the length of that string had progressively shortened, particularly on the subject of priorities. He decided not to take the bait and simply said, There's no need to authorize more. But there is. We were going to authorize 8 last time, but stopped at 5. Lee turned toward Hughes. Raise the list, please. 10:08 a.m. Chris watched as Hughes punched the keyboard, inputting an access code known only to the 3 owners, which changed every few days. Once into the secured directory, Hughes opened the priority file. Instantly, all 3 screens displayed a column of 8 sets of numbers. 034156901, 456913276, 343016692, 295617833, 1789325515, 236987521, 492016755, 516332578. This is the list from May's meeting, Hughes said. The first 5 were authorized priorities. The last 3 were not. Who are the last 3? Lee asked. We didn't discuss them. Hughes opened another file and double-clicked the mouse. Background information windowed onto the screens. Number 6 is Melvin Bennett, 64. He took early retirement 2 years ago. Medical records show good health except diabetes that's under control. Assuming no serious complications, he should live another 14 years according to the mortality tables. Our projection on total retirement benefits, if Bennett lives the full 14 years, is right at $590,000. That's not counting any medical bills, and surely there'll be some. Right now, our average retiree incurs about $48,000 in medicals a year. If a priority is authorized, be aware we'll have a $50,000 death benefit to pay. But the residual savings, excluding medical bills, will be pushing $600,000. Chris's gaze soldered onto Lee. "What about numbers 7 and 8? Lee asked. "Number 7 is Paul Zimmerman, currently on our payroll at the mill in the powerhouse. Good worker, been with us 17 years. His file is clean, but he has 5 children, and medical expenditures for those dependents have run nearly $500,000 over the last 2 years. One child is handicapped, another has a growth problem. The hormone shots are $3,000 a pop, with 4 a month required. Medical records indicate these will continue for the next 2 years. Our estimate is over $1 million in medical expenses for his dependents over the next 24 to 36 months. Hughes paused. Chris took the moment and studied the background information on number 7, as the man would be referred to from this point forward. The obvious did not have to be voiced. At Zimmerman's death, there would no longer be any medical benefits available for his dependents. I'd suggest simply terminating his employment. Firing would solve the problem and realize the savings we're looking for. He can apply for government-mandated health care then and receive the subsidy. That's what the Affordable Care Act was designed to do." "True," Hughes said, "but there'd be a union problem and grievance fight. Though I'm sure something adequate could be concocted to support our decision." He pointed to the death benefit on the screen. "The widow can't live on $50,000 and feed 5 kids. Severing his employment would be more than sufficient for our needs and still let the man support his family somewhere else." "Which union?" Lee asked. "Electrical," Hughes said. Lee shook his head. "That's Reed. He'll be all over us demanding that job back along with lost wages, probably even a few days off with pay for the trauma the man went through. I've seen that movie before. No way. Feeding 5 kids isn't my problem. What about number 8, Larry?" "Michael Ottman, 71. He retired 6 years ago. Has a bad heart and bone cancer. Cost estimates are between $1 and $1.5 million for the chemotherapy and cancer treatments, then another $200,000 plus in terminal care cost, depending on how long he lingers. The numbers here are obviously fluid, but any way you look at it, they're substantial. There's also a death benefit we'll have to pay." The death benefits were a nuisance, part of a collective bargaining agreement negotiated in the early 1990s. They required the company to pay money to a worker's heirs based on a formula that took into account length of employment and amount contributed by the employee to the fund. It was a form of life insurance that had proved costly to finance. In the late 1990s, at Chris's insistence, the benefit was removed from all three collective bargaining agreements. Some of the older employees, though, still possessed vested rights to payment. The bottom line savings from all three, after paying death benefits, would be nearly $3 million, Hughes said. And that's depending on how bad projected medical expenses on numbers 7 and 8 turn out actually to be. Perfect, Lee said with a satisfied smile. Those savings would be welcomed. We can redirect those monies elsewhere. He was disgusted with the whole topic. More and more, Lee, aided by Hughes, resorted to the list to make up the dollars lost from either loose management or downturns in the market. The priority program had never been intended as that sort of redemption. Have files been prepared on these three? Hughes asked. Lee nodded. When they were pre-authorized in April, background work was done in anticipation of a May prioritization. They are now ready for immediate processing. He knew the procedure. No one was prioritized without first being pre-approved and the appropriate background file generated. That way, any issues or problems could be dealt with early. I move we prioritize the remaining three from May's list, Lee said. Hughes gave the motion life with a second. I'd offer an amendment to number 7 of firing only, not full processing, Chris said. The suggestion was not out of order. Not everyone was fully prioritized. Occasionally, criteria were set. Conditions imposing specific hows and whens on the manner of processing. Will you accept the amendment as offered? Lee asked Hughes. No. Neither will I. Any more discussion? He sat silent. Further argument was pointless. We'll vote on the motion as offered by a show of hands. All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carried 2-1. 10:30 a.m. Brent kept organizing his office, finding the things he needed in a supply closet down the hall. He didn't have an assigned assistant. Instead, he and the general counsel shared the services of 3 ladies, all supervised by an attentive older woman named Martha Riddle, who'd worked at the mill for nearly a quarter of a century. We're so glad to have you here, Martha said to him. I knew your father. He was a lovely man. He heard that a lot. He definitely was. We all miss him, as did he. How is your mother doing? I think she's glad to have her son back home. He and his mother had both decided to keep her medical condition to themselves. Nobody's business. He was curious, though. Was this my predecessor's office? She nodded. It was. Peter was an excellent lawyer, a really hard worker. How long was he here? 5 years. We all enjoyed working with him. He knew the man had died tragically by suicide. But beyond that, he lacked for details. Was he troubled? He asked. He was quiet, sullen. For him to smile or laugh was a rare event. He was a joy to work for, though. But I always thought him bothered by something. I never sensed he'd take his own life. He understood that observation perfectly. It's hard to see sometimes. Peter was a good lawyer. He worked the files with expert precision. It sounds like I have a lot to live up to. She grinned. I'm sure you'll do just fine. I bet you've seen a lot of people come and go from this office. You could say that. We're like a two-man law firm with only one client, but it's a big client." She was right about that. He pointed at the stacked file boxes, which had been delivered a few minutes ago. "How many active workers' comp cases do we have?" 231, she said, with no hesitation. He nearly smiled. This woman struck him as someone who knew every detail. A lot like his mother, who didn't miss much either. He mentally counted the boxes. 22. A lot, for sure, but not much different from his active cases at the DA's office, or when he practiced law. Back then, he'd handled pretty much whatever walked through the door. Small fees, large fees, sometimes no fee at all. He'd employed 2 assistants, and together they'd run the office. When he closed things down, it had been easy to find them new jobs. Their excellent reputations had preceded them. Now here he was, not as a boss, but as a mere employee. One small cog in a really big machine. "I'll leave you to become better acquainted with all your new clients," she said, pointing at the boxes. "These are the active cases. The retired files going back 10 years are downstairs. Anything older is in off-site storage." Good to know. "One question," he said. "Where did these boxes come from?" "After Peter died," she said, "we sent them to an outside firm in Savannah, and they've been temporarily keeping everything current. Now that you're here, we're back in business, so I had them returned. That firm is also available to us if we need them, for any help on the files. But that has to first be approved by the General Counsel." Got it. She left, and he decided to get the hard part over with. So he opened the first box and started transferring files to the 3 metal cabinets that lined one wall of his new office. Thankfully, the boxes were alphabetized, and he used the time to note the names on each file. He kept emptying the boxes, filling the metal drawers, closing them with an annoying screech. He was working up a sweat. The building's air conditioning not all that efficient when it came to ridding heat and humidity. 2 cabinets were full. He worked on the 3rd, stacking the files on top, transferring them to the drawer one at a time, and noticing the wide variety of thick and small. He was not looking forward to reading all that paper, but he would. He'd have to. No other way to be prepared. What had Confucius said? Without preparation, there is sure to be failure. Yep. He filled the 2nd drawer in the 3rd cabinet and slid it shut a bit too hard, causing the stack of remaining files atop to slide back toward the wall. He managed to stop the avalanche, but not before one of the files fell behind the cabinet. Just great. He removed the pile from the top and stuffed it into the next drawer. Then he slid the half-empty cabinet out and spotted the file, which had miraculously dropped spine first, keeping its contents intact. He retrieved the folder and noticed something else lying on the floor, propped against the dusty wall. A small frame. He lifted it out and saw that it was a family picture. A woman and 2 small children standing in front of Cinderella's castle at Magic Kingdom. A typical tourist shot that millions of families possessed. His parents had taken him there twice as a kid. But this one was different. The woman. She'd come to his house last night. 10:40 a.m. Hamilton Lee was not in a good mood. Chris is becoming a major pain in our ass. Bosun had left just after the meeting adjourned. He and Hughes had lingered. The boardroom was one of the few places they could talk freely with assured privacy. "It used to be amusing to see how far I could push him," he said. "Now it's just tedious. I really think the old bastard's losing his nerve. I think he'd like to retire, but he's afraid to leave things with us." "Has he suggested anything about retiring?" Hughes asked. He shook his head. but I've picked it up from the office gossip. He's had a long-standing thing for his secretary. She wants him to quit and marry her, but he listens to her about as much as he does us. Chris hasn't looked all that good lately. Perhaps we should suggest retirement. Money can't be a problem for him. Even so, the severance payment is in the millions. Hughes was referring to their shareholders' agreement that specified a multi-million-dollar cash payment in the event any one of them died or retired. "Maybe you should make that suggestion," Lee said. "He'd tell me to stick it. Something needs to be done, though. We need priority capability, without all the arguments. I really don't see why Chris has so many reservations. He harbored little hesitation in the past." "I agree, especially considering what's at stake." "Exactly. All those employees in Concord have a great life. They get paid well, have the best health care in the business. When they retire, we give them a solid pension. They are taken care of from cradle to grave. We bust our asses providing that financial security for them. It's not easy." He could see Hughes agreed. "One thing I do agree with Chris on," Lee said. "The paper industry is in trouble. China's killing us. The environmentalists are driving us crazy. Times are tough, and we're going to have to be a lot smarter to survive." "I caught what you mentioned earlier about Hank Reed's contact with the other two union presidents," Hughes said, "and how that wouldn't be a problem this time around. What do you know that I don't?" He grinned. "I decided to stay a step ahead of our little busybody." "That can be pretty tough. Reed's got eyes and ears all over the mill." "I made sure when the bastard goes snooping into our computers, he finds some especially enlightening material." Hughes chuckled. "What is it?" "Special memos I wrote just for him. He's going to love them." "Has he got them yet?" He rolled his arm and glanced at the white gold dial of a Boucheron timepiece. $20,000. A gift to himself. "I'll know that in about 10 minutes. 11 a.m. John DeFlorio wound his way through the revolving doors into the Blue Tower. He wore a single-breasted Brooks Brothers suit tailored to a perfect fit. His shirt was handcrafted, encasing his thick neck and long arms far better than any store-bought variety ever could. He chose his dress clothes carefully to not only project the right image, but also camouflage his muscular legs and sinewy arms. He was only 43, but his hair had already grayed, a fact that didn't bother him in the least. His face stayed clean-shaven, his hair cut short, his green eyes constantly studying everything around him. He'd worked for Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company 12 years. In the beginning, he was anonymous, but now he carried the title Chief of Security. Officially, he supervised the 92 guards the corporation employed across the paper mill, bag plant, sawmills, wood yards, railroad, and warehouses. Unofficially, he managed the company's priority program. His corporate biography that appeared in every annual report had been precisely drafted. Bachelor of Arts from Southern Virginia Institute, owned and operated DeFlorio Investigative Agency for 7 years. Having started with the company as a consultant, John brings a unique brand of experience, applying that expertise to ensure our people and products remain safe. But almost none of it was true. He held no degree. Southern Virginia had been chosen simply because the state abolished the college years ago, and no enrollment records still existed. The diploma that hung prominently on his office wall, a forgery. He'd never owned or operated a detective agency either. But the biography purposely did not specify where that agency had existed. He did, though, start with the company a dozen years ago, and in a loose way worked as a consultant, since he'd interned for 2 years as an associate under his predecessor, who'd run the priority program from its inception. When that man decided he'd made enough money and wanted to take some time and enjoy it, DeFlorio was promoted as his replacement. Eventually, he was given an official title and office, simply as a way to explain his presence, since the board came to find it more convenient to have him nearby and instantly available. Southern Republic owned facilities all across the southeastern United States, though its 2 largest revenue producers, a 1,000-acre paper mill and a 200,000-square-foot paper bag manufacturing plant, were in Concord. Annual revenues were in the $2 billion range, the threat from lawsuits, theft, and fraud constant. So much so that in years past, the company perennially contracted with an outside security firm for protection. 8 years ago, the service was internalized and placed under his direct supervision, publicly for cost-saving reasons, privately to accommodate the growing expansion of the priority program. He'd timed the start of his workday to coincide with the completion of the June board meeting. He knew the 3 owners had gathered, but the rule was clear. Any time priority orders were completed, an immediate report of the outcome must be made to the chairman. He rode the elevator to the 29th floor and confidently strolled off. Marble floors, paneled walls, and an arched coffered ceiling surrounded him. He crossed toward the management corner where suites accommodated the 3 owners. Chris Boson was strolling out into the hall as he approached. "Good morning, sir," he said as they passed. Boson acknowledged the greeting with a nod. The man was not a chit-chatter. Generally, only business had ever passed between them. Boson was a somber, paternal soul with a genteel face centered by a sharp Roman nose. Tall, upright, distinguished in appearance and bearing, with thick glasses magnifying his scrutinizing gray eyes. The wavy silver hair remained thick and accounted for the nickname trade journals and the press sometimes used when referring to him. The Silver Fox. A play on words that also referenced Boson's sly knack for business. He was by far the superior of the 3 owners in brains and guts, responsible for a majority of the company's success. DeFlorio kept walking and turned a corner, arriving at Hamilton Lee's suite just as Lee and Hughes stepped off the private elevator from the 30th floor. He and Hughes exchanged pleasantries before Hughes excused himself. Lee then led him into the office and closed the door. The prodigious space commanded a panoramic view of downtown Atlanta. He knew all about the decor. The desk was a French antique shipped over from the Languedoc. The sofa and chairs, 19th century English. The small conference table, an Art Nouveau dining room set converted to business use. Lee liked to take credit for the look, but he knew it had all been professionally coordinated by a North Atlanta interior designer. Truth be told, he never really cared for its obviousness and, while visiting, felt more like he was in a museum than in a working office. "Have a seat, John." "Some coffee?" Lee asked, parading over to the wall bar. He declined. Lee filled a china cup, then stepped to his desk that angled catty-cornered before 2 outer glass walls. He was already comfortable in one of the open-armed Georgian chairs in front. Lee sat. "All right, proceed." All 5 priorities from May's list have been processed. Number 1, heart failure. Number 2, kidney failure. Both deaths verified by associates at the scene. As you're aware, a problem occurred with number 3, but that was corrected last evening. On-site verification was impossible, but I checked this morning. The convalescent center's computer acknowledged death during the night, time undetermined, though I have no independent confirmation on numbers 4 and 5. Death was confirmed by my associates' personal observations. The causes being: Number 4 was a drug overdose. Number 5, anaphylactic shock caused by a bee sting. All 5 processings were consistent with the criteria placed on each. Lee sipped his coffee. Any more problems? Everything went smoothly, without incident. I'm always amazed at your creativity. How interesting it must be to innocuously orchestrate so many varied results. That's what I'm paid to do. Why did the problem occur with number 3? The criteria specifically called for a medication switch. There was a good reason for that. He realized that the availability of life and car insurance benefits sometimes figured into the board's decision-making. Double indemnity for an accidental death was occasionally used as a means to financially aid a priority's dependents. But the gesture was not entirely altruistic. Rule required processing methods be varied, and medication errors were an explainable variation that led nowhere back to the company. Instead, third parties would be implicated in any possible liability. How did the mistake in processing happen? Lee asked. The associate managed to change out the prescription, but his choice for the change was not powerful enough to induce death in this individual. That was an unacceptable miscalculation on his part. And what of the mistake? Lee asked. Corrective action will be taken. As I knew it would, Lee said, adding a tip of his cup. He didn't acknowledge the compliment. Flattery meant little to him. The board has just prioritized the remaining 3 from May's list. No criteria were placed. They've already been pre-checked, correct? He nodded. Their files are prepared and ready. Process at will. As I recall, last month I voiced an objection to the timing of these. That was last month. This is now. But the processing of the 5 from May's list has only just been completed, caused by the mistake incurred with number 3 in not getting it right the first time. He felt the slap, but said nothing. Lee seemed to sense his hesitancy and turned conciliatory. I have no doubt, John, you'll handle things efficiently as you have so many times before. The board has the utmost confidence in you. Now, on another subject. Has the bait been taken? He nodded. Last night, the file was accessed from Marlene Roden's terminal in Industrial Relations. The back monitor we installed showed a copy was made too. Lee shook his head. Marlene is making some poor choices. She's worked for us a long time. Just shows how shallow people's loyalty can run these days. DeFlorio knew that Roden was divorced, was the mother of 2 grown children, and wanted to be the next Mrs. Hank Reed. She made no secret of that fact among her co-workers, and she'd apparently decided that offering Reed unlimited access into company files might accomplish that goal, which they had used to their advantage. At least Reed is both predictable and determined, Lee said. He prides himself on staying a step ahead of us. He thinks we're too stupid to know what he does. Why do you tolerate him? Because he can also be quite helpful. He's an effective inside weapon that's kept our labor relations amicable. And he works cheap. All he asks is a little help with his image, and a favor or two now and then for his people, which we're happy to provide. And the employees listen to him. But this time, the deck's stacked. Lee shook his head. Reed will come to us, like he always does, wanting to make a deal. But this time he'll be trying to bargain with information that we provided. Rather clever on my part, if I do say so. He was tired of the self-promoting, which was another glaring difference between Hamilton Lee and Chris Boson. Is there anything else you need from my department? No. That'll be all, except for the immediate processing of the remaining 3 from May's list. Without mistakes. 2 p.m. Brent took a late lunch in town alone, still bothered by his discovery. He'd shown the photograph to Martha, and she'd explained that it was of Joan Bates, the wife of his predecessor Peter Bates, and their 2 children. It had been taken a few years ago, both kids now teenagers. When they'd cleaned out the office, somehow the frame had been overlooked. But no one had moved the file cabinets. Okay. He now knew who'd taken the time to find him to deliver a rather cryptic warning. The mystery of the day, though, was why. But he hadn't shared anything with Martha or questioned her further so as not to draw any attention. Yet, the whole thing was odd. He decided that now was as good a time as any to stop by a local bank and open an account. He needed to transfer his money from Atlanta back to Concord. There were 3 to choose from, but prior to leaving 10 years ago, he'd done all his business at Capital Fidelity and Trust. So he stopped there and opened checking and savings accounts, moving all his funds into them. He didn't have much, nearly $70,000 in savings and another $5,000 in checking. 3 CDs he'd taken out a few years ago had yet to mature, so he left those alone. He'd deal with them as they came due. He carried no debt, his car was paid for, and he satisfied his 1 credit card in full every month. Living with his mother reduced his overhead, but he'd already worked out with her the contribution he would make to the monthly expenses. She was debt-free too, living off both her own and his father's Social Security benefits, and the monthly retirement check that still came from Southern Republic's pension fund. His father had worked his entire adult life at the mill, and managed to garner the maximum in yearly benefits, which included health care for his mother until she died. He left the bank and headed back to the Jeep, parked down the street. "Brent Walker, as I live and breathe," a voice said. He turned to see an old adversary, Doris Dunn, curvy, leggy, attractive, and knew it. She capitalized on that with billboards and print ads that included a full-color headshot with her long blonde hair. Beside it, the words, pretty, tough. He'd seen them over the years on his visits back home and always thought the periods after each word should not be there. To him, the whole thing sent the wrong message. Or, knowing Doris, perhaps it had been the one intended all along. Years ago, they went toe-to-toe in court, mainly in divorces. She'd been the first female lawyer in town, but now a couple more had set up shop. They exchanged pleasantries and talked a few minutes about old times. Finally, he told her he should get back to work since I'm not the boss anymore. You also don't have to hustle fees every month anymore. He grinned, which I don't miss. She turned to leave. But he decided, what the heck? Doris. She stopped and turned back. He stepped closer. Did you know Peter Bates? Not all that well. I don't do workers' comp cases, but he always came to the monthly Bar Association lunch. Does it still meet? She nodded. Second Tuesday of every month. you should rejoin. He'd probably do that. He had actually once liked the gatherings, all the lawyers coming together to talk shop and visit. At his interview, the folks at Southern Republic had made it clear that they wanted him involved locally. Do you know the circumstances of Peter's death? It was awful. He drove out to Eagle Lake, took a shotgun, and ended it. They found him a day later, after his wife reported him missing. But what he really wanted to know was, any indication why he did it? No one knows. But he was a quiet man, always friendly, and no one had a bad word to say about him. But he wasn't the life of the party, if you know what I mean. He did. What about his family? From what I heard, the widow moved away from here after it happened. If he asked to where, the signal would be that he was far more interested than he was letting on, so he stayed coy and said, "That makes sense. Probably wanted to get as far away as she could." I know I would. As would he, since that had been exactly what he'd done. Thanks for the info, Doris. I'll see you in the trenches. 4:48 p.m. John shifted the transmission out of overdrive and pumped the gas. The SUV popped into gear and handled the tight curve, steadily climbing the steep road. He looked ahead at the A-frame perched indiscreetly on the side of a craggy incline. Redwood and cedar sanded smooth, stained dark, the oblong walls indistinguishable from the surrounding dense pines. There were neighbors, but none close, with each lot spanning at least 2 acres and carrying a high price tag for both the privacy and the view. The elevations north of Atlanta were not really mountains, more part of the Appalachian foothills. Many were inaccessible, but the A-frame sat on the side of one of the more populated inclines. The road leading up curbed, paved, and well lit, winding its way through an enveloping canopy of maple and sycamore, passing driveways that led both up and down to expensive homes. Title to the house officially lay in a nondescript corporation created first in Alabama, then purchased by a Texas company that was wholly owned by a Tennessee corporation, itself owned, through surrogates, by Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company. The trail was intentionally complicated and difficult to follow, particularly if full access to all relevant documentation was not available, which it wasn't. The house was not used officially by any of the corporate entities in its chain of title. Occasionally, it provided a place of privacy for Hamilton Lee and Larry Hughes and their mistresses. But mainly, the Priority Program used it. Though not regularly or predictably, no place had that distinction, as one of several locations where DeFlorio could discuss face-to-face with his associates their specialized business. He rolled up to the paved drive and stopped. In his briefcase he found the remote control. The iron gate swept back on command. Like all the company's secured locations, the A-frame was fenced, alarmed, and routinely patrolled by a private home security firm. He wound his way down the drive toward the house and parked in front, but intentionally left the gate open. Guests were expected. And even before he climbed out of the vehicle, a ruby Chevy Blazer motored through the gate and parked beside him. He grabbed his briefcase and locked the car, then pressed the controller closing the gate. Using his key, he opened the front door and walked inside. 3 men from the other car silently followed. All wore dark suits, nothing flashy or trendy, just traditional blue, charcoal, and gray, white shirts, matching ties, and black leather shoes. He rigidly applied a dress code to all associates and also conducted meetings in a precise manner. 2 of the other men fully understood. The remaining man was attending his first gathering. The two who understood were Milo Ritchie and Frank Barnard. He'd personally recruited both after a recommendation from several long-standing criminal contacts. Ritchie was 29, Barnard 30. Nothing about either stereotyped them with their profession. No scars or readily identifiable marks. No beards, mustaches, or fancy hairstyles. No flashy jewelry, earrings, or gold chains. A watch was required, but it need only be accurate, not expensive. Just plain faces on plain heads, attached to plain bodies with personalities to match. All difficult for any witness to later recall. Both Barnard and Ritchie were professionals, thoroughly schooled in the techniques of murder for profit. Ritchie had worked as a payroll killer for a South Florida drug cartel. Barnard, a freelancer used by a variety of West Coast organizations. Both came highly recommended. His offer of steady employment and good pay, a powerful inducement. The new man was Victor Jacks. Earlier, he'd specifically instructed Barnard to bring Jacks along. He was recruited 3 weeks ago, the priority program expanding to the point that, simply to keep up, additional help was needed. Jacks was older than the other two, but possessed a similar plain appearance and nothing personality. He was also experienced, previously working for a Chicago organized crime family. But just as with Milo Ritchie and Frank Barnard, the lure of regular work and steady pay finally enticed him to make a trip to Middle Georgia. Rule required that all associates be single with no dependents. Less complication and less chance of a breach in security. It also made them instantly available without the need for explanation. Girlfriends were tolerated. Anything steady or serious discouraged. One-night stands were much more common and preferred. Though he maintained a public presence within Southern Republic, no one, including the board, knew anything of his associates' identities. It was better that way. He exclusively hired and fired them, solely responsible for their actions, both good and bad. Gentlemen, have a seat. If you'd like anything to drink, the bar is over there. He gestured across the great room. Overhead, the ceiling pitched to a point, a second-floor loft bedroom overlooking downstairs. The south wall was all plate glass that opened onto a cedar deck. Beyond the railing loomed the hazy skyline of Atlanta 20 miles to the south, illuminated from the west by the evening sun. He switched on a couple of lamps. No one accepted his offer of a drink. Instead, the three men situated themselves on the sofa and chairs. He slipped off his coat and loosened his tie. He carried no weapon. Guns were forbidden. Another rule imposed on both himself and his associates. Rarely were they used in processing, the presence of one only drawing unnecessary attention. He settled into one of the cushioned chairs, extracted the manila folders from his briefcase, and tossed them on the coffee table. We have 3 new priorities. I'll allocate those in a minute. Did all of you get acquainted on the way up? They nodded. Victor will be joining us as a new associate. I've already oriented him generally on our operating procedures, but I wanted to add some further instruction by revisiting the mistake made earlier this month. He stared at Ritchie. Milo, please review the facts surrounding what happened with priority number 3 from May's list. 5:05 p.m. Brent's first day on the job was drawing to an end. Both at the DA's office and as a private practitioner, rarely had the day ended at 5. Long hours were not only necessary, but also expected. The same seemed to be true here. There were a lot of people and departments for only 2 lawyers to service. But as Martha had noted, the company also contracted with several outside firms, who assisted on the more time-consuming endeavors. The coming contract negotiations would definitely require longer days. Today had been all about organizing. Not much else. Martha and the others had already left for the day, the secretarial space down the hall quiet. The general counsel himself had been gone since mid-afternoon for an off-site meeting, so he was alone. Time to be nosy. Earlier, Martha had showed him around the company's virtual world. The general counsel's office had full access to all personnel, medical, and retirement records, information needed in order to do the job. So he found the main search engine and typed in Peter Bates. The screen lit with Bates's employment application, performance reviews, and various medical claims, then ended with a termination of employment and pension account. He decided to check the medical claims and learned that Bates had incurred some substantial psychiatric bills. He scanned a few of the reports and saw a consistent diagnosis of clinical depression, compounded by bipolar disorder. Bates had been prescribed and was taking up to the time of his death a strong regimen of antidepressants, which certainly explained the sullenness. He clicked on pension. The record that appeared noted the date of death, nearly 4 months ago. Cause? Gunshot wound. Suicide. A notation indicated that the company had specially extended health insurance coverage to the dependents, a wife and 2 children, for a period of 2 years at no cost. Extremely generous. What he wanted was the contact information, and he found it on the 4th page. A change of address form. Joan Bates now lived in Statesboro. Not far away. Good. They needed to talk. 5:10 p.m. John waited for an explanation. Milo Ritchie was openly uneasy. He should be. The associate had made a mistake, his first since joining the team 2 years ago. The file specified a substitution of medication as the sole criterion for death. I made the switch, upping the milligram dosage to a level that should have proven fatal. But it didn't, DeFlorio said. I thought it more than adequate, Ritchie said. And your source for making that determination? I obtained the information on non-recommended doses from the pharmaceutical company's website. Why not verify death at the scene? I assumed the dosage was more than sufficient to achieve the desired result. Was anyone around? Any risk of detection? Ritchie shook his head. The priority was alone for the night. His wife was out. I broke in and made the switch earlier. He takes his meds at 7 p.m. every day. He should have been dead by 9. Then why not take the time and be sure? It was an error on my part. That it was. For Victor's benefit, being new here, I'll finish the report. Last night I had Frank revisit priority number 3 from May's list. Death was induced by toxic gas poisoning, which accomplished the processing. He rose and stepped across to the bar. Milo, I thought you understood the rules under which we operate. I do, Ritchie said. It's my first mistake in 2 years. He poured himself a glass of mineral water, adding a couple of ice cubes from the refrigerator beneath. Frank, for Victor's benefit, please explain the proper procedure. Barnard turned to Jax. The file establishes the criterion for processing. If no criteria are established, then death is at our discretion. Of course, it has to be undetectable and raise no suspicions. That's why we pre-work a priority to learn lifestyle and habits. A lot of the information we need can be found in company records, or in the records of companies under Southern Republic's control. We have access to a wide variety of bank, medical, and insurance records. Most times, it's the pre-work that will reveal the most appropriate method to be used for processing. Usually, it's a chemical inducement. We have plenty of agents that cause instant death and leave no residue. Most generate biological failures. A derivative of acetaminophen is our most common compound. It induces heart failure with no residue. Beryl anhydride does the same to kidneys, chlorohydrate to the lungs, and all of those metabolize away as they work. Accidental deaths are risky, but they're used when necessary to be consistent with the processing criterion. Mr. DeFlorio encourages variations. We don't want to draw attention by establishing a pattern. To ensure diversification, all processing decisions, including the actual means of death, have to be cleared prior to implementation. Once processed, death must be verified and then promptly reported. Please repeat the last part, he said. Death must be verified, then reported. And why is that? He asked. Because the risk of detection is increased beyond acceptable limits if more than one attempt at processing is needed. He drained the mineral water in one swallow, banging the glass on the marble bar top. Like here. The risk of detection at last night's second encounter was great. Frank had to get in and out of the convalescent center without being noticed. Thankfully, the priority was housed in a facility that we control. He paused. At the first encounter, we have the advantage of planning, surprise, and expertise. A second encounter, even though nothing may suggest foul play, narrows our area of operation and confines the field. It takes away options. In short, we lose the advantage. No one said anything. And there's another point. In the case we're discussing now, the priority survived the first encounter and had to be treated medically, which adds to our cost, since now those additional medical expenses will have to be paid by the company because of our mistake. That's unacceptable. This is a cost savings program, not cost generating. The bottom line is clear. We have to get it right the first time. Period. I understand, Mr. DeFlorio, Richie said. I assure you I won't make that mistake again. DeFlorio reached down beneath the counter and gripped the pistol. He brought it up, aimed, and fired. The bullet passed right by Victor Jacks, who seemed momentarily startled. A rivulet of blood instantly streamed from a hole in the left side of Milo Ritchie's head. The bullet exited out the right, splattering blood onto the sofa. Ritchie's head cocked to one side, the body settling into the cushion, eyes frozen wide in death. No. You won't make that mistake again, he said, lowering the sound-suppressed pistol and returning it under the bar. No one moved. He assumed Frank Barnard had expected it, and Jax, as the rookie, was surely professional enough to understand. He motioned to the coffee table. The top 2 files are yours, Frank. And the bottom is for Victor. It will be your debut. They're self-explanatory. Please act immediately. And I don't want to have this discussion again. Day 3, Thursday, June 8th, 8:05 a.m. Ashley Reed climbed into the mail van and drove out of the parking lot, heading for her daily route. She'd been a letter carrier for 15 years, starting back when she was called a mailman to her indignation. The job paid great and came with the advantage of getting her home before 4 o'clock, so she could be there when Lori Ann climbed down off the school bus. The benefits helped, too. Medical insurance relieved the worry of doctor bills, and the retirement plan was first-rate. The only thing about the job she didn't particularly care for was the uniform. A dull blue and tight-fitting, but at least it forced her to keep to a diet, along with regular exercise. Overall, her life was good. No appreciable debt, excellent job, a wonderful daughter, lots of friends. A perfect life. Except for Brent Walker. He'd first been a problem in high school, becoming more of one years later, the memories of him constantly interfering with her 3 marriages. If she hadn't changed her name after each divorce, she would now be Kristen Ashley Reed Mathis Simmons Evans. But thanks to an express provision in the 3rd divorce decree, she again became simply Ashley Reed. Never had she used Kristen. Too formal. She preferred her middle name. Lori Ann carried a different last name. Manly Simmons, husband number 2, was a good man from a local family, but the marriage failed after only 3 years. He paid a modest amount of child support, all his idea since she'd asked for none, and he stayed perpetually behind. But she never pressed the point legally. Husband number 3 hadn't fared much better, only 2 years from courthouse ceremony to divorce. Another good man from a good family. And her first marriage, to Kyle Mathis, was so short and unmemorable that she still generally regarded herself as having only been married twice. Even though each marriage was unproductive emotionally, the second had produced Lori Ann, and the third, a 3-bedroom split-level house she occupied and Chevy pickup she still drove, the debts on both in her name only. She remained friends with all 3 ex-husbands. No need to part enemies, as the relationships never stood a chance. She loved Brent Walker, and realized now she always would. He'd changed little since they were teenagers. A pleasant face, centered by an engaging smile that always made her feel better. She went to great lengths, though, to avoid his hazel eyes, their stare able to penetrate straight to her heart. His eyebrows, like his hair, were a chestnut brown, but the brows flared at the end, making him appear perpetually curious. He stayed muscular, and she could still see him scooping up ground balls at the Woods County High School baseball games. They'd barely stayed in touch while he was in Atlanta. A handful of calls, a letter or 2, an occasional face-to-face when he was in town. Neither one of them was much on social media. 2 months ago he'd called and told her about his decision to return home. Trying not to repeat mistakes from the past, she hadn't encouraged him one way or the other, but she was thrilled he was finally coming back. They'd come close to being together several times, the last attempt happening 11 years ago. But his guilt and her immaturity nixed both that and every other opportunity. The past few years had been the toughest of her life, at least before he'd been nearby. But for so long now, he'd been nearly non-existent. Live Oak Lane was not on her usual route, but yesterday she'd detoured and driven past. Just seeing his car parked out front in the Walker driveway was comforting. She'd almost stopped, but decided against it. What was the rush? They had all the time in the world. Or did they? Patience had been one of her former mistakes, as had an indifference that came with consequences only the years since had taught her to appreciate. She did not intend on repeating either error. So she started toward the first house on her route, and resolutely decided that if she hadn't heard anything by 5 p.m., she'd find Brent before nightfall. 8:18 a.m. Hank parked in the driveway at 328 Live Oak Lane, climbed out of his pickup, and studied the Walker home place. 40 years the rambling Victorian two-story had sat among tall pines and moss-draped oaks. The clapboards were an unadorned gray topped by a gabled tin roof. On one side rose a brick chimney veined thick with orange-flowered trumpet vines. All across the front, alternating round and square bundles of sculpted shrubs backdropped beds of blossoming begonias, impatiens, and hydrangeas. The front yard was a dense carpet of Bermuda grass. The whole place looked like something out of Better Homes and Gardens. Catherine Walker was busy working the front flower beds. She wore a pair of faded jeans and a button-down cotton shirt. A floppy straw hat protected her pixie-cut silver hair and pale facial skin from the June sun. Cloth gloves covered both hands. "You're looking lovely," he said, walking over, as always. She stopped weeding and slapped the dirt from her gloves. "Still the charmer, Hank. Your impatiens are beautiful. I was afraid the lack of rain might keep them from budding. It has been dry lately. That storm Tuesday night helped. But I'm sure you didn't come by on a work day to admire my flowers and talk about the weather." "I don't know. Seems like a good reason for a visit to me." Catherine grinned. "Aren't you supposed to be at the mill?" "One of the perks of being a union president is the ability to leave when I need to." "Where are you supposed to be?" "Not here." "This must be important." He sighed. "I'm afraid it is." He followed her up the front stairs to a pair of white rockers. She offered him something to drink, but he declined. "I've thought about this for a while," he said, "and I finally came to the conclusion you and I need to talk, parent to parent. I'm violating a confidence doing this, but I think it has to be done." A crease laced her brow. "What's this about, Hank?" "Ashley and Brent. They're in love." He watched her reaction, but she said nothing. "You know, Paula was not the love of his life. I could see that. There were a lot of problems in their relationship." He nodded. "I was aware. Brent would talk to me about it. That's more than he did with me or his father." "I hear you. I get the same cold shoulder from my daughter. She tells me precious little. What do they say about the preacher trying to save the souls in his own town?" She smiled. "Children can be so difficult, can't they?" "When Brent lived here," he said, "I was more aware of the situation. But since he's been gone, I've gotten next to nothing in the way of information. He used to tell me about the problems with Paula, as I said. He shouldered a lot of the blame for that himself. I was never a fan of hers. There were a lot of problems with her family, and I didn't realize how Ashley felt about Brent until about 8 years ago. I'm ashamed to say I was too busy being mayor and running the union and didn't keep up with everything she did. Apparently both she and Loretta needed me, but I wasn't there." "No need to be that rough on yourself, Hank. Ashley turned out fine. She's an excellent mother and well thought of around town. And Loretta, she was a grown woman and made her choices." I missed a lot of Ashley's growing up. That was back in my wild days. I wasn't a good father. or husband. I've never heard you speak like this before. We're getting old. Time to face the music. He remembered the day Loretta left after 31 years of marriage. His extramarital affairs started when he was mayor, a clerk at City Hall, payroll clerk at the mill, local insurance agent, indiscriminate strangers that meant little to him beyond casual sex. All strokes to the ego that slashed one by one at his wife's heart. Characteristically, Loretta never said a word, keeping the pain to herself, only silently questioning why her husband needed the affections of another woman. Even on the day she left, she'd said nothing. No point, really. The stupidity of his ways seemed apparent, and he couldn't blame it on alcohol. He never drank. Or drugs. He hardly downed an aspirin. All he could do was beg forgiveness, which was never granted. Brent handled the divorce, uncontested, quick and quiet. Loretta moved to North Georgia and married a dentist. She'd always wanted to live in the mountains, but he'd refused. Concord's my life, he told her. So, she left him to it. You miss her, don't you? She said. Catherine and Loretta had been friends. It was all my fault. I ruined that marriage. Sometimes people just grow apart, she said. You and Loretta were together a long time. He shook his head. I drove us apart. I was a fool. Now I live alone, which is the price for my idiocy. You've dated since the divorce. I know that for a fact. I wouldn't say women are beating my door down. You had no trouble before the divorce. Only a friend of many years could be so blunt without offense. Maybe that was the attraction for them. I was somebody else's. It takes two, Hank. I look back and wonder what I was thinking. Loretta could have forgiven you. She could have chosen to work it out. Instead, she decided to leave and marry another man. He was surprised by her defense of him. I thought you women stuck together. I'm not condoning what you did, only saying Loretta didn't necessarily have to do what she did either. Turnabout's fair play. I don't think the Lord views it that way. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Forgiveness is a duty. Luke 17:4, I believe. He smiled. I never realized you were such a biblical scholar. I have many talents you may not be aware of. Catherine Walker had always been an interesting woman. But right now, his daughter was the major concern. One reason I think Ashley stuck with me was because of her own situation. She hadn't been the best wife to 3 men either. I think she understood what failure in marriage meant. That duty of forgiveness, as you say. He had often thought both he and his daughter were cursed with an inability to find what their hearts truly desired. Ashley had promised her mother that she'd look after him. Loretta grateful that her daughter would finish what she'd been unwilling to do. The minister who married them long ago had said, "Till death do you part." Yet religious fervor could not compensate for the toll deceit took on the heart. That point of no return when emotions gestated from love to hate, respect to loathing, caring to indifference. His former wife was now bonded to another man and another life. Every week he preached the gospel to his Sunday school class. Too bad he never learned to practice what he preached, until it was far too late. I want you to know, he said, that I don't think there's been anything sexual at all between Brent and Ashley for a long, long time. They're both better than that, but the feeling between them seems real. And Paula was aware of that situation. I know that. He was surprised. Mind if I ask how? She talked to me once about it. Paula could be quite difficult, that much was clear. She was hard to please, and she never really concerned herself with anyone else's feelings. It's amazing she was like that at all. Small-town girl from a down-to-earth family. Her parents were good people. Except they killed themselves. Catherine stared beyond the railing. I often wondered about the pain I saw in Brent's eyes. He tried hard to conceal it, but I could see it there. Ashley had her share too. I think she tried to forget with 3 husbands. Those were mistakes that should have never happened. But she has Lori-Ann. What a darling girl. How old is she now? 12, and she runs us to death. I bet her granddaddy spoils her. Every chance I get. He hesitated, deciding best how to finish what he started. Damn, Ashley. This should have been done years ago. He sucked a deep breath. There's something else. 10:37 a.m. Frank Barnard stared at the log cabin, 1,200 square feet under the roof in the woods of West Georgia, the muddy Chattahoochee River in sight. He knew the history of Priority Number 6. Melvin Bennett bought the property in his 40s, made payments until his 50s, then built the cabin in his early 60s. 2 weeks after retiring from Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company, Bennett and his wife packed a moving van and drove 200 miles west from Woods County across Georgia, spending the past 2 years quietly beside the Chattahoochee within sight of Alabama. He also knew how many and how far away Melvin Bennett's neighbors lived. He likewise knew the Harris County Sheriff's Department did not make regular patrols, and the nearest hospital was 40 miles away. He'd arrived last night and, to supplement the file, spent most of the evening doing on-site surveillance. Afterward, back in his motel room, he studied the information in more detail. Relatively healthy, Melvin Bennett was concerned only with a long-standing diabetic condition and a peanut allergy. Though he was insulin-dependent, no major problems presently existed from the disease. As for the allergy, he maintained a running prescription for an epinephrine auto-injector, which he kept nearby in case of emergency. DeFlorio's notes in the file suggested a processing consistent with that allergy. But devising a method to accomplish that, while at the same time not raising any suspicion, had taken thought. He considered himself a consummate professional. Nearly 5 years he'd worked for DeFlorio, performing flawlessly. He'd traveled all over the country, twice to Canada and once to Mexico, processing priorities under the most varied of circumstances. Only a small percentage of priorities lived in and around Concord. Most moved away at retirement to be closer to family. Some sought the warmth of Florida or the coolness of the mountains. Distance aided processing and allowed for a diversified pattern. Rule expressly provided that people who lived in and around Woods County could be prioritized only on a staggered basis, so as not to attract undue attention. He was well aware of DeFlorio's rise from associate to chief of security. He wanted to one day follow in that path. He certainly didn't want to end up like Milo Ritchie. But Ritchie had screwed up, and in this business, there were no second chances, especially for an ambitious associate looking to get ahead. But first things first. Melvin Bennett's untimely death. When he'd entered Bennett's cabin last night after the elder man went out, he discovered that Bennett's wife was out of town, her sister's telephone number tacked to the refrigerator door, a message on the answering machine checking on Bennett ending with love and "I'll see you Saturday." Knowing Bennett would be alone for the next 2 days, he'd finalized the method of processing, then telephoned DeFlorio and cleared everything, even receiving a compliment on his ingenuity. Now, he was back, watching from the thickets that engulfed the cabin as Melvin Bennett bolted out the front door, carrying a fishing rod and tackle box. Bennett headed straight for a small skiff tied to an aging dock. No time was taken to lock the front door. The file indicated that Bennett liked to say that if somebody broke in, he sure as hell wasn't going to have a door to fix, too. So, he never locked anything. The outboard roared to life and Bennett started upstream for what the file noted as his usual Thursday afternoon of solitary fishing. Once the man was out of sight, Barnard immediately entered the cabin. He went directly to the kitchen and popped open the refrigerator. Lining the shelf inside the door, exactly where the file said, stood 4 vials of insulin. Through gloved fingers he examined each. All full, their plastic seals intact, except one, half full. Obviously the one currently in use. He carried the used vial to the sink, then removed an empty syringe from his pocket. Puncturing the rubber seal with the long needle, he worked the plunger, slowly siphoning a full syringe, expelling the medicine down the drain. He repeated the process 2 more times until the vial was empty. From another pocket, he found a bottle of saline mixed with Ericus oil. Essence of peanut. He filled the syringe and injected the contents. He repeated the process until the vial returned to its original half-full level. The only difference, now it contained salt water and poison instead of life-giving insulin. He rinsed the sink thoroughly and replaced the tampered-with vial in the refrigerator. 8 hours later, when Melvin Bennett injected himself, he'd notice little. But within a few moments, he should be in shock. The high concentrations would hit in an instant. To make sure there would be no heroics, he unplugged the house phone from its jack. There'd be no cell phone calls either, as he would be outside, close by, with a jammer working. By morning, Melvin Bennett would be dead. All he'd have to do was maintain a vigil and confirm the inevitable. 12:04 p.m. Brent scootered out of the mill and drove straight into Concord. He had a general idea where to look, and it took only a few minutes to spot the boxy white van with its distinctive red, white, and blue markings. It was stopped in the opposite lane next to a dilapidated aluminum mailbox. He pulled the Jeep up beside. Ashley glanced to her left and instantly reacted, slamming the gear shift into park and jumping out of the right-hand seat. Without saying a word, she opened the driver's door and climbed into his lap, kissing him long and hard, one of her Grand Canyon kisses, as she liked to call them. Suddenly, he wasn't sitting in his father's Jeep on a tree-lined drive 3 blocks over from his parents' house. He was back in high school, over 20 years ago, in the front seat of his '65 Ford Galaxy, at Eagle Lake. "Why'd you do that?" he asked when they stopped kissing. "You didn't like it?" Ashley said. "I didn't say that. You worried about another girl?" "Not particularly. I'm not going steady." To emphasize the point, he displayed the senior ring still on his finger. "You, on the other hand, do have a problem." He motioned to the chunk of gold and topaz held in place by a rubber band. It belonged to a two-letter jock who played center field in baseball and guard for the basketball team, whom he doubted would appreciate having his girl kissed. "You worried about him?" she asked, unconcerned. He didn't want to be used as a way to make a boyfriend jealous. "Should I be?" "I'm not." She was hard to figure. They'd been friends since grade school, riding bikes, swimming in the lake, playing as children and teenagers do. Only during the last year had they become close, spending most of their time only talking. Before tonight, there'd been no indication either wanted to burn the bridge from friendship to lovers. She straddled his lap in the middle of the front seat, short, shapely legs bent at the knees. He gripped her supple waist, his fingertips almost touching. "What do you want, Brent Walker?" She loved to ask questions like that, always more interested in others than herself. It was one of the reasons he found her so fascinating. She reveled in sharing dreams and aspirations. Their conversations always steered toward where they'd be 20 years from graduation. She was so different from other girls. "I want to be a lawyer," he said. "Since when?" "Since a few days ago when I decided." "You're the first person I've told." "Going to defend the weak and protect the poor." He smiled, her dainty face only inches away. "Hardly. I'd like just to work in Concord and help out the people I know." She wiggled closer, her smell intoxicating. Lately, he even savored it when she wasn't around. She kissed him again, longer and harder than the first time. "You know I love you." Her voice was matter-of-fact. "No, I didn't know that." "You should." He wasn't even sure what love meant. He certainly loved his mother and father, his aunts and uncles, his grandparents, and his cocker spaniel. A few girls he'd cared for, but he'd never really considered the depth of his feelings beyond that. Toward Ashley, he certainly felt different. Something about her he couldn't explain, something he didn't want to explain. But if love meant being able to speak his mind unabated, opening his heart, and not feeling ashamed about expressing genuine emotion, then maybe he might love Ashley Reed. He kissed her again. "I ought to kick your ass," Ashley said when they parted. "You've been home a whole day and not even one phone call." He smiled. She was as light as ever, her smell still familiar, a faint floral scent, like roses and jasmine combined. "I didn't know postal regulations allowed wearing perfume." "I wore it for you. Figured I'd see you before the day was through." "You know you're nothing but trouble. Trouble you can't live without." "You're cocksure of yourself." She hopped down and stood on the street before him. "I'm staring 42 dead down the barrel. But I've held up." She raised her arms and twirled around. Yes, she had. Same happy eyes, cheerleader freckles, and honey-colored hair cut boyishly short. She didn't look a whole lot different from when she used to flit down the halls of Woods County High, turning every head along the way. That, and later visions of her, had stayed with him for years. Now the apparition was live flesh and bones standing before him. She stepped back close to the open car door. The smell returned, as certain as a new car and equally appealing. "I want you, Brent." And God help him, he wanted her too. But the guilt from Paula still haunted him. He heard again what she said the last day of her life. "You love her, don't you?" But before he could feel any worse, Ashley kissed him again, then asked, "So when do you plan to ask me out all proper and all?" He smiled. Not a thing bashful about her. He vividly recalled the time, not long after college graduation, when they'd first made love. In Eagle Lake, thrashing around like fish in heat. He'd worried the whole time someone would come along and catch them. "You going to give me a chance to get situated?" he asked. "Not much of one." Hell, what choice did he have? And did he really want one? "How about lunch tomorrow?" "You got it." She backed away. "Right now, I gotta tend to my route. If I stay much longer, we may end up in the back of that van." A twinkle in her eye accompanied the observation. "No lunch break today. I'm getting off early. Papa Evans is going to be buried at 2. I heard Mr. Evans died. He was old and frail. No surprise, really, but still awful. Gary asked me to go. He's ripped up." Gary Evans had been her third husband, his father Fred her father-in-law for the short time that the marriage lasted. Papa was the nickname, though. Everyone called him. They talked a few minutes more, then she kissed him goodbye and drove off in the van. He hated to see her go. She made him feel so good and so guilty. 5:46 p.m. Please bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It has been a month since my last confession, and these are my sins. Chris Boson paused. 8 times I let my greed dominate the brotherly spirit I should show others, and I practiced deceit more than I should have. Selfishness is a sin all of us are guilty of at one time or another, the priest whispered, the face on the other side a shadow through the stitched screen. I'm afraid, Father, my sins are of a magnitude more grievous than you realize. Neither Christ nor the Church distinguishes among sins. To our Lord, the violation is identical, the penance the same. I'm also afraid, Father, my time may be short. In what way? My health is failing. The priest offered no salience. If such be the case, there's little you can do to affect it. But there may be something I can do for my soul. Do you do this simply because your time may be short? I do it because my eternal soul deserves better than what my mortal consciousness has provided. You do realize that mortal consciousness is a measure of the eternal soul. But is not forgiveness the keystone of both the Church and God? Absolutely. Then I seek absolution in the name of the Lord. I absolve you of all your sins, including those of greed, selfishness, and vanity you have committed during the past month. For your contrition, please recite 3 Hail Marys and 1 Our Father. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, you may go in peace. The priest slid the panel shut. Chris reverently made the sign of the cross, said a quick Our Father, then slowly pulled himself up off his knees. He was inside the shrine of the Immaculate Conception, which sat in the shadow of the Georgia State Capitol, an olden brick and stone structure topped with spires, towers, and bells, one of the first Catholic churches built in Atlanta. He'd been a regular attendee for over 30 years, turning to religion for some measure of serenity. Surprisingly, though, he'd found a degree of personal satisfaction. And through the years, he'd willingly maintained his membership, becoming a prodigious contributor, his tithes legendary, all the priests becoming close friends. The voice of the associate who just heard his confession was new. The young man obviously yet to hear about Christopher Boson. He slipped out of the confessional. A young woman rose from the adjacent pews and approached. He held the oak door open until she was inside, then crept toward the main altar, his steps cushioned by the crimson carpet runner. High above, From the peaked central nave, murals of Christ and the Virgin Mary gazed down. To his left, rows of tiny candles flickered from a side altar. He knelt in the first row of pews and silently said the contrition of the 4 assigned prayers. Then he sat and quietly waited for the start of 6 o'clock Mass. 7:05 p.m. The Cadillac wove through evening traffic and drew to a halt in front of the church. Slowly, Chris climbed into the back seat and sank into the soft leather. The car belonged to him, the driver one of 4 domestic aides he employed. He lived in southwest Atlanta simply because Hamilton Lee and Larry Hughes lived toward the northeast. His home a 3-story neoclassical mansion built to reflect a love of things Italian. He'd modeled it after country estates visited in Tuscany. The main house perched among 10 lush acres surrounded by sycamore trees and an 8-foot-high brick wall topped by sharpened wrought iron. He'd incorporated all the required amenities: a halo-shaped swimming pool, fountains adorned with Roman statues, and a beautifully manicured Italian garden that had won 4 Coweta County Garden Club awards. He possessed no immediate family. His closest relatives, a few nieces and nephews, he rarely heard from. Most people were nothing but passing acquaintances. Occasionally a friendship would mature, none ever reaching the point of being close, though. Only Nancy. They'd been together a long time. He trusted her, probably even loved her. But he could never do anything about it. How could he? Bad enough he lived with the knowledge of his evil ways. No way he could involve anyone else. Instead, he opted for the solitude of his own thoughts and the occasional adulation others provided. He maintained a reputation as a respected member of the Chamber of Commerce, past Rotarian, long-time Mason, and active church member. Since he controlled Southern Republic's purse strings, he was the contact point for countless charities. He gave yearly to the Heart Association, Cancer Society, and Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. His picture regularly appeared in newspapers, brochures, and magazines, handing out check after check, all part of his crafted facade. In reality, though, he was simply a cold-blooded killer. Probably the most diabolical serial killer in history. How many priorities had there been? Hundreds? At least. More like 1,000. How long had it been going on? 20 years? No, closer to 30. So many lives indiscriminately ended to protect the bottom line. Where other companies laid off, scaled back, shut down, reorganized, went bankrupt, or simply closed their doors, Southern Republic murdered. How did it start? How had it gotten to this point? When had it become so easy? The car inched through traffic. His mood darkened like this after church. Something about the majesty of an omnipotent being implementing some grand design brought to the surface what tiny bubble of conscience he still possessed. He lost all sense of values years ago, somewhere between the first priority and the 500th. But of late he'd found notions of right and wrong, good and evil, life and death, re-entering his decision-making process. And it frightened him, especially given the realization of his own mortality. He reached over for the day's Atlanta Constitution lying on the back seat and tried to flush the disturbing thoughts from his mind. But it was hard to concentrate. Instead, he remembered back 30-plus years, and how everything had started. "I'm telling you, Chris, it's the deal of the century," Hamilton Lee said. He and Lee were huddled in a tiny office in downtown Atlanta, 4 stories up in a 10-floor dilapidated building. The space was more desk than air. Hamilton Lee sat in one chair, a cracked leather briefcase in the other. Lee was excited. He'd just returned from Concord, a tiny town in a tiny county, in a tiny part of Georgia. A paper mill had been built there after World War II that was at first a moneymaker. Wholly owned by a family out of Massachusetts, not much had been done in the way of modernizing or expanding. Premature deaths had claimed all its founders. Now, the heirs wanted out. Since World War II, New England paper companies had steadily discovered the richness and relative cheapness of southern pine forests. The warm climate was ideal for growing trees, water flowed plentifully, and the proximity of railroads, highways, and deep-water ports made the locale irresistible. One news account labeled the area the wood basket of the world. Mills sprouted everywhere. But it was a volatile market, one that demanded a company either keep pace or be left behind. Republic Board and Paper, headquartered in Concord, Georgia, had involuntarily chose the latter. "What's really great are the labor costs," Lee said. "The wage scales are a good $1 to $1.50 an hour less than anywhere else." Lee worked for Roland Paper Company, a multi-state conglomerate that owned 4 mills. He'd been an assistant superintendent at their Savannah plant for 9 years. Young, bright, energetic. His only fault was a perpetual impatience and a desire to be in charge. Unfortunately, that kind of ambition took time. Time Lee had no intention of expending climbing a corporate ladder, so he'd been on the lookout for a company of his own. How different they were. Chris was a deputy chief loan officer for Georgia Merchants and Savings Bank. Lee a brash, arrogant entrepreneur. Timber had brought them together. Georgia Merchants, a sprawling institution that financed much of the booming pulp sales market. It had evolved slowly. Landowners needed to sell their wood. Companies needed to buy. Cash was not always available, and the investment was risky since trees could burn, attract disease, or be devoured by insects. So banks had stepped in and assumed the risk, providing capital in return for an above-market rate of interest. Georgia Merchants maintained a wide portfolio of timber loans from all across the state, regularly doing business with Roland Paper. "Chris, we can buy this mill for pennies on the dollar. I talked to one of the heirs, and all they want is out. They have a note due at a New York bank that's gobbling them up in interest. They just want the principal paid. These people don't know anything about the paper industry." "I agree, Hamilton. It sounds good." And it did. Damn good, in fact. He was tired of loaning money and watching others make a fortune. He wanted to try his own luck in the business world. Wanted out of this cubicle of an office. Wanted more than a 2-room apartment on the east side of Atlanta. A big car would be nice. Maybe a butler and a housekeeper. Visits to Europe. Lots of dreams. And there was nothing wrong with dreaming, so long as it didn't interfere with sound thinking. He'd often wondered if what they were planning was foolish, particularly for a 28-year-old assistant mill superintendent and a 38-year-old deputy loan officer, neither of whom had ever owned a business before. "Can you get the money, Chris?" "How much we talking about?" Lee told him. "That's enough to buy and renovate." The amount surprised him. He had actually figured on more. "I can get it." A smile formed on Lee's face. Together they dreamed of forming a company, resurrecting a town, building a skyscraper, and becoming millionaires 100 times over. "We're going to need some expertise in sales," Lee said. "I don't know beans about selling paper, but there's a guy who works in our sales department that can sell like nothing you've ever seen. Larry Hughes. I think I can get him to go in with us." He recognized the wisdom in that. That's smart. Lee's smile got broader. "It's the deal of the century, Chris. The deal of the century." 7:35 p.m. A knock came from outside Chris's bedroom door. He ambled out of the walk-in closet as his butler entered. He noticed the change in jackets, the navy one worn to drive the Cadillac replaced with white, which he required to be worn inside the house. "Would you like dinner in the study or the dining room?" Home only a few minutes, he'd gone straight upstairs to change. He really hadn't given dinner much thought. His cook was talented, and he used to genuinely enjoy her meals. But not so much as of late. "I'll eat in the study." He omitted the "I'll try." His butler excused himself and left. His bedroom was his favorite place. Priceless murals of Susanna and the elders highlighted the walls. 2 original Biedermeier pedestal tables sat next to 19th century tapestry chairs. A Jacopo Brustolon crucifix bought in Rome hung over his bed. The decorating costs alone were more than he'd earned in all his years as a deputy loan officer at the Georgia Merchants and Savings Bank. But money was no longer a concern. His worries now centered on things that couldn't be readily controlled, like the pain in his abdomen that had steadily increased over the last hour. It started just before he left the Blue Tower, becoming uncomfortable during church. Kneeling in the confessional had aggravated it. Lately, almost everything seemed to have that effect. He shuffled back into the closet and slowly peeled off his suit, shirt, and tie. He loosely draped the clothes over a brass valet. The steward would come later and hang everything. He carefully slipped on silk pajamas and a monogrammed paisley robe. He switched off the light and started across the carpet toward the bath. The pain became unbearable, like a fist rammed into his gut. His eyes teared and he doubled over, resisting hard the urge to cry out. He gritted his teeth, crept into the anteroom, and carefully settled into a leather chair at his writing desk. He waited a moment, hoping the agony would subside. He switched on the lamp and reached for his cell phone, dialing the number stored high in his favorites. A pleasant male voice answered on the 3rd ring. "I delayed calling as long as I could," he said, "but I think I need to see you." "Have there been more problems?" his doctor asked. "The pain is becoming regular. I've been feeling different." He reported the blood in his urine, a difficulty in peeing, weight loss, and how the pain had settled in his abdomen. Then he said, "I was hoping for a little more time. Call my office first thing tomorrow and we'll arrange for tests. Chris, you've put this off long enough." Could they be done over the weekend? He was hoping his old friend would understand. "You don't give up, do you? I'll arrange it. It's my nature, and thank you." He hung up. Amazingly, the pain had all but disappeared. But it did that, showing little rhythm or predictability, coming and going, seemingly dictated only by the deterioration occurring uncontrollably within him. Yesterday, when Nancy had quizzed him, he'd lied about how he felt. The truth would only worry her, and he didn't want to do that. He pushed himself up and inched toward the bathroom. He might even be able to eat a little. He hadn't eaten all day, and the food at least sounded good when his butler mentioned it. So he washed his face and hands, then cautiously made his way downstairs, where he knew dinner was waiting. 7:50 p.m. Chris tried to finish the meal, but couldn't, little more than picking at most of it. Finally, he shoved the cart away from the chair. He was watching Jeopardy, as he did most nights. He enjoyed the game, and it definitely beat those expose news magazine shows or sitcom reruns that dominated most of early evening television. He enjoyed seeing how many questions he could pose. The only annoying thing about the half hour was how much the new host looked like Hamilton Lee. Both were tall and thin, with grayish-brown hair. High furrowed brows led down to deep, full eyes. Each sported a graying mustache and was swarthy complexioned, though he knew Lee spent a lot of time in a tanning bed at an expensive men's salon, where he also had his hair styled, mustache trimmed, and nails manicured. Lee even dressed like a game show host. Double-breasted suits, no vent, wide lapels in the European style, a splash of silk puffed out of a jacket pocket that matched at least one color in his usually loud ties. "European castles for 800, please." "It's the smallest of Ludwig II's 3 Bavarian masterpieces." "What is Linderhof?" he whispered, before the contestant dinged and echoed the same thing. He knew that only because he spent one July in southern Germany touring the castles and enjoying the Alps. His brief interlude without pain ended just as the double Jeopardy round drew to a close. He shook his head in disgust. It was going to be another long, sleepless night. Upstairs in his bathroom, hidden away so the staff couldn't find them, were the few remaining pain pills prescribed months ago when the last attack occurred. There'd been no need of them for a while. He sat like a statue and waited for the agony to subside. He thought again about his 2 partners and the rift that had widened between them. There no longer seemed any practical way to erect a bridge. He was the oldest of the 3 at 68. Hamilton Lee the youngest at 58, Larry Hughes in between at 60. Their respective ages, though, carried no associated seniority. The articles of incorporation were clear. Each shareholder controlled an identical 1/3 interest. Yet the 2 younger men had of late effectively teamed to freeze him out of any real say in company policy. This was particularly true regarding priority decisions, where, in recent years, he'd become reluctant to authorize the number Lee and Hughes routinely favored. But what could he do about it? Turn them in? Make a deal with prosecutors? Give them Lee and Hughes in exchange for immunity? Hardly. His crime was too great for any show of mercy. No prosecutor would even consider a deal, and he had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison. So what could he do? Vote no? That's about it, though the gesture seemed meaningless. People were still going to die, since 2-1 would always be a majority. He glanced around the study. Bookshelves lined one wall, fashioned from what used to be a choir stall imported from a convent in northern Italy. The walls themselves were part goffered velvet, part fresco. The decor was all original Italian antiques. He loved the room. It was where he read his paper in the morning and watched television in the evening. All beautifully coordinated, detailed, like his life. A neatly organized package surrounded by calculated extravagance. He'd come a long way from a deputy loan officer and had no desire to retreat. But he could also still hear the priest's words from the confessional. Mortal consciousness is a measure of the eternal soul. That it was. 11:38 p.m. Frank Barnard glanced at his watch. Melvin Bennett's cabin had been dark nearly 2 hours. Time to move. He entered through the front door, now locked since Bennett was home for the night, but the tumbler was ridiculously easy to pick. The cabin's central air conditioning engulfed him with welcome relief from the stifling humidity of the West Georgia night. His clothes were soaked with sweat from the last few hours of waiting, now transformed into the feel of a cool, wet rag. Bennett lay sprawled on the floor where he'd fallen after being seized by an attack. Considering the high concentration, the symptoms would have been nearly instantaneous. Tightening in the throat, shortness of breath, wheezing, abdominal cramps. Then, death. He checked for a pulse. None. He opened the refrigerator and checked the insulin vial. The level was definitely lower. He knew each contained 4 injections, and he estimated a quarter of the saline was gone. He deposited the vial into a baggie. From the floor he retrieved the spent syringe and dropped it in the baggie too. An autopsy would reveal the allergic reaction. The oil that had caused it would still be there, but in a much lower concentration, thanks to the allergic reaction. How would it be explained? Who knew? Cross-contact, most likely. People like Bennett would avoid anything and everything related to a peanut, but a knife or a fork may have some residue on it. Traces could have made their way into other prepackaged food. It didn't take much to stir a reaction. Certainly, there'd be nothing to suggest foul play. His watch read 11:46 p.m. The file said Bennett medicated himself every night with the insulin before the 6 o'clock news. So he'd been dead a while. He plugged the phone back in, then left. Job done. Day 4, Friday, June 9th, 9:45 a.m. Brent stood outside the double doors and stared through the small glass window into the courtroom. The Woods County Courthouse was a familiar place. 5 years he'd practiced before the same oak dais. Criminal cases, car wrecks, breaches of contract, divorces. Battle after battle that grew his practice, made him a living, and forged a reputation. The 2-story building had been erected after the war in the 1940s. Tall pecan trees dotted the lawn in front, the architecture distinctive in its neoclassical style. Sherman burned the original building to the ground while his soldiers cheered. In defiance, a life-sized marble statue of a Confederate soldier was later erected that remained until 2 years ago when it was finally removed. "Good to see you again," a voice said. He turned to see a familiar face. Kelvin Williams. The old deputy had worked bailiff duty a long time. "It's good to see you too, preacher." They shook hands. Everybody referred to Kelvin as preacher since he spent Sundays in the pulpit of Concord's Church of God, spreading the gospel. Williams was an amicable man with a reputation for generosity. Brent turned back and stared through the window, beyond the rows of empty seats, toward the front of the courtroom. Inside the bar, 2 lawyers were arguing to a judge. "Is that S. Lou Green in there?" he said, referring to the tall man who stood to the right of the judge's bench. His old friend approached the window in the other door. "Yup, that's Q Stick himself." Preacher had a name for everyone. "How's he rate?" He knew the scale. Okay meant Preacher had read a newspaper during most of the trial. Good was worth his attention about half the time. Damn good, he'd sit and listen to every word. Good. Don't take no crap off nobody. He recognized the other lawyer, a man from Savannah who, in years past, had done a lot of insurance defense work. Neither of the two judges of the Ogeechee Judicial Circuit were present, just an administrative law judge today who appeared once a month to resolve workers' compensation claims. Green seemed about mid-40s, ramrod tall, like a pool cue, his noticeably square face made even squarer by tortoiseshell-framed glasses. His thinning auburn hair hung long and was bundled into a ponytail that draped past the shoulders. He sported a powder blue seersucker suit, white pinpoint Oxford shirt, daffodil yellow tie, and brown and white patent leather shoes. "Interesting outfit," he said. Preacher was still looking in through the window in the other door. "Calls it his Atticus Finch look. Swears when they colorize To Kill a Mockingbird, Peck's seersucker'll be blue." Brent wore the typical South Georgia lawyer's work uniform. Khaki trousers, button-down white shirt, miscellaneous tie, navy blue blazer, and loafers. After moving to Atlanta, he quickly discovered suits and wingtips were the rule there, so his blue blazer and khaki pants had been relegated to the back of the closet, and penny loafers to the weekends. He stepped away from the door. "What's the scoop on Green?" "He came here about 4 years ago. Built up clients fast, all comp cases. Got offices all up and down the Carolina line. Word now between Savannah and Augusta is after an on-the-job injury, see your doctor first and Green second." Amazing he could build a practice that fast. You know the program. His clients don't just walk through the door. He's got a whole platoon of runners who stay on the lookout. Most of them ex-clients, and he spends a fortune on advertising. Scattered all along the Georgia-South Carolina border were a sugar processing plant, a trailer manufacturer, a textile weaver, a carpet yarn plant, lumber companies, 3 paper mills, a bag plant, a meat processing facility, a peanut producer, and a concrete plant. Not to mention hundreds of retail businesses, all with employees. Fertile grist for a workers' compensation lawyer's female. What's Green pay on a referral? Some of the runners get just $50 to $100. Got a cousin who made a couple thousand on a big one, though. Surprised the state bar hasn't gotten him. They'd pull his ticket for that. Preacher chuckled. I'm sure Q-Stick's got it covered. Real clever fellow. Green seemed both comfortable and knowledgeable standing before the judge, the disheveled image not out of character with the specialty of workers' compensation. There were no juries to impress, only an administrative law judge who rode circuit hearing appeals in the morning, then played golf or tennis in the afternoon, with the same lawyers who'd appeared before him that morning. The system was fueled entirely by greed, that of the insurers for high premiums, defense lawyers for billable hours, plaintiffs' lawyers for settlements, and employers for convenience. Skill was not nearly as important as knowledge of the fine print. It was paper pushing at a highly profitable level. And though short on physical appearance and courthouse image, careful managers like S. Lou Green could make a lot of money. "What you got there today?" Preacher asked. He gestured to the files he held. "Comp cases for the company." Preacher shook his head. "Like watching clothes dry. It pays the bills. You need to get back in front of a jury. You had a talent." He smiled. "And it's good to see you too, Preacher." He pushed through the doors and noticed that the hearing had ended. He walked to the front and introduced himself to Green, who shook his hand. "Welcome to the fray," Green said. "It's good to be back. I think we have 4 cases together today. Where would you like to start?" How about the quickest? Green turned to the administrative judge, a stodgy, salt-and-pepper-haired man who looked half asleep behind the dais. Your Honor, Brandon Pabon v. Southern Republic Pulp and Paper was scheduled for hearing today, but claimant Pabon died Tuesday night of a drug overdose, which is unfortunate for both Mr. Pabon and myself. 12:48 p.m. Hank wanted his relationship with S. Lou Green kept private. 10 years ago, when Brent Walker left for Atlanta, he'd agonized through a couple of tough years, attempting to use some of the other local legal talent. But none possessed the quickness of mind and innate skill he'd grown accustomed to with Brent. Green's arrival brought an ally with both brains and flamboyance. He met him one week and they teamed the next, both seemingly understanding the benefits to be derived from some mutual cooperation. The main office of Green's legal network was once the old Concord National Bank. The Depression claimed that institution a long time ago, and another never took its place. The building fronted First Street, a facade of carved granite that included fluted columns and a set of nasty gargoyles that glared down on everyone who entered. It stood a full 2 stories and provided more than enough room for Green, his 2 paralegals, 3 secretaries, and an array of computers used to process the hundreds of workers' comp claims he regularly maintained. Hank had checked out of the mill 10 minutes ago, noting the usual union business on his time card. As a local president, he was allowed flexibility in dealing with union affairs on company time. Federal law even mandated such. But one of the unwritten perks he'd acquired from years of cooperation and confrontation was the privilege to leave the plant virtually unchecked and unquestioned. He parked behind the office in the rear lot and quickly stepped toward the back door. Habit forced him to look up. Flying proudly, like every day, the flag gently rustled. He knew the story. On a vacation through Germany, atop a castle on the Rhine, Green had spotted a black eagle, talons extended, splashed before a yellow background. The sight enchanted him. So Green bought the banner, brought it back, and it soon became tradition to hoist it every time a claim was settled. For the past 5 years, few days had gone by when it had not flown all day. Inside, he marched past the row of secretaries and heard a groan. He knew his visits weren't popular. Normally, he needed some paperwork prepared immediately, which required them to stop what they were doing to accommodate him. It was a nuisance, but he expected Green to cater to his demands. In return, he used contacts at plants all over the area to channel workers' comp claims this way. But unlike other runners who shared in the proceeds, he took nothing financially for the effort. He trudged up the granite stairs and into Green's spacious second-floor office. The lawyer was perched behind an oak desk. "Look what the cat dragged in," Green said. "That any way to say hello to a buddy?" "My buddy doesn't come by unless he needs something." He sat down. "So nice to be appreciated. Have you had a chance to look those company memos over I brought the other day?" Green reached across the messy desk for a clutch of paper. "This is pretty confidential stuff, Hank. Where'd you get it?" "Somebody with connections." On the flash drive Marlene had supplied him had been an array of sales and cost figures, most of it useless. Some, though, quite informative. There were also emails and memos among various departments. Anything from the 3 owners themselves was considered the Holy Grail, and Marlene had managed to snag a few. Especially one. An email from Hamilton Lee to Southern Republic's Industrial Relations Manager. On the collective bargaining session just around the corner, per our meeting of last week, I wanted to confirm our position about 5-year contract deals. During the last negotiations, an effort was made to secure a 5-year duration on the labor contracts, but costs associated with that, particularly with reference to IBEW, where a percentage increase in wages was conceded, were high. Such efforts are not necessary this time. Of course, request 5 years in our initial offer, but bargain that away in return for concessions. Each union will surely not want to agree to any long-term deal. It should be easy to secure 3 years in duration without any major concessions on our part. I wanted you to know that you have the board's authorization to negotiate in this manner. Please, keep me informed. Green held up Lee's email. Seems the company isn't interested in 5 years this time. And that could be a problem. Those 2 years were my only bargaining chip. Without 'em, all I can hope is just to keep what I already have. You think they're going to want takebacks? Green asked. That was a dreaded word, one that required him to return benefits he'd sweated to acquire in years past. Like a slap in the face, where the company reacquired what it had never wanted to give in the first place. Talk about murdering his image. They sure look like a possibility, he said. What else do I have to offer them? Not a whole lot. These negotiations might be a disaster. He didn't want to hear that. On a brighter note, Green said, I met Brent Walker this morning, in court. You be good to him, Lou. Is he going to help you with the negotiations? Brent won't let 'em blindside me. He may not be involved in the negotiations, new kid on the block and all. He told me today he's got 3 filing cabinets full of workers' comp cases. He's still on the inside, so you never know what he might come across. What do you think about those healthcare costs mentioned in the stuff I left with you? That's the company's #1 expense, bar none, growing every year by the millions of dollars. They're self-insured, which comes with good and bad. If I were you, Hank, I'd expect proposals upping the yearly deductibles, raising the employee premium contribution, cutting some benefits, that sort of thing. He shook his head. That'll go over real big with the membership. And it won't help your image as a hard-nosed negotiator. No, it would not. I've got to at least hold on to what I have, and try to get a little more. And what do you have to offer in return? He thought about the 2 extra years he once believed his ace in the hole. Looks like not a damn thing. Right now. 12:17 p.m. Moody's Barbecue was Brent's favorite place to eat. It was located east of town on Old Post Road, right outside Concord's city limits, a wooden farmhouse hauled across the county years ago just before Eagle Lake was flooded. For the past 15 years, it had housed a restaurant, owned and operated by a retired paper worker, its rustic feel and down-home quality intentional. The menu varied, a choice among beef, pork, or chicken, all served on paper plates wrapped in tinfoil, with 2 slices of fresh white bread. The sauce, a mustard-based spicy mixture, was what made the place extra special. Just the right blend of sweet and sour. People traveled all the way from Savannah sometimes just for lunch, the mouth-watering aromas strong from the instant customers parked outside. He met Ashley there a little before noon. She was on her 30-minute lunch break before beginning afternoon deliveries. He bought them each a 1/4-pound plate with mild sauce and RC colas, and they took a seat at one of the picnic tables inside. Each was encrusted with etched carvings and initials, the tabletops long ago evolving into works of art. All part of the charm, like barbecuing in your backyard without the gnats. "You took your time texting," she said. He'd waited until nearly 10 last night before confirming their date. "I figured you were still at the funeral. I left there around 8. It was all so sad. A lot of people came. Papa Evans was well liked. The whole family's pretty ripped up." She spoke with surprising emotion for an ex-wife and ex-daughter-in-law. He could sympathize with the Evanses. He knew how it was to suddenly lose a father. They ate a few moments in silence. "You know," Ashley said, "no matter how hard you try, you can't keep avoiding it." He stared at her as a memory returned. Those same words, but a different voice. "You can't keep avoiding it," Paula said again. He'd driven over to tell her the wedding was off. They were sitting on her parents' front porch, a waft of honeysuckle in the air. Paula looked her usual perfect self. Slacks and blouse, hair combed and sprayed, nails lacquered pink, earrings, a single brooch. The invitations had all been sent, the ceremony scheduled for 3 Saturdays away, a modest affair with a reception afterward. But he was having second and third thoughts. Ashley Reed, the main source of his confusion. "I assume you're in love again with Annie Oakley," Paula said, like a parent scolding a naughty child. "Does it really matter how I feel?" She angled her head toward him. No reverse gear for her, just barrel straight ahead. "It doesn't matter one bit. What matters is here." She pointed to her washboard tummy. "You should have thought about that before you decided to get me pregnant." But he doubted that had been his call. Their relationship had dragged on 2 years. They met right after he returned home from law school and opened his practice. A local girl, born and raised, who taught 3rd grade. Ashley had been a continual presence, but her inability to commit never allowed her to be anything more than a momentary diversion. He'd delayed things as long as he could. Finally, 2 months ago, Paula told him he could stall no more. A child was on the way. "We're going to have a family, Brent. And isn't that more important than Annie Oakley?" She was taunting, seeing how he'd react. A game they played more and more. Paula pushing, he absorbing. Surely she had it all figured out. The announcement would come after their honeymoon in Cancun. Returning hardly tanned from a week in the Mexican sun, she predicting for her family and friends, with a smile, that the trip may have been productive. It would be her parents' first grandchild, another honor he knew she was intent on snaring from her younger sister, who'd just recently married. "You can't keep avoiding it," she said. "No, I can't." "Oh, come on, Brent. It's not a prison sentence. I'm not so bad. You enjoy yourself when we're together." "I never said I didn't. You just want her more." He caught the edge in her voice. "I never said that either." "You didn't have to." Then she added, "From what I hear, your little pistol is hot after a new husband anyway, and it's not you." He'd heard that too. One source of gossip confirming they intended to marry. Characteristically, Ashley had said nothing. She never did, probably because she really didn't know herself. "That'd certainly solve your problem," he said. "I don't have a problem. I'll soon have a loving husband and a baby on the way. We have a beautiful wedding planned, and we're going to have a wonderful time in Mexico. What more could a girl want?" He wanted to say, "How about a husband who loves you?" but decided silence was better. His choices were limited, and it was his own fault. They weren't kids anymore. Maybe it was time he faced reality. No child of his was going to grow up fatherless. For once, Paula might be right. He couldn't keep avoiding it. "I'm not avoiding it," he told Ashley, not exactly sure whom he was answering. "Then what are you doing?" "I'm trying to readjust to being back home, to giving up a good job, to pleasing a new employer, to—" He caught himself. That last one, about helping his mother, he could not talk about. "To making up for what happened with Paula?" she asked. He said nothing. "It can't be done, you know." He wasn't so sure, but he reminded himself that one of the reasons he'd returned was to give it a try. While in Atlanta, he'd thought about Ashley. A lot. That he could not deny. No more obstacles existed between them. If it was going to work, this might be their last chance to try. "So where are we going Saturday night?" she said. He swallowed a mouthful of sandwich. "I didn't know we were going anywhere." She gave him a mischievous smile. "Lori Ann's going to be with her granddaddy. I have the night free." Why run any more? He wanted her. She wanted him. Perhaps the debilitating effects of guilt passed with time. "Then I guess we'll be at your place." Another smile from her. "My thoughts exactly." 2:15 p.m. Victor Jacks gazed at the corpse slumped on the wool sofa. His first assignment in his new job as an associate had brought him to rural southwest Georgia and a double-wide belonging to Michael Ottman, priority number 8 from May's list. He'd read the file yesterday. Ottman, a 71-year-old widower, had both a diseased heart and terminal cancer. After retiring from Southern Republic, he'd moved 200 miles away from Concord to be closer to his daughter, who lived down the dirt road in another double-wide. His retirement benefits were meager, but coupled with Social Security, were enough to allow a solitary life in relative comfort. Number 8 drew the attention of the board because of an extraordinary number of medical expenses looming on the horizon. During orientation, DeFlorio had explained that retiree health benefits were the most troublesome area for the board to manage. There was literally no way to predict them. Pay-as-you-go was the only course for handling them, and that amounted to financial Russian roulette. Terminal care was particularly expensive, an almost bottomless pit, and number 8 hadn't helped matters by telling his doctors that he intended to take advantage of every single benefit available. DeFlorio had explained about the nearly constant battle that ensued to provide adequate benefits, while at the same time ensuring the company's insurance reserve fund remained solvent. There was only one way to succeed. Costs had to be controlled. And in the case of Michael Ottman, a priority decision seemed the easiest way to avoid the massive out-of-pocket expenditures sure to come, while simultaneously generating savings that could be used on other, less costly claimants. Pretty clever, he thought. He'd fit right into the priority program. Killing was his profession, and DeFlorio had offered more than enough money to make his devotion to a single employer profitable. Yet that wasn't the only lure. Finally, no more worrying about the next job, concerned whether a client was legitimate or a setup. No more looking over his shoulder, protecting himself from retaliation or retribution. Now, he could simply kill. But he remembered the lesson DeFlorio had graphically illustrated yesterday with that bullet to the head of Milo Ritchie. No mistakes. Everything had to be done precisely according to rule. His first assignment had been easy. A knock on the door, then a squirt of gas for instant unconsciousness. He'd cushioned Ottman's fall to avoid any bruising. A single injection, and the heart failed. With number 8's history, no one would think twice about the cause of death. The injection point, deep in the ear canal, would never be noticed by any medical examiner. DeFlorio's array of toxins was impressive. The one he'd just used an excellent example. Odorless and tasteless, producing a fatal heart fibrillation in nearly an instant, leaving nothing in plasma or tissue other than a whiff of fluoride that would be attributed to either the local water supply or the last time the decedent brushed his teeth. Nothing for any toxicology tests to discover. And that was assuming any tests would be run, which was unlikely. Older people just died. He checked for a pulse through a gloved hand. None. The settling of the body and rapid color change provided further corroboration. Death was verified. Day 5, Saturday, June 10th, 10:15 a.m. Brent waited until the weekend to make the 40-minute drive west to Statesboro. He'd wanted to go sooner, but work had commanded his undivided attention all week. What had Joan Bates said? The prudent sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer for it. He'd done a little more research and learned that the biblical passage was generally thought to mean that clever or sensible people could see trouble coming and avoid it. But the gullible or the childish, they just went ahead and suffered the consequences. He wasn't sure which category he supposedly fell into, or how those words of wisdom even applied to him. He hadn't mentioned anything about Joan Bates's visit to anyone, especially his mother or Hank. The woman had sought him out specifically, gone to a lot of trouble, actually, so he'd decided to fully investigate before sharing any information. That caution came from being a prosecutor. He'd learned in Atlanta that things worked best when kept close. Statesboro sat in neighboring Bullock County. For a long time, the town wasn't much. As the story went, during the Civil War, a Union officer asked someone for directions to Statesboro. Reportedly, the answer he received was, "You're standing in the middle of town." After the war, the whole area grew, becoming a major center for cotton and tobacco sales. Today, 35,000 people lived and worked there at various manufacturing and distribution centers. But its biggest employer and main claim to fame was Georgia Southern University, his alma mater. 20,000 students, home to the Soaring Eagles, 6-time national football champions. He'd loved going to those games, which he'd continued to attend long after graduation. A sea of middle-class neighborhoods ringed busy central downtown with a mix of single and multifamily homes, many of the dwellings rentals catering to students. During his 4 years at college, he hadn't availed himself of the local housing, as he'd lived at home and commuted back and forth. The address he'd obtained from the company records was for one of the newer subdivisions east of town, just off the highway from Concord. The Bates residence was a single-story ranch-style home that filled a wooded lot. He parked on the street and walked toward the front door, passing the same Tahoe that had sat parked in the driveway on Tuesday night. Sprinklers irrigated the front yard. He pushed the doorbell. A few moments later, the door was opened by the woman who'd confronted him. She was dressed in a button-down shirt and jeans, one hand holding a dish towel. Her manner remained stoic, except for a momentary glimmer of recognition and a brief smile of welcome. "Good morning, Mrs. Bates," he said to her. "I thought it best you and I talk further." She stared at him with eyes that almost seemed born to worry. He'd seen that look before in the eyes of victims, along with a severe consternation that flowed across her every feature that signaled only one thing: pain. She motioned for him to come inside, and they sat in an oversized living room with exposed wood beams and a brick fireplace. "My children are out," she said, "so we have privacy." He wondered how much this woman had cried during the past 4 months. She made no attempt to hide her solemnness, none at all. He gave her a moment to compose herself and took in the room, noticing the large crucifix on the wall and an array of family photos framed on a side table, many with her husband. "I'm sorry for your loss," he felt compelled to say. She nodded an acknowledgement. "Why didn't you just introduce yourself the other night?" "I thought it best not to." "Why did you find me?" "I was told you would be replacing Peter at the mill." "That's the how. I asked why." "You sound angry." "I'm confused. Help me understand." "My husband gave that company many years of his life. He worked hard. He took care of me and our children. He did what a good husband and father was supposed to do." Again, not an answer. But it seemed there was a lot inside her that needed to bubble out, and he could relate. Plenty of bubbles were percolating inside him, too. "Did you read Proverbs 22:3? She asked. "I did. A good husband will repair his house while the weather is fair and not put it off till winter," she said. "A careful pilot will take advantage of wind and tide and put out to sea before a storm arises." She spoke in a cold monotone, like someone on some serious medication. "We must make every day the day of our repentance, to make good use of our time, so that when we come to die, we may have nothing to do but to die." She was speaking as if to someone far off. He stayed quiet and let her talk. "Your new job will kill you," she said, and her sad eyes hardened even more. He had to ask, "In what way?" "Are you married?" He shook his head. "I was, but she killed herself." He hoped that commonality might drop some of the barriers between them. "Then you know exactly what I'm feeling." He nodded. "It was 11 years ago, and I still feel the pain." "Did you have any idea she might take her life?" Not a question he'd ever been asked before, by anyone, mainly because only a few knew the truth about Paula's death. But he'd certainly asked himself that 1,000 times. The truth? I had no idea at all. But the tendency ran in her family. Peter's too. He was so strong in many ways, and so weak in others. But I never thought he'd leave me or his children. He decided to try again. "What did you mean by Proverbs 22:3? The prudent sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer for it." "It's not always smart to be headstrong. Sometimes the smarter course is to avoid a bad situation altogether." "Why does any of that apply to me?" "My husband was a fragile man who refused to seek solace with Christ, and chose instead to rely on the perils of man." "So you learned my name and address and came to see me on my first day back in town, to warn me that unless I seek the Lord, my job will kill me?" "I prayed hard first. Then God told me I should do it." He could see she believed every word. "What else did God tell you?" "To give yourself freely to heaven, to allow Christ to lead you. My husband could not do that. Can you?" He didn't answer her, because his beliefs were none of her business. "You don't have the Lord in your life?" she asked. Apparently what he'd at first thought was a genuine warning about something unknown was nothing more than a grieving widow trying to find some semblance of peace wherever she could. Be that with the Bible, God, or attaching herself to a total stranger. He'd seen it before in the faces of clients looking for something or someone to blame. This had been a waste of time. He stood. "I should go." She reached out and gripped his arm. He froze and stared down at her, suddenly realizing that being alone here with this woman was not a good thing. This could take a bad bounce. So he told her, "I believe." "Then pray with me. For my husband. And for you." He felt for her. How could he not? And he understood the shock, anger, guilt, despair, confusion, and rejection. All those emotions had been triggered inside him by Paula's death. He'd never sought any professional help. Instead, he'd used time and the isolation of moving hundreds of miles away to get through the aftermath. This woman had tried the same with her own move. But what else could be done to help her? Not much, probably. So, what would it hurt? "I'd be honored to pray with you." 12:15 p.m. Hank dried off. He'd added the swimming pool a dozen summers ago, eliminating just enough of the pines and live oaks so the screened enclosure now swallowed the majority of his already compact backyard. A luxury and definitely out of character for the blue-collar image of a working stiff he went out of his way to perpetuate. But given the length and intensity of the Georgia summers, what he called the 20,000 gallons of chlorinated water held in place by a kidney-shaped concrete hole became an understandable necessity. He tossed the towel aside and slipped on a terry-cloth robe. He swam every evening after getting home from work and many times on the weekend. Living alone came with the privilege of doing what he wanted when he wanted. Loretta had loved the pool and used it far more than he ever did. But after she was gone, he came to enjoy it too. A day late and $1 short, which seemed the story of his life. He sat and grabbed the clipboard off an adjacent table. Attached to it were hard copies of the documents Marlene had been lucky enough to snag from the company records. The memo from Hamilton Lee was downright shocking. Southern Republic's lack of interest in any 5-year deal was totally unexpected. He'd surely thought the company would again want those extra 2 years. His plan all along had been to trade for things like a percentage increase on wages and more benefits, then force a 5-year agreement onto his membership. What was he going to do now? Take his people out on strike? Hardly. In all the years of Southern Republic ownership, no local had ever walked. That was bad for the company, bad for the members, bad for Concord. He heard a car motor into the driveway. The screen door opened and Brent walked onto the pool deck. He was dressed in shorts and a Georgia Southern t-shirt. Tennis shoes protected his feet. "What brings you by?" he asked. "Did you know Peter Bates?" "I had a few dealings with him. Not all that much. He did little with the unions. The general counsel handled us." "Was there anything at all suspicious about his death?" "Well, that's an odd question. Should there be? I'm just asking." He shook his head. "He shot himself. The sheriff told me it was clear as a bell. Nothing about anything raised any questions. Why the interest?" He listened as Brent told him about the visit from Joan Bates and his own visit earlier with her. "Now, Joan I did know," he told Brent. "She was a regular at church, a real Bible thumper. Peter, not so much a churchgoer, but her, Everybody knew Joan was one of the faithful. If you didn't, she'd remind you every chance she got. As she did with me. You prayed with her? I knelt with her. She got intense. I think she was speaking in tongues for a little bit. He chuckled. That's Joan. She's been known to do it with the pews full. I think it may be one of the reasons she moved away after Peter died. Don't let her get to you. She's harmless. The whole thing was a little weird, Brent said, but I had to check it out. He nodded. I agree. And as long as you're in an inquisitive mood, take a look at this. He handed over the clipboard, the pages peeled back to the odd list of numbers he and Marlene had retrieved Tuesday night. 034-156901, 45691-3276, 34301-6692, 29561-7833, 17893-2515, 23698-7521, 49201675, 51633-2578. What do you think they are? He asked. Brent studied them for a moment. Couldn't be phone numbers, too many digits. Might be zip codes. The new ones are longer. Brent counted. There are enough numbers for a zip code. Where'd you get these? Off the company computer. They just dropped into your lap? Actually, that's exactly what happened. Fluke in nature. Brent smiled. In other words, don't ask, don't tell. Something like that. In that case, they could be company ID numbers, file numbers, computer access codes, even passwords. God knows they change them enough. I was told that happens once a week. Brent looked at the list again. They also could be Social Security numbers, but no hyphens. Social Security numbers are always broken apart. So are the new zip codes. He came to the point. Can you do me a favor and see what you can find on them? Hank, you're putting me in a bad place. I owe the company loyalty and confidentiality. You know that. He held up his hands. I know. But you have access to personnel records, medical records, all sorts of things. It's probably nothing. But could you take a look so I can be sure? He paused, for old time's sake. He could see that Brent knew he was holding back. Just asking for this level of favor was enough of an indication that there was more involved. Tell me the truth, Brent said. How did you get these numbers? Or else? He asked. Or else. He had no choice, but there was no one he trusted more. They were behind a firewall in an ultra-secure file. It was a fluke my person got in. They'd been trying for weeks without success, so you can see why I'm so curious. Marlene, he nodded. It could cost her job if she's caught. Then why put her in that position? It's her way. She loves the intrigue. And she's a little sweet on you, too. Has my daughter been telling you things? Her and others. You're quite the topic of the local gossip. Always in the past, they'd been a team, delivering a solid 1-2 punch, one leading, the other following, depending on the fight. But things had changed. Brent worked for the other side now, and no matter how much he hated that fact, he had to respect it, to a point. Look, they could be nothing at all, he said, just some mumbo-jumbo that's irrelevant to anything I need to be concerned about. But the level of security protecting them makes me curious. Do this. Take a look. If what you find crosses any ethical line with your newfound position as a company lawyer, then don't tell me a thing. Keep it to yourself. But if it's nothing at all, Just some crap. You can tell me that, can't you? To put my mind at ease. Hank could see that he'd gotten to his old buddy. Logic is your friend. Use it. Sure, Brent said. I can do that. Day 7, Monday, June 12th, 8:05 a.m. Chris marched across the Blue Tower's 29th floor, away from management's corner to the cadre of offices that accommodated the company's sales force and chief of security. John DeFlorio's office didn't share the prestige he, Lee, and Hughes enjoyed, but it was respectable, and the position came with 2 subordinates and an administrative assistant. More than enough help to accommodate the meager responsibilities the official position actually entailed. He noticed the assistant's desk was empty. He and DeFlorio were often first in every morning, so he stopped at the open doorway to the private office. "You've come a long way," he quietly said. DeFlorio, framed by an overcast morning filtered even grayer by the tinted glass, looked up from what he was reading. "It's been, 15 years? You've done a lot here." "The priority program is on a steady course," DeFlorio said in his characteristic low voice. "Not like in the beginning, huh? Prioritizing was so haphazard. We never considered pattern, variation, or verification. Those little things that make all the difference. But you fixed that, John. The rules you fashioned have proven sound. The program's success is directly attributable to your efforts." "I appreciate that, Mr. Boson. I've tried to do a good job." He stepped inside. "Do you like your position, John?" "This office? My title? Yes. They're measures of respectability my actual profession never enjoys." He liked that there was no pretense between them, no secrets either. "I've noticed that you spend more time in here than you used to." DeFlorio nodded. "I've been devoting more attention to my public position. My associates are competent and handle the priority orders efficiently. They don't need me standing over them. That's one reason I requested the 3rd associate earlier this year." "I understand you're back to 2 again?" "Unfortunately, I had to terminate the employment of 1. "Will the loss be a problem?" "I'm already looking for another, and should have somebody in place by August. Luckily, background files on the 3 new priorities approved a few days ago were generated in April. It's the pre-work that consumes the time. On-site surveillance, records review. My associates devote about 80% of their time to file generation and 20% to actual processing. But that 80% is time well spent." DeFlorio nodded. "There's a proven correlation between a successful processing and a thorough file." He was impressed with how effortlessly the man sitting across from him discussed murder. "And," DeFlorio said, "with union negotiations approaching, I assume there will be a 1 to 2 month lull in any new priority approval as in the past." "A safe assumption. Negotiations tend to consume everyone's attention, at least for a while. Realistically, it will be July before any new names are added to the list." He motioned to the mail and files stacked on one corner. "You seem to have a lot to do." "I haven't gone through this stuff in days. I've been busy with the processings from May's list and overseeing the training of the new associate." He smiled. "I'll let you get back to your work. Didn't mean to interrupt." He left the office and headed back to management's corner, satisfied with what he'd learned. DeFlorio and only 2 associates. Until August. Perfect. 8:20 a.m. John turned his attention to the stack of paper on his desk, realizing that was perhaps the longest conversation he'd ever had with Christopher Boson. He wasn't fond of the administrative prattle associated with his job, usually passing most of that on to his assistant. Some things, though, couldn't be delegated, simply for appearance's sake, and he started shuffling through the various memoranda that required his initials. Most were reports from his 2 subordinates. He gave a few a cursory glance. One concerned the resolution of a troublesome theft situation at the Concord bag plant that had cost the company thousands of dollars. Half a dozen more involved personnel changes that required his approval. Since the fiscal year expired on June 30th, the Security Department's budget submission, prepared by his admin assistant, was there for review. But a memo at the bottom of the stack captured his undivided attention. To J. DeFlorio, from Computer Systems at Concord Mill, date June 9th, regarding power surge/security breach. A routine check of main computer core revealed electrical damage to the secured access circuits. Power interruptions were reported during thunderstorms this week. No specific damage was noted, but a circuit board was found charred. Perhaps from a lightning strike. Power surge protectors did trigger and are thought to have insulated the system. However, there could have been a drop in the secured access system, allowing entry into the secured files for a short period, approximately 1 to 2 minutes. Time of day makes any actual access unlikely. Most storms peaked after 9 p.m., when the vast majority of terminals with potential access were not in use. Wanted to make you aware of the possibility. What day of the week had this happened? The memo was dated last Friday and did not specify anything except this week. He grabbed the phone, dialed Concord, and got the sender on the line, keeping his voice calm and cordial. I received your memo on the possibility of a secured file access. You talk about power interruptions during storms last week. Exactly what day of the week was that? It's hard to say, but the worst storm occurred last Tuesday, the 6th, which probably accounted for the damage. But there were storms on Wednesday and Thursday also. Any evidence of entry into the secured files? Not from our end, but there wouldn't be. We rely on the secured access system for protection. Of course, the individual terminals would keep a record in their directories of any file entry. Do we know which terminals were operating during the storms? We didn't go that far, and I really wasn't going to. No maintenance requests came from any department. We don't even know if there was a breach. Even if there was, it would have lasted only a minute or 2 at most. The odds of access at that time of day are pretty slim. I'm sure you're right, he said for his listeners' benefit only, and I appreciate your thoroughness. But why did it take a week to detect this? No breakdown occurred, and for some reason, the backup system didn't trigger any control panel alerts, which, by the way, may also suggest that the system itself never failed. That's why I said could have in the memo and put the question mark on the regarding line. The actual damage was found only when we physically went into the system on Friday to do some routine work. Once it was brought to my attention, I thought I should report it. Odds are, my people tell me, no access into the secured system occurred at all. He thanked the man and hung up, but he was not as convinced. 9:25 a.m. Hamilton Lee was changing his clothes in the marble bathroom adjacent to his office, replacing his Armani suit with a knit shirt and Ralph Lauren golf slacks. "What's the problem?" he called out, as DeFlorio walked into his office and closed the door. He stepped from the bathroom. "The computer systems people have reported a possible breakdown of the secured access code that protects the board's personal files, including priority. The breakdown may have occurred last Tuesday during a thunderstorm in Concord, the same day Marlene Roden worked late and stole the memos we left for her to find." "And you believe she may have gotten into the secured files?" The thought crossed my mind. "Any proof?" "Not in our system, but her terminal could tell us for sure." "What makes you think she even tried to access the priority files?" "Years of being paranoid." He smiled. He wasn't as concerned as DeFlorio seemed to be, but he wasn't foolish either. "Check it out." My thought, too. "Do you wish a suspension on the processing of the remainder from May's list in the meantime?" "How's that progressing?" "Numbers 6 and 8 are fully done. 7 will be shortly." He considered the request, but he had an 11:30 tea time and had to be finished with golf by 4. His wife had made that clear. It was the start of the summer social season, and she did not want to be late for the first event this evening. And he did not want to lose the dollars gained from that last priority. Every penny counted. "Go ahead and finish." 12:55 p.m. Chris was dressed in a polka dot gown, open in the back, identical to one he'd worn most of the weekend. He was in his doctor's posh downtown Atlanta office, on the 15th floor of a medical building adjacent to Crawford W. Long Hospital. He'd spent the weekend having tests. Today a couple more were required, but, thankfully, they could be performed in the office. It had been 2 years ago, during a routine physical, that another doctor first noticed the mass. A subsequent biopsy confirmed that his prostate harbored cancerous cells. At his insistence, a conservative treatment had been employed involving a drug combination designed merely to check any spreading. He'd vetoed surgery, not wanting to draw attention. Luckily, the drugs were somewhat successful, and subsequent tests confirmed that the cancer seemed contained. But that situation had changed over the past few weeks. "I'm not going to bullshit you, Chris. The tests confirm that the prostate-specific antigen is in your blood at disturbing levels. The physical exam and X-rays show radical enlargement. The cancer's back, and it's spread. Definitely to the bladder, the adjacent bone, lymph nodes, maybe further. It's not good. The unconventional approach you took gave it more time to metastasize." "What are the survival odds at my age?" "Unfortunately, it appears to be fast-growing. The prognosis, at best, is no more than a year, probably more like 5 or 6 months. A year ago, we could have removed the prostate and testicles. But that won't help anymore. Too much spreading. There's radiation and chemotherapy, but the side effects can be worse than the disease." He absorbed the death sentence. "You're telling me there's really nothing to be done?" "I'm sorry, Chris. Telling someone they're going to die is the toughest thing I do as a doctor, especially to a friend." He'd heard enough. What more was there to say? He slid off the examining table and shook the man's hand. "I appreciate everything you've done. I'll be in touch if I have any problems." 15 minutes later, after dressing, he left the office and shuffled toward the floor's elevator bank. He pushed the down button and patiently waited for a car to arrive. He'd heard nothing he hadn't already suspected. He was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. Though he could not say the words, he'd chosen his course of treatment with the idea that he would ultimately die from the disease, and fast. He visualized the impertinent smirk Hamilton Lee perpetually wore, evidence of the perverse pleasure Lee seemed to get from thinking himself in charge. And Larry Hughes, that puppy-dog personality that allowed Lee the luxury of consistently outvoting him. He remembered the beginning, how he found the money while the one, not much more than an okay manager, and the other, only a moderately successful salesman, indiscriminately spent it. They were both total failures as executives. If he hadn't done what he did, the whole venture would have bankrupted long ago. Now, thanks to his failing body, they could reap the full harvest from the seeds he'd so carefully sowed. That thought bothered him more than dying. But what could he do about it? Only DeFlorio and 2 associates. Until August. That meant DeFlorio was short-handed. Seemed ideal. He'd been thinking of what to do for weeks. No more. Time to act. He turned, re-entered the doctor's office, approached the receptionist window, and asked to speak to the billing clerk. His name should be familiar, as he was one of the few patients her boss allowed to pay later. Everyone else either was covered by insurance or paid as they went, a sign tacked to the wall next to the window affirmatively proclaiming payment for services to be satisfied when rendered. The woman approached from the other side of the glass, and he politely explained that he did not want either the office visit or the hospital time from the previous weekend billed to him. Instead, for the first time ever, he handed her his Southern Republic insurance card. 8:36 p.m. The Learjet lifted off the runway at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson and climbed into the darkening sky. The ride started bumpy, summer thermals playing havoc, but the advantage of jet engines and a pressurized cabin allowed a quick escape above the cloud deck. John settled into one of the comfy seats and enjoyed the flight, content with the luxury of a twin-engine jet that he knew cost millions of dollars. It was one of Southern Republic's many toys. This one particularly impressive. Cordovan leather interior, wraparound stereo system, digital television, and full in-flight internet access. 2 pilots were employed around the clock, the aircraft routinely used by the board and company officers for both business and pleasure. Hamilton Lee liked it as a way to impress a new mistress. Larry Hughes appreciated the speed in which he could get to his Smoky Mountain hideaway. It had proven particularly convenient for quick trips to Concord, since the nearest commercial service was 70 miles south in Savannah. Yet John rarely utilized the amenity. His line of work called for a more covert form of travel, in and out, unnoticed. That was generally by car. But tonight he needed to get to Concord quickly, and didn't have time to drive the nearly 4 hours it took. 40 minutes later, the jet descended. The Woods County Airport was nothing more than 2 metal buildings and a single concrete runway. Even so, the facility was a vast improvement over the stretch of open field that had served the area in the years before Southern Republic's arrival. He knew that during Hank Reed's tenure at City Hall, the company had lobbied hard for the creation of the Concord Airport Authority to finance needed improvements. Revenue bonds eventually issued that paid for upgrades, most notably the concrete strip, 2 hangars, a fuel depot, and lights to allow night use. The jet's wheels kissed the asphalt. 3 minutes later, the aircraft was nestled inside the hangar Southern Republic leased from the authority, engines winding down. He stepped from the plane and headed straight for the Ford F-150 the company kept on hand. He drove 6 miles east to the mill, Southern Republic Boulevard nearly deserted. Evening shift wouldn't end until 11 p.m. Then a procession of mill cars would cruise in and out, graveyard shift arriving for another night's work to morning. He passed through the main gate. The night security supervisor was there and quickly provided a status report he cared nothing about. 10 minutes later, he excused himself, ostensibly to take a walk around and observe. Through the years, he'd deliberately fostered a reputation for liking to see his department's operation firsthand. Many times he appeared at the mill and bag plant at all hours of the day and night. Twice, he'd fired a guard caught sleeping. Tonight's visit would simply be chalked up to another one of his surprise inspections. He walked straight to Administrative Building A. Beyond, the mill blazed with light and smoke, its intricate combination of concrete and steel unaffected by time or weather. And it wasn't a quiet beast. The roar from 3 churning paper machines blared even from several hundred yards away. He'd often thought it akin to working inside an internal combustion engine running at full power. He stared up at the towering main smokestack piercing the night sky, a dark plume of precipitant rising that, despite multi-million-dollar scrubbers, wafted of sulfur. Building A loomed quiet. Prior to leaving Atlanta, he'd checked the overtime roster and learned that none had been authorized past 6 p.m., which was exactly why he'd waited until now for a visit. He'd brought a master key, so it was easy to enter through the front doors. Inside, he hopped the granite stairs 2 at a time. The 3rd floor was occupied almost exclusively by the Industrial Relations Department. At the door marked Data Entry, he again used his master key. The shadowy room harbored 4 desks, computer terminals, and a row of filing cabinets. He switched on no overhead lights, more than enough illumination spilling in from the mill through the open blinds. He headed straight to Marlene Roden's workstation and jerked the plastic cover off her monitor. He switched on the machine and entered the appropriate commands to display the hard drive directory. The screen lit up with a long list arranged chronologically. He scrolled down for last week's dates. On June 6th, the directory indicated that an access file had been created at 10:05 p.m. The next entry showed a copy made of Union from the Intercorp subdirectory in the central bags. He recognized Union as the file containing the memos Hamilton Lee had planted, hoping Roden would find them. The next entry indicated that a copy had been made. The notation immediately after was the problem. At 10:11 p.m., the directory revealed that another access file was created, but this time from the secured folder. He was aware that one of the files in the secured folder, tucked deep behind a heavy firewall, was titled Priority. Most disturbingly, Roden had labeled her own access file with the same designation. Unfortunately, the directory was not detailed enough to indicate if the entire thing had been copied, but the next entry confirmed that a copy of something had been made. So he assumed at least part, if not all, of the priority folder had been breached. He'd seen enough. Fear just became reality. Maybe it was what Lee had told him about Hank Reed. Maybe it was just his inbred paranoia. No matter. They now had a much more serious problem than a nosy union president trying to make a deal. Day 8, Tuesday, June 13th, 7:03 a.m. Hunting in Georgia required a license. There were rules, regulations, specific times of year when specific things could be killed, and all with defined limits. None of that mattered to Paul Zimmerman, who loved to roam the wetlands bordering Eagle Lake for hogs. Several good reasons accounted for why Zimmerman loved to hunt hogs. First, they were unregulated, so there was no need to obtain a license just for the privilege of killing one. Second, there was no season, which meant he didn't have to worry about the game warden every time he got the urge to hunt. Third, and somewhat most important, the carcasses provided a bountiful supply of meat. And with a wife and 5 children to feed, Zimmerman made good use of fresh pork chops, sausage, and his personal favorite, chitlins. Provided, of course, that hogs could be found to kill. According to the file, though, Paul Zimmerman, priority number 7, knew how to find hogs. He was skilled at spotting their tracks, scenting their droppings, and following their trails. He was also intimately familiar with the forests of northwestern Woods County and southwestern Screven County, particularly Solomon Swamp, where boars and sows loved to congregate. And what hog wouldn't? Plenty of trees, a bountiful supply of nuts and berries, and extensive wetlands fed by the nearby Ogeechee River. Paul Zimmerman spent at least a couple of days each month roaming the murky expanse, which Frank Barnard knew. After returning from West Georgia and his successful rendezvous with Melvin Bennett, Barnard had checked the company personnel rosters over the weekend and learned that Tuesday was Zimmerman's rotation day. The 24 hours allocated so the body could readjust to the coming rigors of staying up all night. Zimmerman worked shift at the mill, particularly graveyard. The hourly bonuses paid for pulling all-nighters a big help with the family bills. He was scheduled to start back on graveyard shift tomorrow. Another week of working 11 to 7, sleeping all day, then stretching the evenings into chores around the house and time with his kids. Barnard had been perched in the tree stand nearly an hour waiting on priority number 7. Summer engulfed the weathered boards in a wall of aromatic pine resin, the thick needles' ideal cover, the stand sitting high among a cluster of tall pines in Solomon Swamp's higher ground. The morning air was stifling, the ground moisture only magnifying the discomfort. Luckily, he was high enough that the mosquitoes had yet to find him, but the yellow flies were out in force. The file on Paul Zimmerman stressed several varied places the man loved to hunt, but Barnard had taken a calculated chance that Zimmerman would use his day off to head for Solomon Swamp, which was exactly what number 7 had done. An hour ago, he'd discreetly followed when Zimmerman left his house in Concord. Fortunately, the priority did not bring any of his dogs, as they would have added complications in processing. Once sure of Zimmerman's ultimate destination, he'd rushed ahead and stealthily made his way to the northern part of the swamp, hustling to take up a position in the stand. Per procedure, yesterday he'd cleared the method of processing with DeFlorio. A hunting accident is the only viable method that will not raise suspicion, he'd said. Is there no other way? The tone of DeFlorio's question had suggested he was considering his proposal. The man's healthy. No illnesses or afflictions. Anything medical would raise questions. Unfortunately, Accidental is the only way. Something related to hunting the most logical. All right, his boss finally said. He felt he should add, frankly, Mr. DeFlorio, this priority should not have been approved with the rest. Too many risks. I agree, was the only comment before the line went dead. He caught sight of a bit of orange in the distance. Through field glasses, he watched Zimmerman push his way north through the vegetation toward the thicker swamp near the Ogeechee. He'd fully scouted the area yesterday. The wrinkled cedars and saw palmettos that thrived in the soupy soil close to the river would have provided him little cover. Farther east was where he'd discovered the deer stand and its convenient proximity to a defined trail. It was a gamble as to the ultimate choice of route, and if wrong, he would have to track Zimmerman down and shoot him on the ground. But with the priority now in sight, that risky venture wouldn't be necessary. He set the binoculars aside and cradled the rifle, focusing through the telescopic scope. A high-pressure sound suppressor bulged at the long barrel's end. What would happen afterward? A hunting accident would be high on the list of possibilities. The local sheriff's department and the Georgia Department of Natural Resources would send people who would ultimately determine that the shot came from a certain direction and above. How could they not? He'd left more than sufficient breadcrumbs for them to follow. That was the thing about his line of work. Make it believable and plausible, and most will go where you want them to go. Zimmerman was 100 yards away, the orange vest winking in and out among the ground cover. Hunters sometimes shot one another. 75 yards. It happened all the time, especially in dense woods like this. He brought the rifle level and aimed through the scope. Orange filled the center of the crosshairs. He waited until Zimmerman drew closer. 50 yards. He squeezed the trigger. A slight jolt, then a faint pop accompanied the round leaving the barrel. An instant later, Zimmerman's skull shattered in an explosion of blood and brains. The body dropped to the ground. He lowered the rifle. Damn, he was a good shot. 7:15 a.m. Brent felt a little strange with the topic of conversation. "Did you spend the night?" Hank asked. "No, but it was late when I got home." They filled a booth at Billy's having breakfast. The diner was a downtown Concord landmark, a monument to glass, linoleum, and grease. Brent was working on the split-rise special. 2 eggs over easy, grits, toast, and coffee. And Hank wanted to know all about his Saturday night with Ashley. "Aren't you supposed to be after me with a shotgun or something? Defending the honor of your daughter?" "Little late for that, isn't it?" He chuckled. "You could say that. What did your mother say when you got in?" "She was asleep, but she wouldn't have said anything." "You need to talk to her," Hank said. "She could help." He'd ignored that advice once before, years ago, but couldn't resist saying, "I remember somebody else here who wouldn't listen to anyone either." Hank seemed to instantly know what he meant. "You were right. I should have handled things with Loretta different. I screwed up, I admit it, and lost a wife along the way. But don't you make the same mistake." He knew all about the regret Hank harbored, allowing selfishness to ruin his marriage. The only thing that eventually grabbed his friend's attention was when his wife told him she'd fallen in love with another man and was leaving. No anger, no hard feelings, no nothing, just over. He recalled Hank coming to him dazed. Reality had hit home like the blare of an air raid siren. A week later, he drew up the divorce papers that quietly ended their long marriage. Hank was wrong about one thing, though. He really couldn't talk to his mother about any of this, not with what she was about to endure. The prognosis was not good. The doctors had said her mind would gradually slip away. It could take a few years, and medication could help, but there was little that could be done to stop it. He hadn't said a thing to anyone on the subject and debated telling Hank, but decided against it. So he simply said, "Mom doesn't need to be involved in this. You might be surprised. Give her a chance." He wondered about the full-court press. Hank rarely did anything without a thought-through purpose. "I should have kept my ass in Atlanta," he said. "I knew this would happen with Ashley. It's really hard for me to shake things. You didn't kill Paula. She killed herself. I never should have said what I did. But it was the truth. It should have been said years before. Actually, it had been, in a variety of ways. But Paula never listened to what she did not want to hear. Only on that last day had her ears opened. May God forgive me, Hank. But a part of me was relieved when she died. Ending it with her would have been hell. She would have made sure of that. I still hate myself for feeling that way. Time to get real, Brent. Isn't that what you told me once? Paula was selfish. You two were always oil and water. That marriage was based on one thing, and you know it. That it was. 2 weeks after they returned from the honeymoon, Paula lost the baby. He always wondered if that had been intentional or a true act of God. They resolved to try again, but thankfully, no success ever came. They'd definitely been oil and water. His idea of a night at home was like last Saturday. He and Ashley had curled under a blanket on the back porch and watched the stars, talking like they used to. Sure, every night couldn't be like that, but was it a sin if they happened along every once in a while? He could not remember a time when he and Paula shared such intimacy. Their relationship seemed more like roommates than spouses. Just making love became an ordeal of hygiene and etiquette. Most of their weekend nights had been consumed at functions where a room full of people small-talked their way to midnight. Paula had loved the social life. He'd hated it. "You've got to let this go," Hank said. "I never should have let things go that far. Don't you think the time for repentance is over? It's been 11 friggin' years." He said nothing. But Hank could see right through him. "Don't bullshit me. You came back here to let it go." That's right. He had. But he still wasn't ready to openly admit that. Not yet. "On a different subject," Hank said, "did you look into those numbers I gave you?" He was hoping Hank had forgotten about them. "Not yet. I need you to do that, per the terms we agreed upon." He knew the right answer. "Okay. Soon." 9:20 a.m. John calmly reported what he found in Concord. He was sitting in Hamilton Lee's Blue Tower office. He'd been waiting for Lee to arrive at work since 7:30. "This is a problem," Lee said. "A big problem. I tried to find you last evening, but was unsuccessful." "I was out," Lee said, volunteering nothing more about his night. "I could not suspend further processing without your approval, based on what you said yesterday. Is the list complete? The final priority, number 7, was processed an hour ago." Any problems? A hunting accident. While he was on the subject, he went ahead and made a full report. Number 6 was processed last Friday. Number 8 the same day. Only the hunting accident occurred in Woods County. The 2 others were scattered around the state. I'd like to point out that I was forced to okay 2 accidental deaths in one locale for the same month. That violates rule. You worry too much, John. And you worry too little, he thought. He resented the cavalier attitude Lee took on priority decisions. This was not something trivial. People were being murdered, and he didn't particularly want to be caught. Yet he realized most of Lee's nonchalance could be John's own fault. He'd made the program so efficient that success had come to be expected, no matter what the risks. Look, John, there's nothing connecting those 2 deaths. They're 2 tragic accidents, things that happen from time to time. The local funeral homes should be grateful. I think Hughes owns one of them in Concord, doesn't he? Right now, I'm far more worried about our immediate problem. Is there any indication what, if anything, was accessed from Marlene Roden's terminal? The directory noted only from what folder in the central banks the information originated. I checked the secured folder this morning. On June 6th, it contained 1 file. May's list of 8 authorized priorities. Even assuming the file was copied, a list of 8 numbers would mean nothing. It could easily be seen as some kind of work file. Until it's deciphered. Assuming someone cares enough to do that, Lee said. You told me yourself Hank Reed is clever. Maybe he's clever enough to want to decipher the list. He may not even have it. He detected a hint of hope in the last statement and couldn't resist. As I recall, last week you were positive Reed had the memo we planted. If he has that, then he has the list. 10 a.m. Chris sensed Hamilton Lee was agitated, and the sight both pleased and interested him. They were in the boardroom on the 30th floor, engaged in a special meeting, originally called to discuss the upcoming union negotiations, but another subject now seemed of greater urgency. We have a problem, Lee said. Then he listened as his partner reported what DeFlorio had found. This is our first breach in the program, Hughes noted. Alleged breach. We have no idea if anyone actually has the priority list. Why did you find it necessary to plant memos in the system for Reed to find? Chris asked. I don't recall us approving such a tactic. During the last negotiations, it became obvious that Reed accessed the system and used our own cost projections against us. The idea of that happening again galled me, so I decided to turn it around to our advantage. What exactly did you do? I wrote a memo instructing our Concord people that we weren't interested in a 5-year deal. I told them it wasn't worth the trouble and to take 3 years when offered, but try and get takebacks for the concession. He understood. You figured if Reed knew that, he'd come to us and offer 5 years on a silver platter. Those 2 years are his strongest bargaining chip. Lee nodded. And when he made that offer, the cost would be far less than last time. Since Reed would figure we didn't give a damn about 5 years to start with. Seemed like a good plan. Actually, it was, and Lee was clearly proud of himself for thinking of it. "What if he doesn't offer to get those 2 years for us?" Chris asked. "He will. I know Hank." "Come on, Chris," Hughes said. "That whole move was damn smart." "Maybe, but no vote was taken on that strategy." "That's right," Lee said. "I made the decision on my own. And because of that, somebody got into the secured folders and may have enough evidence to indict us all for mass murder. How could I know there'd be storm damage to the system at the precise time someone was trying to nibble on my bait?" He wasn't backing down this time. "You invited someone to snoop in the computer. That comes with clear risk." Lee shook his head. "Reed was going to do that anyway. I only left something for him to find." "What's being done about the problem?" "I've directed DeFlorio to find out whether Reed has the list, and if so, what he knows about it. I didn't ask how he proposes to do that, nor do I want to know. John will take care of it, like he always does." "And what of May's list?" he asked. "Fully processed, with no problems, including the 3 approved at our last meeting." His mind raced, more pieces of the plan he'd conceived fitting into place. "Needless to say, I assume we're in agreement to suspend any further prioritizing until this matter is resolved." Neither objected. Then Hughes changed the subject. "What about the negotiations? How are we going to handle things this time?" Chris had been waiting for a mention. "I have to be at the mill for the close of the fiscal year. I thought I could put in the customary appearance by ownership." "I have no objection to that," Lee said. "Nor I," Hughes said. No surprise on either count. Though industrial relations lay within Hughes's sphere of supervision, he routinely delegated all the responsibility to subordinates. Similarly, whenever negotiation time came around, Lee looked for an excuse not to spend 2 weeks cooped up in Woods County. They both also probably figured the 300 miles between Atlanta and Concord would get him out of their hair, at least for a while. He knew what he had to say. "I'll get the 5 years, as cheap as I can." "You should be able to get them for only agreeing to no take-backs," Hughes said. "Reed will be happy to settle for what he's got right now. The status quo is good for all of us. Assuming he doesn't have the list and doesn't know what it is." Neither one of them said a word. "I'll keep both of you informed as to my progress." But he had no intention of doing any such thing. What he did need... "Hamilton, have John report directly to me in Concord what he finds concerning the list. I also want Brent Walker involved in the negotiations. I may need to use him with Reed. I want him close by. Please arrange for that to happen." 10:50 a.m. Chris stood alone before the outer glass in his office. The meeting had adjourned a few minutes ago after more decisions on how to handle the upcoming negotiations. All 3 men had promptly left the boardroom and returned to their respective offices on the 29th floor. It was not even noon, yet his abdomen ached. It seemed to start earlier and earlier each day. He gazed down over the morning traffic, thinking again about the priority program. A long time had passed since it started. Then its victims were simply aggravations, problems that seemed to constantly jeopardize a tenuous investment. The first one? How could he forget? Robbie Schumann. "I'm sick and tired of hearing about Robbie Schumann," Lee said again. They were in the middle of the monthly board meeting, crowded around an oval table in a tiny conference room, part of the space the corporation leased in one of downtown Atlanta's older office buildings. The Savannah Morning News lay before them, its front page headlined, "Paper Company Under Federal Scrutiny," the article anything but flattering. Federal authorities have confirmed an investigation has been started into the air emissions and water discharge activities of Southern Republic Pulp and Paper Company. The Atlanta-based corporation purchased the Concord, Georgia paper mill 6 years ago. Since then, the plant has been undergoing a rapid expansion, with the addition of 2 more paper machines and extensive modernization. Allegations have come to light that the company may be violating its discharge permit into the Savannah River, and air emissions may exceed federal standards. United Paper Workers Local 567 President Robbie Schumann said yesterday that Southern Republic is violating the law and called for an immediate investigation, offering documentation to support his allegations. "That son of a bitch is going to sink us," Hughes said. "We've got millions invested and are about to invest millions more." "Something has to be done," Lee said. "I'm in the process of buying 3 sawmills. We can't take this kind of publicity. It's tough enough squeezing money out of banks without this crap." Schumann had been a problem from the start. He was a papermaker and president of the Papermakers Union, the mill's largest. Southern Republic inherited him from Republic Board. He was a tough little man with wavy black hair, a bushy black mustache, and beady gray eyes. The 2 sets of contract negotiations since their purchase of the mill from Republic Board had both been ordeals, all thanks to Schumann. The 3rd was about to begin in a couple of months, and no one was looking forward to it. Schumann stayed in the newspaper and obviously knew how to dial a telephone. In the last 48 hours, they'd fielded questions from the Atlanta Constitution, Savannah Morning News, and New York Times, and yesterday, a producer from 60 Minutes called to arrange an on-camera interview between one of the 3 shareholders and Mike Wallace. "This is getting way out of hand," Hughes said. "We don't need this kind of attention. Schumann's got to go. Why can't we just fire him?" "What good will that do?" Lee asked. "He'd just continue to raise hell and the union would grievance us to oblivion. We'd have every governmental agency there is coming down on us." "So what are we supposed to do?" Hughes said. "Pay the son of a bitch by the hour to make our lives a living hell?" "We could kill him." Lee and Hughes both turned toward him. "What did you say, Chris?" Lee said. "We could kill him." "You mean, as in dead?" Hughes asked. "That's exactly what I mean." Lee was intrigued. "You've obviously given this some thought. What do you propose?" "Reed and the electricians are easy to work with. York and the machinists even easier. Schumann and the papermakers will not cooperate. We've tried force, threats, bribery, favoritism, courtesy, even ass-licking. He doesn't want to work with us. What he wants is controversy. He sees that as a way to heighten his image. You're right, Hamilton. We can't fire him. That'd make things worse. We'd be up to our butts in grievances and lawsuits." "We're about to be anyway," Lee said. "If no one's around to be a plaintiff, who's going to sue us? If there's no one left to file the grievance, who's going to fight us? Who's going to ride as the Lone Ranger for the environmentalists? Who's going to funnel documents and other crap to the press? Nobody but Schumann. If he's dead, that won't be a problem." Ever heard of a martyr? Lee asked. He won't be one. It seems Schumann likes to gamble, bets on almost anything, plays the numbers, ball games, goes to the dog tracks down in Florida. He doesn't lose a lot, but what he does is steal our electrical instruments, tools, and scrap copper, then pawn the stuff to cover the losses. How did you learn that? Hughes asked. A good PI can find out a lot, if given enough time and money. So we can kill and discredit him at the same time, Lee said. Exactly. He tries to fence stolen stuff and gets shot. The criminal element can be tough to deal with. Happens all the time. For appearances, we plant more stolen items in his house to make the thefts clearer. Damn, Chris. You're serious, Hughes said. I've never been more serious. Lee wanted to know, who's going to do it? I have some friends who can put me in touch with the right person. And the cost? $10,000. What about getting caught? Hughes said. It won't happen. I say do it. Lee seemed sure. Hughes was in shock. You two are nuts. We're talking about killing a man. He looked at Hughes. That man is jeopardizing everything. Like you said, we have millions at stake. He gestured toward the newspaper. We don't need this kind of press. You want to be the lead story on 60 Minutes? How many lenders you think will do business with us after that? And without money, you can kiss this whole thing goodbye. Schumann's a troublemaker, and he's not going away. We've given him every opportunity, tried everything possible. It's just too bad for him he's a thief. I say we take care of the problem. Afterward, his credibility will go to zero, and I can assure you he won't make it to sainthood. In 60 days, he'll be forgotten. Then we can get on with building this company. I agree, Lee said again. We're just starting to turn a profit. Our production is expanding by the day. The way things are going, in a few years all three of us will be rich. The last thing we need is bad publicity and a cold shoulder from prospective lenders. If one irritating redneck union president is all that stands in the way, then we should eliminate the problem. They stared at Hughes. Okay, Hughes finally said. Do it. He remembered how it was done. Schumann was shot 3 times after leaving a Savannah pawn shop. An hour before, an assortment of stolen tools and copper were planted in Schumann's garage, with more found at the pawn shop itself. The police verified everything as part of the subsequent investigation, even locating other pawn shops thanks to an anonymous tip, courtesy of the private investigator. The company ultimately issued a press release linking Schumann's activism to an ongoing investigation of him he was trying to stop. His recent activities in damaging the company were tied to a blackmail attempt Schumann had supposedly begun. It was plausible, believable, and accepted. And Chris had been right. 90 days later, all their troubles past, smoothed over by a timely death. His mind snapped back to the present. It wouldn't be long before Lee and Hughes learned about his cancer. The die had been cast yesterday when he took step 1 and intentionally generated an insurance claim. Their reaction would be predictable. He'd have only one chance to stick it up their asses. Did Hank Reed really have May's priority list? More important, could Reed decipher it? And Brent Walker. Could he handle himself? Was it right even to involve him? But what choice did he have? For his plan to work, he needed their help, whether they wanted to participate or not. Time for step 2. He stepped back to his desk, sat in front of the computer, and started to type. At first, the words came with difficulty. Soon they flowed with ease, the pounding of the keyboard therapeutic, a release of the soul, partial satisfaction for what little conscience he had left. An hour later he finished and copied everything to a flash drive. He ejected the drive and switched off the machine, but intentionally did not erase the original. 4:09 p.m. Brent finally decided to do what Hank wanted. What would it hurt? If the list of numbers was nothing, then no harm, no foul. If it was something, then, as they agreed, he'd keep it to himself and not violate the confidence of his new employer. He'd known this ethical vice would happen, just not in week 2 of his employment. He found the list Hank had provided and studied the numbers again. 034156901, 456913276, 343016692, 295617833, 178932515, 236987521, 492016755, 516332578. The direct approach seemed best, so he faced the computer screen on his desk at the mill and typed the first set into the search line, then hit return. And got a hit. William Mesnin. Apparently, 034156901 was the man's social security number. He clicked on Mesnin's name and was taken to a menu of various company records associated with the employee that dated back 30 years. The last entry caught his attention: death benefit. He clicked again and learned that Mesnin had died of a heart attack 3 weeks ago. He tried the next number and began generating a list of his own. 034156901, William Mesnin, May 23rd, heart attack. 456913276, Patrick Brown, May 21st, kidney failure. He was about to type the third set into the search engine when Martha tapped on the doorframe. "The boss needs to see you." I thought he was gone. He was. Now he's back and needs you. A week on the job, and he'd already learned that the general counsel liked to delegate a lot, which was fine. At the DA's office, he'd accepted more than his fair share of the load. He was the new kid on the block here, so he should act like it and not complain. Besides, any excuse to not do what he was doing was truly appreciated. He exited from the screen. "Tell him I'll be right there." She left. He slipped the list of numbers and his notes back into the desk drawer and closed it with an air of finality, thankful that he could postpone snooping for Hank for a while longer. Maybe forever, he hoped. 5:45 p.m. Hank sat beside the pool, lost in thought. He'd led the electrical union for a long time. Many men had placed their trust in him, and never once had he betrayed that trust. On the contrary, he'd fought hard for every single one of them, friend and foe alike. No one could ever say that he hadn't done his best. He was reading some information supplied by the National Union to locals designed to help with negotiations. It was good to know what others around the country were thinking and doing. The back door to the house opened and Ashley bounded out onto the deck. She was dressed in a pair of denim shorts and an Atlanta Falcons jersey. Flip-flops protected her feet. He was glad to see her. "What brings you by?" he asked. She walked over and sat next to him. "Lorianne's at a friend's house. I have to pick her up shortly, so I thought I'd kill a little time here. When's my granddaughter's next softball game?" "Next Wednesday." "I'll be heavy into negotiations, but I'll be there." He never missed a game. She noticed what he was reading. "You going to have a big fight with the contract?" "Like always, but nothing new. It's tough pleasing everybody. But you're going to try, right?" He smiled. "Like always." "How's it going with Brent?" "You tell me. I haven't heard from him since Saturday." "Give him time, little one. This is complicated. More so than Brent even realizes." Ashley's face hardened. "Have you two been talking?" "I promised you I'd stay out of it with him." His pledge, though, had not included any silence toward Catherine Walker. "But I wouldn't wait much longer. It's time everything between you two gets laid on the table." "Don't I know?" she said. "The first 42 years of my life were utter turmoil. I don't plan to repeat that in the next 42. If you need help, I'm here." She reached over and squeezed his arm. "And I love you for it. But I got this. Truly, I do. Now I have to go." He watched her leave, hoping she would not make the same mistakes he'd made. He thought again about what Marlene had found in the company computers, especially the mysterious list of numbers. They'd been intentionally secreted away behind heavy restricted access. What was it about these innocent-looking numbers that mandated such high security? He stood and walked to his outside office. When the pool was added, he'd simultaneously enlarged the two-car garage into a 3-bay carport. On the far end of the elongated building, he'd built himself an office. Abutting one wall were a pair of 4-drawer file cabinets where he kept his union papers. Among those were a list of current members, along with birthdays, wives, and children's names, and other information. He used it religiously to make sure all his members received a birthday and anniversary card, a personal touch left over from his political days, the gesture constantly solidifying the 50-plus votes needed at re-election time. He found the union roster and carried it over to a counter abutting the opposite wall. Brent could be right. They might be Social Security numbers, but he had no way of determining that for sure. His files did not contain Social Security numbers, only union IDs. That's why he needed Brent. He could ask Marlene and would if Brent didn't come through soon, but he preferred to keep her out of it. Every time she did something for him, she placed her job on the line. And she wasn't a union employee, protected by a collective bargaining agreement. She was terminable at will, with no recourse. And he did not want her to lose her job. The house phone rang. He yanked up the extension. "Hank," the voice was his chief steward at the mill. "Paul Zimmerman's dead." He was shocked. Zimmerman was one of his most loyal supporters, even serving 2 terms on the city council during his last term as mayor. A solid vote, loyal union man and friend. They found his body near Solomon Swamp. He'd gone after hogs. Looks like a hunting accident. He knew how Zimmerman loved to hunt. He talked about it all the time. In fact, the freezer in the carport still held the pork chops Zimmerman gave him a couple of months back. His wife and kids must be in pieces, he said. "It's pretty bad over there. I just got back and thought you'd want to know." "I'll head right over." He hung up and immediately started toward the house to change. The list of numbers on the clipboard forgotten. Day 10, Thursday, June 15th, 8:45 a.m. Hank occupied his usual realm. His spot filled the northeast corner of the football field-sized building housing paper machine number 3. A grimy plate glass window lined one wall and overlooked the churning machinery 2 stories below. Officially, it was designated the electric shop's break room. But no one outside Hank's inner circle had actually taken a break there in years. Unofficially, thanks to a federal law that required company space be made available for union activities, the room served as Hank's office, and he used his designated locale to the fullest, converting what was once an employee break room into a fortified union stronghold. It even had a name, affectionately dubbed the Boar's Nest by the electricians to go along with Hank's personal moniker, Boar Hogger. 2 years ago, in a power-flexing move, the company foolishly tried to evict him, claiming the space was needed for expansion of an adjacent control room. In reality, management was irritated with the barrage of grievances he'd recently filed. He responded to the challenge by arranging for calls to be made to a Savannah television station, alerting them to supposed environmental violations being sent downriver to their viewers. The callers specifically encouraged reporters to contact Hank Reed. And they had. 2 film crews were sent and the story was in production when management conceded and stopped the eviction, which simultaneously stopped the story, since without a union president to go on camera stamping validity to the claim, there was nothing to report. Talk about tit for tat. The door to the Boar's Nest opened. "Hank, we need 2 more helpers on that generator repair for paper machine number 1, one of his guys said. He was busy on the landline phone and waved the man in, motioning for the door to be closed, the roar from the paper machine deafening. He cupped his hand over the mouthpiece and said, "I'll get somebody down there. Tell them to sit tight and not get their panties in a wad." The electrician nodded and left, quickly closing the door. 2 minutes later, another interruption came from his cell phone. Still talking, he checked the display. He quickly ended the call in his ear and answered his cell. He'd been waiting patiently. "Hank, they're headed to the main conference room." "The big cheesers?" "All of them, even Bosun himself. And a surprise. Your boy Brent, too." That was a shock, but a nice one. "Hang around as long as you can." "It won't be long. I can only unscrew and rescrew this power plug from the wall so many times." "Be imaginative. Break something. Keep me posted." He hung up. The machinists and paper workers outnumbered electricians nearly 8-1. But they were all confined to designated work areas. Electricians, because of their reduced number, were rovers, their assignments and locations constantly changing from day to day. He'd long ago forged that mobility into a network of eyes and ears that kept him instantly informed. He knew management would gather. They always did right before negotiations. Too bad he couldn't bug the room. But why go to all that trouble? He had ears on the inside, since no matter how much Brent protested, he knew where his loyalty lay. Even if Brent didn't. He shook his head, thinking again of the possibilities. He always said he'd rather be lucky than good. 9 a.m. Brent followed his boss into Building A. The company's general counsel was a half-bald, middle-aged man with a rotund M&M body. The weather-beaten face liked to sport a smile of permanent courtesy. That, and his archaic wire spectacles, gave the man a polite, resigned, timid look. Perfect for a company lawyer. A month ago, during his interview, Brent had immediately taken a liking to the man. The lawyer had been with the company 15 years, hired from a Savannah firm where he'd been slowly inching his way toward partnership. The promise of a title, a steady paycheck, and excellent benefits had lured him away. He definitely thought he was going to like working for him. Comforting was the fact that his new boss dressed a little like his old one at the Fulton County District Attorney's office. Dark suits, white shirt, silk tie, and suspenders. But unlike the DA, who always said he liked the look and feel of pants supported by braces, his new boss seemed to wear them more out of necessity. Building A was one of the two newer administrative complexes, trendier since it housed upper management. There were newly carpeted floors, upscale wallpaper, and furniture more of wood than metal, the decor leaning closer to fashionable than functional. "Why am I included in this meeting?" he asked as they walked. "Beats the hell out of me. I was told to bring you along." "What's this about?" "Contract negotiations. One of the owners, Mr. Boson, is down from Atlanta and wants a rundown. Have you ever met him?" "I remember seeing him at the Concord 4th of July celebration a few times, but that's about it. What's he like?" "They call him the Silver Fox for a reason. He's smart, knows every dime this company has and ever did have. Actually, I'm glad it's him this time. Mr. Lee and Mr. Hughes can be a pain. They're too impatient, hard to get along with." "But why me?" he asked again. "I was told this would be a good opportunity for you to see the negotiating process." His boss then flashed one of his trademark Cheshire Cat grins. "From our side." Apparently his reputation had preceded him. But he should not be surprised. They strolled into the conference room. The walls were South Georgia pine, stained dark, and dotted with aerial photos of the mill and bag plant. 12 goose-necked armchairs lined a coffin-shaped table. An overhead projector and screen angled from one corner, a chalkboard from another. He knew 3 faces among the men present: Southern Republic's chief executive officer, its industrial relations manager, and the head of personnel. He'd dealt with industrial relations and personnel during past battles between the company and IBEW, all while at Hank's side. He glanced toward the far end of the conference table. Christopher Boson sat silent. He studied the gentle face of the older man, noticing its distinct lack of color. The eyes looked tired, and the folds that lined his cheeks and neck were dry and brittle. "I'll introduce you," his boss whispered. They walked over. Boson stood and they shook hands, the grip clammy and light. After a few pleasantries, the older man said to the group, "Why don't we get started?" Everyone took seats around the table. "It's that time again," Boson said. "Hard to believe 5 years have passed since the last negotiations. Seems like just yesterday we were doing this. What is the substance of our first offer?" 2% on wages, slight increase on the medical benefits, an adjustment in the pension, but nothing on assured overtime, though we're willing to talk about some additional job positions, the industrial relations manager said. On the non-economic side, the paper workers have already asked for special consideration on their woodyard people. They say there's too much turnover and the problem is bad supervision. They've even threatened a grievance. They claim our supervisor is nuts. "Is he?" Boson asked. "Woodyard people need a firm hand," the personnel manager said. "We've denied everything. Privately, though, we've conceded there is a turnover problem. Also, and again privately, the union has told us they'll be satisfied with a change of supervisors. We can even wait a couple of months for appearance's sake." Bosun seemed pleased. "As I understand it," the CEO said, "Mr. Lee told me privately that we're supposed to bargain away 5 years down to 3 to keep the final concessions down. 5 years is not all that important this time." "Correct," Bosun said. "Are wage increases over and above our first offer on the table? I've pressed Mr. Hughes for an answer, but he's never given me one." "There should be no need," Bosun said, "if we use the 5 years to our advantage. There'll probably have to be some wage increases in the final deal. The unions will never be satisfied with 2%, but we'll just have to see when we get further in. What about Hank Reed? Any of you heard anything?" "He's been pretty quiet lately," the personnel manager said. "He was in my office the day before yesterday, ready to go balls to the walls, as he put it." Brent was fascinated to watch the other side at work. Not a whole lot different from what he and Hank used to do. Plotting, planning, trying to second-guess what the company would do next. "Where's Hank getting his legal help from these days?" Bosun asked. "A local lawyer named Lou Green does all his legal writing," the personnel manager said. "Hank speaks highly of him. Kinda like the way he used to talk about you, Brent." He acknowledged the observation with a nod. "We still allow Hank to come and go as he pleases?" Bosun asked. "Best way to keep an eye on him." The group chuckled. "We can count on Reed to have all his ducks in a row," the CEO said. "He always does. We should be prepared for a fight." "I agree," Bosun said with a nod. "Reed is at his best during negotiations. Let's not underestimate him." The meeting lasted another half-hour, the company's bargaining position finalized. Before adjourning, Bosun said he needed to make a quick trip to Atlanta tomorrow, but would be back Sunday, present at the negotiations when they opened Monday morning. As everyone filed out of the conference room, Bosun called out, "If you would, Brent, I'd like to talk with you a moment. Alone." They stayed in the conference room with the door closed. Bosun started the conversation. "I'm curious. How did you learn about our opening in the General Counsel's office?" "I saw an ad in the Georgia Law Journal. Just an accident, really." Bosun nodded. "It was sad what happened to your predecessor. So sudden and unexpected. He was a fine man. We were lucky somebody of your caliber came along." "Does that mean somebody who used to be connected to Hank Reed?" "I'd be lying if I said that didn't factor into the decision. But we also hired you because you're a good lawyer. The Fulton County DA spoke highly of you." "Always good to hear." "But let's face facts. You and Reed once gave us fits," Bosun said. He smiled. "Just doing my job." "Good lawyers are a dime a dozen," Bosun said. "Good lawyers who understand politics are hard to find. Good lawyers who understand politics and Hank Reed are virtually non-existent. In fact, you may be the only one on the planet. Though I would not tell him this to his face. Concord was never governed better than when Hank was mayor. He knew how to get elected, stay elected, and govern." Bosun smiled at him. Brent returned the grin and said, "I'll keep your secret. When I learned that you applied for the opening in our General Counsel's department, I was the one who personally lobbied for your hiring." "That was news. Why?" "In all honesty, I thought it would be handy to have someone on the payroll who could reason with Reed, if need be. First, Hank came to enlist his help with the company. Now the company wanted his help with Hank. I'm not sure what I can do. You can help us get him to an agreement. I'll do what I can. But Hank generally does what he wants, not what I say. Bosun grinned. I imagine Hank listens to you more than you want me to believe, and I'd be disappointed if you didn't still have some loyalty and connection to him. More than this man realized, he thought, but he only said, I owe him a lot. And if you thought we were deceiving him, you'd tell him, wouldn't you? Bosun's tone had deepened. Was this some kind of test? I would hope the company would be honest in its dealings with all employees. The older man grinned. I see you have a quick mind, too. He said nothing. Finally, Bosun broke the silence. I've requested that you sit in on the negotiations. I want you to get a feel for the company's side of the process. Who knows? You may be our general counsel one day, so you need to become familiar with the way we do things. These negotiations come along only every few years, so we should take advantage of the opportunity. I also want your insights on Hank, without violating any confidences. Fair enough? He nodded. More than fair. Bosun pushed back his chair and stood, signaling the conversation was over. He rose too. Bosun extended his hand. It's been good talking to you. I want you to know that I'm pleased with our new Assistant General Counsel. Chris waited for Brent Walker to leave the conference room, then followed. The young lawyer headed one way, he the other down the carpeted hall. Before turning the corner, he stopped and glanced back. He'd told Brent a half-truth. Yes, he was pleased with his selection. But he'd also included the younger man in the staff meeting because he wanted him to know the company's bargaining position firsthand. Whether he told Hank Reed the details mattered little. 5 years, 3 years. Who cared? The death of the company's assistant general counsel by suicide had been both unfortunate and random. No priority decisions were involved. Just one of those fortuitous events that could be parlayed into an advantage. The real question was whether Brent Walker was up to what he had in mind. Where before he'd been unsure, the critical assessment, the one essential to his plan for his partners, had just been made. 6:43 p.m. John entered the lobby of the Belvedere through brass-fringed revolving doors. The hotel an imposing edifice of stone, terracotta, and marble. It was one of downtown Atlanta's largest, a hub for both travelers and locals drawn to the many restaurants and lounges dotting its open interior. A 35-story panoramic interior rose above the lobby. Railed balconies draped with flowered vines lined the floors from ground to glass-topped ceiling. The central promenade rose 3 stories, each level accommodating swanky shops and opulent bars. Indoor plants and feathered palms abounded. The fall of water loud from flowing fountains. Live music played somewhere in the distance. A dinner crowd was just arriving, most of the gentlemen in suits, ladies in evening dresses. John fit right in, appropriately attired in the navy Hart-Schaffner-Marx suit he'd worn to work. Hamilton Lee had called an hour ago and caught him just before he left the Blue Tower. Lee wanted him to stop by the Café Carmone, where Lee and his wife were due for dinner at 6. It was important they talk immediately. He strolled to the maitre d' stand and saw his boss socializing at one of the clothed tables. Lee obviously had been on the lookout and immediately excused himself. "I appreciate you coming," Lee said. "Shall we?" His employer led the way as they casually strolled to the other side of the atrium, commandeering a small alcove adjacent to one of the fountains. "I wanted to give Mr. Boson time to get to Concord and myself time to think everything through before we talked," Lee said. "The board concurs with what I've already directed you to do. Find out if Reed has the list. If he does, get it back. But we need to know if he's deciphered it, or even attempted to. We want this situation contained and kept quiet for now." He nodded an understanding. "Also, Mr. Boson will be in Concord for the negotiations. He's asked that you report directly to him. Do it. But, John, I want a report too, separate and apart, and first." He nodded his further assent. "Mr. Hughes and I want you to keep an eye on Mr. Boson. Without going into a lot of detail, suffice it to say we have concerns about him." He'd long sensed the tension among the three owners, understandable given their differences. Boson possessed a distinctly different philosophy from the other two, more cautious, concerned with following procedures. He didn't take chances and didn't like others taking them either. John actually preferred that methodology. "How involved should my surveillance of Mr. Boson get? I don't like being put in the middle. I work for all three of you, without favorites. I wouldn't be ordering this if I didn't think it critical. Just monitor enough to know what he's doing, who he's talking to. We have a possible breach in our priority system, a serious one. Needless to say, I don't want to take any more chances." "Do I report the information on Mr. Boson directly to you?" Lee nodded. "As to Reed, I have no authority to do anything other than observe and report." "Correct," Lee said. "For now." Day 12, Saturday, June 17th, 7:45 a.m. Brent woke and focused on the clock beside the bed. He'd never needed an alarm, his body blessed with a self-contained chronometer that could wake him at the precise time intended. The trait had been a godsend in college and law school. He never missed an 8 a.m. class, and it came in handy for early court sessions, too. It was strange waking up in his old room after so many years away. He and Paula had lived in a house a few blocks over during the time they were married. He sold it just before leaving town. But lying alone here in his childhood bed, he imagined himself 17 again. His first thoughts then were usually of breakfast, his mother, and the day of the week. Mondays were bacon and eggs, Tuesdays cereal. Grits and toast came midweek, French toast on Thursdays. Depending on her mood and the weather, Fridays were either oatmeal or eggs again, Saturday cold cereal, and Sundays pancakes and sausage, with church afterward. But he remembered his father, too. Weekend mornings when the lawnmower or one of the table saws in the garage would wake him after a Friday night at the VFW, playing pool or celebrating after a baseball game. Concord always seemed such a safe place, one he hoped that might someday provide stability for his own children. Yet here he was, in his 40s, with no wife and no kids. That longing had been another reason why he'd returned. It seemed his fate was inexplicably linked with this spot on the earth. He rose, slipped on a pair of tattered gym shorts and an old jersey, and drifted downstairs. The house was quiet, his mother still asleep. After eating a bowl of cornflakes, he headed out the back door toward the garage. The detached building was a full 2 stories, its second floor once his father's woodworking shop. He gassed the lawnmower, an old 2-cycle job that his father had tinkered with for years. Since he'd left, his mother had cut the grass. She'd always loved yard work. But he wanted to contribute toward the household chores, and lawn care seemed the most productive thing for him to do. The morning was trademark Middle Georgia, June hot. A thick coat of dew licked the grass and made the cutting a little slow. An hour later, he was in the garage searching for the gas trimmer when he heard a vehicle enter the driveway. He stepped out to see Hank Reed climb out of a pickup. "You're up early," he said. Hank wore his usual starched khaki pants, shiny penny loafers, and a cotton button-down shirt. "And seriously overdressed. Where you headed?" "You hear about Paul Zimmerman?" He had not. Somebody blew his brains out in Solomon's Swamp. Hank shook his head. "A damn hunting accident." He shook his head. "That's awful. Does the sheriff know anything?" "I talked to him yesterday. They don't have much. The shot came from a deer stand. Paul had a vest on. Nice, bright orange. Lot of good it did. They can't find a soul who was in the area at the time. No tracks, no nothing. The funeral's tomorrow." "I hate funerals." He agreed. In the past 11 years, he'd attended only 2. First, Paula's, then his dad's. More than enough. "What brings you by?" he asked. "I need you to look at something else and tell me what you think." Hank slipped a sheet of paper from his back pocket and handed it over. He unfolded a memo from Hamilton Lee on the upcoming contract negotiations and an instruction about not seeking 5 years in duration. "Hank, this deals with negotiations. I'm out of the loop on this one. I don't have any idea. Does the memo sound reasonable to you?" "You know more about Lee than I do. I've never met the man." Hank pointed a finger. "You're flip-flopping like a fish on a hot dock. And you're pushing things to the breaking point. I can't breach my employer's confidence. Maybe it's like the memo says. Going for 5 years is just not worth the trouble this time. How did you get your hands on this?" "Same as that list of numbers. The company's computer obliged me." He remembered Thursday's management meeting at the mill and decided to pick a little himself. "What do you want from this collective bargaining, Hank?" "I need at least 3 to 5% on wages. My guys aren't going to be satisfied with 2%. There are several side issues on call-ins and sick days that need adjustment. And I've got a ton of retirees on my butt about medical deductibles. There's also a stupid point the members rammed down my throat on assured overtime. But the company's never going to agree to that." "What do you have to offer?" "Nothing. If they don't want 5 years, that's my problem." Hank paused. "Come on. Help me out. Have you heard any talk on this?" No way he was going to breach confidentiality. "Like I said, Hank, my boss is handling the negotiations. I'm the new kid on the block. Workers' comp cases are my problem." "Then why include you in that powwow Thursday with the big cheesers?" He grinned. "I saw one of your guys tinkering at a power outlet when I went into the building. I figured you were keeping an eye on things. You know I can't talk about that. Without 5 years on the table, I'm screwed." Tough tour of duty for an old warrior, huh? "Have you got any ideas?" "Doesn't Lou Green have any wisdom?" Lou's good for drafting things, but useless on strategy. He's too accustomed to workers' comp, which for him is like shooting fish in a barrel. Right now, I need finesse. What does Green think of that memo? He reads it just like it says. The company isn't interested in 5 years. Why don't you agree? It just seems fishy, considering how hard they fought for that last time. Hank, you always think there's a sinister plot. It could be you just got your hands on something you weren't supposed to see. After all, I don't think the company expects you to invade their computers. You meant what you said. You wouldn't let them snooker me, would you? Hank asked. He owed Southern Republic loyalty. His inclusion at Thursday's strategy session had surely been a test, his discussion with Boson afterward a message. But he and Hank had been through too much together, not to mention Ashley. A paycheck was one thing, a friend another, especially a close one, even one who chose to put him in an untenable position. Hank, has the company ever been able to play you? I like to think not. Then what are you worried about? I don't know. Just a feeling. Things don't feel right. What about that list of numbers? Anything? Not yet, but I'm working on it. Have you met with one of the owners yet? The details were never explained, nothing about who, where, or when, but he knew how Hank really got things done at negotiation time, and it wasn't during the public show of the negotiations. Not yet, but the call should come any time. Find out then. Hank snickered. I already intended to do just that. 10:30 a.m. Brent climbed the wooden stairs to the garage's second story, cooling off after removing the creeping Bermuda grass invading his mother's flower beds. The top floor was bare studs with a rough plywood floor. 2 dormer windows provided light. There was no ceiling, never had been, only the open rafters supporting a pitched roof. Years ago, 2 walls had been lined with benches supporting his father's woodworking tools. The saws and drills heard at all hours of the day and night. It was where his father built birdhouses. Intricate, beautiful works his dad had enjoyed giving away. The backyard was littered with them, and during the past week he'd noticed several still adorning the neighborhood. All the pegboards remained, but the Swiss cheese panels where cold chisels, hammers, and rasps once hung were now bare. The table saws, sanders, and drills were also gone, everything sold when his mother held a huge garage sale. He understood why she'd been so willing to part with his father's treasured things. That need for distance and a sense of moving on. He'd been searching for the same thing for a long time. The splintered surfaces of the workbenches now supported cardboard boxes, each meticulously packed by the moving company and delivered from Atlanta a few days ago. He hadn't kept a lot. Most of what he'd owned had been sold during his own garage sale a few weeks ago, but enough remained to fill the musty loft. He threaded his way through and looked up at the old shelves for the wooden container. It was not one brought from Atlanta. This one had stayed in the garage since college. He recalled seeing it while moving in the furniture. An aged Florida grapefruit crate lifted from the throwaway pile at the Piggly Wiggly, what seemed a zillion years ago. He carefully slid it down and carried it over to one of the workbenches. Inside were mementos from high school and college, tossed there one afternoon after cleaning out his room, the decor adjusted for a man no longer 18. But there were also things from law school and his time while practicing law in Concord. Right on top was the press clipping from Paula's death. She would have loved the funeral. So many attended that the crowd spilled outside the church and onto the lawn. Luckily, the day had been gorgeous, capped by an azure sky. The casket, a white bronze, had been draped in yellow roses, her favorite, but closed. The one thing she would have regretted, the windshield and steering column doing too much damage for the mortician to repair. He could still see her as she was that last day of her life. Shoulder-length auburn hair, inviting lips, surprisingly warm blue eyes. But that pleasant facade hid an inner turmoil, one he never really understood. She was certainly dedicated. There'd been home-cooked meals every day. Not a speck of dust on the furniture, not a weed in the flower beds. Everything in its place, orderly, like her life. He'd tried hard to ignore his unhappiness by pouring himself into work. The demands of a private practice and his political maneuvering with Hank distracted him for a time. But their problems only multiplied. Eventually, life became a simple toleration from one day to the next. Finally, it turned tragic one September day. Now he'd returned to somehow make amends, but to who? Himself? Paula? No way existed to satisfy both. Fate? It truly was fickle. He lifted out his high school letter sweater, neatly folded inside a blue-tinted plastic bag. 3 pewter baseballs still tacked to the stitched gold W. He'd earned it during his sophomore year. 3 graduation announcements lay underneath, along with tassels from high school, college, and law school. The scarlet sash was still there, worn over his gown when he'd graduated as the history department's honor graduate in college. His Little League trophies had tarnished with time, and on the bottom was the scrapbook of his baseball days, clippings yellowed and loose, the tape long since dried hard. He thumbed through his annuals, noticing how much he'd changed during 8 years of high school and college. His hair progressively shortened, then thinned. Black-framed glasses were replaced by gold wire rims. Now he wore contacts. A happy, carefree appearance, seen through eyes that once carried a whimsical expression, became hardened by years of trying to make the grade. His senior high school annual was full of messages. A close friend warning, "Don't get a big head," and "Can I hitch a ride to Statesboro every day for college?" Other friends recalling snippets that made him smile even now. He lifted out a greeting card and opened it. From Paula. "You know what you mean to me. We've had our ups and downs, but we endure. Even you can't argue with that. I think we're stronger now than ever. I want you to know I'm here for you. I'll always be yours. Love, Paula." She'd given it to him the last Christmas they spent together. She loved cards. There'd been many between them over the years they were together. Yet he kept only this one. Why? He could not remember. It seemed predetermined they were at least going to try at a life together. He put off the wedding for as long as he could, even tried to get out of it weeks before, but Paula made sure it happened. Oh, yes, she made real sure. At the bottom of the box he noticed a single sheet of yellowed paper. He recalled how it made it into the box. He'd just returned from trying to tell Paula the wedding should be postponed, but she'd exploded the baby bomb. So he'd sat in his room and typed out a list, trying to decide what to do. Paula Prose. Pregnant, prudent, dedicated, loyal, resolute. We have a history together. Would make an excellent mother. The perfect hostess, but also a wonderful guest. Great cook. Never have to worry about another man. Would always have a clean shirt. Great lawyer wife. My child deserves a father. She wants to marry me. Paula Cons. Pregnant. Obsessive. Stubborn. Possessive. No spontaneity. Vain. Inhibited. Hard to please. Can aggravate the hell out of me. Totally dependent. Cries a lot. Would I ever be able to pick out my own clothes? Be careful when I laugh. Ashley prose. Exciting. Always happy. Beautiful. Sexy. Spontaneous. Complex like a jigsaw puzzle and equally pleasing when figured out. Unpredictable. Not a jealous bone in her body. I trust her. Ashley Cons. Unpredictable. Fleeting. Unable to commit to anything. Keeps far too much to herself. I'm never sure what she's thinking. How would she be with a room full of lawyers? She does not want to marry me. Son? He turned. His mother stood at the top of the stairs. He hadn't heard her climb up. She stepped closer. What are you doing? Remembering. He showed her the sheet. What did it matter anymore? I wrote that a few days before Paula and I married. She looked the list over, her face betraying nothing. Is that the only reason you married her? She was pregnant? He told her years ago that Paula had been pregnant when they married. Looking back, I think it was. I made it clear it was over. The wedding was off. Then she told me she was pregnant. Where before I was simply confused, I suddenly became trapped. So you did the right thing for the wrong reason. That pretty much sums it up. You seemed to have had a real dilemma. I never realized you and Ashley were so close. She's always been special to me, in a different sort of way. When we were kids, it was just friendship. But by the end of high school, it was a whole lot more. You want to talk about it? Not yet. When you do, you know where I am. He knew she wouldn't press. She never did. And he loved her for the trust she seemed to always show in his judgment. 1,000 times she'd preached that experience was the best teacher. She turned to leave, then stopped. You going out tonight? Ashley and I are having dinner. You mind? She reached out and gently squeezed his arm. Paula's been gone a long time, son. Life goes on. 45 minutes later, he was dousing the front flower beds with water when a mail truck whipped to the curb and Ashley jumped out. What are you doing on this route? He called out. She traipsed through the freshly cut grass to where he stood with the hose. Regular called in sick, so I offered to fill in. You're looking good. His bare chest and legs were covered in sweat, grime, and grass clippings. I'm filthy. She handed him the mail. Save some energy for tonight. He caught the twinkle in her eye, which had always captivated him. I hear you. Gotta get back. I have 2 routes to handle today. See you later. She trotted back to the van, his eyes riveted on her. His mother was right. Life did go on. 1:35 p.m. All week Brent promised the 2 young boys next door they'd go fishing Saturday. That's why he rose early and cut the grass. So right after lunch he packed the Jeep with fishing tackle, poles, and a cooler of drinks, and they headed for Eagle Lake. Only one of his father's 3 fishing boats had survived his mother's garage sale. A 10-foot, flat-bottomed skiff powered by an aging outboard and equipped with a bow-mounted trolling motor. It was the smallest his father had owned, the green skiff resting quietly under a mildewed tarp behind the garage the past 2 years. Starting last Monday, he'd spent time scrubbing the hull and making sure the motors worked. A few of his father's rods and tackle pieces were still in the garage, more than enough to outfit all 3 of them. He was even surprised to find the rod he'd liked as a teenager. He pulled the skiff to the public boat ramp at the southeast corner of Eagle Lake. It was the most popular spot for launching. 3 concrete ramps fading down into the gray-brown water, a large bait and tackle shop nearby, along with rental cabins offering accommodations to the anglers who traveled from all over Middle Georgia and western South Carolina. He floated the skiff and gassed the outboard. Then he and the boys powered out. 15 minutes later, they drifted with baited lines cast in the mineral-rich water. "Did you come out here when you were little?" Grant asked. "All the time." "With your daddy?" "Sometimes. Sometimes by myself or with friends." James tightened his line. "Did you like to fish?" "I sure did." The boys, James and Grant, ages 12 and 13, were the grandchildren of Grace Tanner, who'd lived next door all his life. Her husband, a local pharmacist, died years ago of cancer. Grace and his mother had been best friends forever. With both of them widows, they looked after each other. The boys were here for a summer visit. Grace's son and daughter-in-law lived in North Carolina. He'd been wanting to do a little fishing, so his mother had suggested bringing the boys along. He looked around and admired the pristine lake, a perfect fit between tall stands of old-growth pine, birch, hickory, and oak. Its irregular shape had been intentional, designed to create coves and inlets that translated into marketable shoreline for landowners fortunate enough to abut the banks. He'd handled many real estate closings for lakefront